Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য পিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত আদিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable, and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our foundational education in Indian languages. And there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region, but not adequate. It's not making the impact, because a lot of this is G2G, government to government, not enough P2P, people to people, and certainly not enough B2B, business to business. And relationships today in the modern world are less and less about G2G. They are more and more about B2B and P2P.
So we want to have a national depository of knowledge, national practice for each and every item which is being imported in this country.
We are hoping to advance 5 key campaigns to support the reduction of emissions. We want to support a campaign on the transition to clean energy, and India is leading the world in many ways with its 450 gigawatts commitment on solar energy. The switch to clean transport, and I think there are huge opportunities for India to lead this work in this sector, particularly for 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles. A campaign on nature-based solutions to demonstrate how mangroves like Sundarban can not only, protecting mangroves like the Sundarban can not only help protect communities and help them be more resilient to the effects of climate change, but can also help serve as a carbon sink to mitigate climate change itself. Work on adaptation and resilience, which is particularly important in neighbouring Bangladesh, for example, and other low-lying areas prone to flooding. And then underpinning all of that, work on finance.
2 principal focus areas, especially during this time, are people and health. On both, the Chamber has communicated learnings, best practices, and even advisories over and over again to the community at large, going much beyond the immediate business fraternity.
The concept of herd immunity is when you have random spread of a factor and there is 60 to 70% of individuals who are unable to be affected by that factor, that constitutes herd immunity. And if we're all people and the virus infects people, then whether it's a herd in the US or a herd in India, the herd is the herd, right? It's worldwide, but the development and the speed with which immunity develops, that is locally dependent, right? So wherein we in the United States have taken social distancing in some areas to heart, and people have been in their homes for weeks, herd immunity is actually developing very slowly, but in those areas, infection rates are going down. We recognize that eventually we will develop 70% of people who are immune, and that will allow us to save lives, not just because you infect less people per se, but it's because the resources to treat those people become available when they get infected.
Life goes on. Setbacks are always temporary. We fall because we can pick ourselves up again. The Chamber believes that lives and livelihoods are and will be the defining features of this normal that we are living through. In this journey, we have focused as much on addressing the business ecosystem as we have on celebrating life.
আবিষ্কারের খাবার এই যে ইনিশিয়েটিভটা, এটা আপনারা সকলে দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন প্রায় উৎসবে পরিণত হয়েছে, এবং এটাই আমাদের ইচ্ছে ছিল যে এত ধরনের মানুষ, এত ধরনের খাবার, এত ধরনের রান্নাবান্না প্রত্যেক দিন এরা করে, এবং এদের কোনো স্বীকৃতি নেই সেই অর্থে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা জানি যে আবিষ্কারায় খুব ভালো খাবার পাওয়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে সাধারণ মানুষ সবাই বাইরে থেকে এসে সবাই মিলে খাচ্ছে। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে এই ইনিশিয়েটিভটা আমরা নিতে পেরেছি, তার জন্য খুব ভালো লাগছে, এবং সাধারণ মানুষ এইভাবে সাড়া দিয়েছেন, তার জন্য অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified by the way they have been received by the audience, professionals, and stakeholders from different geographies attending in impressive numbers in person before the pandemic and virtually since then. The year has hit us hard, and your chamber rose to the occasion.
চেম্বার অফ কমার্স থেকে আজকে 500 বেনিফিশিয়ারির জন্য ত্রিপল, ড্রাই ফ্রুটস, বিস্কিট, এছাড়া সোলার ল্যান্টেন, মেডিসিন, এই সমস্ত জিনিস তারা নিয়ে এসছেন, নিজে হাতে নিয়ে এসে এখানে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস এই স্পটে দেওয়া হয়েছে, রামগঙ্গায় যে মানুষ যারা এফেক্টেড হয়েছে বাঁধ ভাঙায় বন্যার ফলে সেই মানুষের হাতে তুলে দিয়েছেন। কিছু জিনিস আমার ব্লক অফিসে রাখা আছে, যেটা দূরবর্তী অঞ্চলে আমরা পাঠানোর ব্যবস্থা করবো আগামীকালই। তাদের এই শুভ উদ্যোগের জন্য রামগঙ্গার সমস্ত পাথর প্রতিমা অঞ্চলের সমস্ত অধিবাসীর পক্ষ থেকে, ব্লক প্রশাসনের পক্ষ থেকে সকলকে ধন্যবাদ।
If this was not enough, the sustained work undertaken during lockdown, supporting our government and the citizens was a part and parcel of our operational existence. As the days rolled into weeks, which spilled into months, your chamber embraced the new normal as the new walk of life. The Bengal Chamber, with its managing committee and the expert committees, under guidance of the past presidents and with overwhelming support from the membership and all stakeholders from near and far, embarked on a journey in which geographical barriers and distances were nullified. Digital and virtual became the realities of the day. This seamless transformation of bringing together people from all corners of the globe, addressing core issues of business, health, social and economic aspects is captured in a montage. What we have experienced is that our pre-pandemic and post-pandemic programs may have been held on different platforms, but the intensity of engagement from participants has only strengthened over these 100+ activities. The learnings were aplenty.
We will have to work in terms of taxation, in terms of policies for transfers to the poor. And I want to, though I'm saying that right now we cannot be obsessed with those big long-term changes, we have to worry about that very, very quickly, because the level of inequality we have in India is unacceptable and we have to work on that.
I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our base foundational education in Indian languages. And there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated.
The SWOT analysis, which has been done by the chamber, it mentioned that credit is a major issue. Now, with this growth in the credit, which has been witnessed in the state, this is a problem.
The critical verticals of the economy and business were blended with talk shops and programs on a plethora of subjects. Even the Chamber's signature activities were held for a global audience, with participation climbing into several thousands.
We are moving from a consumer era to a post-consumer era. I mean, we had excesses in our lives, in our behavior, in our spending. But now we are all going to look towards for health and a better balance in what we are going to do.
We are doing certain things in order to be part of the region.
So, maybe others can be on mute who are not speaking.
Good morning, sir. We are starting this Bengal Economic E-Conclave. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the inaugural session of day 1 of Bengal Economic E-Conclave. I would request our president, Mr. Debe Mukherjee, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Thank you very much, Arnob, and a very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, may I take this opportunity of extending a very warm welcome to all of you. Welcome to the Chamber's Bengal Economic E-Conclave, which to my mind, in terms of the timing, the context and the theme, indeed is very well positioned and quite appropriate. The theme for the conclave, which is going to last for today and of course on the 30th of this month, when we would have the opportunity of actually interacting with our newly appointed industry minister. The theme, as it reads, is what lies beneath and what lies ahead post 2021 Bengal election. To my mind, as I said, is very appropriate and well positioned. But if I may be permitted, we should add another bit to the theme, and that should be what lies beneath, what lies ahead, and what lies on the surface. The surface is the reality. And that is where the baseline is determined based on the indicators and performance of the past and the aspirations that we all have for the future. I think the decade 2021 to 2030 is a decade of reckoning, certainly a wake-up call post-COVID, and the decade in which all of us, right across the world, right across the piece, are making significant pledges towards 2030. So in that context, I would say, as I mentioned at the beginning, the context, time, and theme of this conclave indeed is very, very appropriate. Two interesting pointers, as I mentioned very briefly, the elections that are just over, and we now have a government that has taken office for the 3rd time in succession, and we are trying to recover from the COVID pandemic. So both in terms of recovery and regeneration, we are caught in a very strong and a very tight bind. There are constraints in which we have to work and we have to look ahead, and there are these binding constraints and challenges. However, challenges, as we all know, always embed opportunities. So it is for us, all of us, and especially as a responsible and as a responsive chamber, for us, in partnership with all stakeholders, including the policymakers, we need to chart out the course ahead. A very small observation, if you would allow me. When we look at trade and industry, I think it's time that we all have to be quite mindful that trade, industry, business in a holistic has to be looked at in a holistic sense, not in a restrictive sense. By that I mean they have to be set against the SDGs that have been set out by the United Nations. Very, very comprehensive. And certainly a few of the SDGs, 7 to be precise, which we have identified, which we will share with you post this conclave, are very important from the point of view of the regeneration of the economy, because the regeneration has to happen in an inclusive, equitable, resilient, and sustainable manner. And that is something which, again, all of us need to be very, very mindful of. We have thought leaders, policymakers, business leaders who would all be deliberating all of today. And we would, as I said, we would also have the opportunity of having a bit of interaction with our industry minister on the 30th. And we would be looking at various aspects of the economic revival and regeneration. However, allow me to just make a very quick mention of a few issues, few pointers that I think merit or warrant, I would say, our close attention. The most important issue, and I think very, very relevant and pertinent for the state of West Bengal, is the issue of human development in the context of employability. In terms of, we talk about skill development, we talk about the education system in general, we talk about industry-academia partnership, research to market, etc., etc. But when you are looking at the large number of people, the large workforce that is there, for whom skill development and employability is such a huge requirement, an imperative, you would all be surprised that in terms of the employability factor of the skilled, so-called, quote-unquote, skilled manpower of the state who have been skilled is abysmally low. I don't want to frighten you with the numbers. Let it come out in course of your deliberations. But the number is frightful, and that is a point of concern. So human development, especially from employability perspective, is extremely important, and we need to be imaginative enough, innovative enough, and smart enough, and committed enough to find out how and in what way we can employ our workforce. The second important pointer to my mind is environment and health. There's a symbiotic relationship to my mind between the two. Environment cannot be divorced from health, and health, as we all know, is something that we are all concerned of, and we need to focus on that. So this is something which we need to look at also from a business and overall welfare perspective for all of us. The third important issue, and where policy intervention needs to dovetail with the demand and requirements ground up, is on public infrastructure, especially in logistics and transport in the context of West Bengal. And that's where some public spending has to happen, which, as we all know, has a multiplier effect, etc., etc. And that is also something where the chamber needs to work in a strategic fashion, in a strategic manner, with the policymakers, with the government, with our other partners, and see how we can give a proper, meaningful shape of public infrastructure going ahead. The other important issue is on the agriculture value chain, where we need to bring in technology and innovation and smart business models. And that needs to work very well and create value again for the large section of the small and marginalized farmers across the country. Applies to all the states, including West Bengal. So what would be the right value chain which create value and is beneficial also, I add, ladies and gentlemen, to the small and marginal farmers, and how we can build a responsible, value-driven chain both in terms of supply and demand. Most importantly, in fact, last evening when we had our managing committee meeting, the point came up about perception and image of Bengal, and where and how we were asking the US Consul General in Kolkata what her views were. And what came to light was that it is important for us to benchmark, to look at comparator states, to look at the practices being followed in states without any prejudice, and to see what we can imbibe from them, what is the best in class, what are the good practices that we can take in. And ease of doing business should not be just an empty slogan, it has to translate into hardcore action. And we all need to join up in our thinking and action to make that work. And build, we all know the power of narrative these days. I need not get into that. But we also need to build good stories, strong narratives, so that the image and the brand value of Bengal gets repositioned and we are able to regain a bit of our lost glory, so to speak. I would not like to take more of your time, ladies and gentlemen. We are all very keenly awaiting to hear your deliberations, and we all hope that there would be hardcore, concrete suggestions, advice from all of you, which we could implement into action going ahead. Thank you very much for taking the trouble of joining in and participating in this e-conclave. And I also take the opportunity of thanking all the sponsor companies who have contributed and helped in making this e-conclave hopefully a success. Enjoy the rest of the day, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mukerjee, for setting the tone for these discussions. And I think you laid out the roadmap for the entire day, and perhaps even afterwards. So, with that, Arnab, do you have anything else to say, or should we begin the panel discussions? Yes. So we have a very eminent panel this morning. I welcome the panel, Dr. Indira Rajaraman, Dr. Rana Day, and of course, Mr. Sandeep Kumar, who's part of the Chamber too, and of course, he heads Tata Metallics. We are looking forward to these discussions to see really what issues emerges and what the Chamber and perhaps the government too, the state government can do together along with everyone else in taking an agenda ahead. This is an important period from the economy's recovery point of view, and what can be done about the recovery. The central government, RBI, of course, they are playing leading roles. So in this, what is the role of the state government? That is something which we have to lay out. This is also the first year of the Finance Commission Award. I mean, literally the first year. We've had one interim award last year. And what does the Finance Commission lay out for the state, and what are the possibilities? That too we'll explore during this session. And we are really fortunate to have Dr. Rajaraman on that, because she has been studying this. And Dr. Anade has also been writing widely. And of course, Mr. Sandeep Kumar brings the experience of industry in general and in Bengal in particular. With that, I think we can start, and Dr. Rajaraman has a presentation to begin with. We'll begin with that. I must tell all viewers that Dr. Rajaraman is an outstanding teacher. I have always turned to her, not only when I was secretary to the 13th Finance Commission, in which she was a member, but even later as secretary of various departments in the Finance Ministry to clear my concepts. So you will do very well to address questions to her at the end. of the session. We'll have at least 15-20 minutes for that, and clear your concepts too, wherever you want to. Dr. Rajaraman. Ma'am, you're on mute, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I be heard?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mukherjee, and of course, Sumit Bose, for that very warm introduction. And thank you for having me at this conclave. I have chosen for my presentation the title Securing State Access to Grants Prescribed by the 15th Finance Commission over the period 2021-26. The focus of my presentation is the grant for local bodies, rural local bodies and urban local bodies, which was accepted in full by the Action Taken report on the 15th Finance Commission recommendation. The total funding for that, which has been fully accepted by the central government, is 4.36 lakh crore over these 5 years, or 4.36 trillion, out of which 3.58 trillion, 82% of that is directly disbursable to local bodies. There is a small component, 70,000 crores, 16% of the total, which is a primary health grant, which will flow to states to build facilities at the local level. It won't go directly to local bodies, but it will go to the state exchequer to build facilities in terms of diagnostics, buildings, and so on for primary health centers, sub-centers, and so on. However, and this is a big however, and that is what I want to focus on today, this disbursable local grant is hedged by entry and performance conditionalities. That is to say, the state government has to fulfill certain conditions in order to be able to gain access to this funding. So action is urgently needed during the current year, 2021-22, to meet these requirements so as to secure full access to the local grant. And this, I believe, fits in completely with the theme of your conclave, which is what lies ahead, what lies beneath. In particular, what lies beneath in terms of the conditionality for the state government to secure the funding, the statutory funding that has been made available by the Finance Commission and which has been accepted by the Union government. What is the West Bengal share of this disbursable local grant? The share for West Bengal local bodies is 7.26% of that 3.58 trillion. So over the 5 years, rural local bodies can potentially get 17,199 crore and urban local bodies can get 8,792 crore. This is not a huge amount, but it's not a small amount either. It's worth every bit of the effort of the state government to strive for this. And the reason I'm mentioning this aspect of these funds being strive-worthy is that this is a statutory provision. It's not like a centrally sponsored scheme. It's not like a centrally planned scheme or any of those other schemes which originate in the center and which can be very uncertain in terms of their fund flow to various states. This is a statutory flow. Its timing is perfectly certain, and all that the state government of West Bengal has to do, like all other state governments, is to meet the entry conditionality. The urban local body grant is split into a separate provision for cities/agglomerations with population greater than 1 million. This is called the Million Plus Cities Challenge Fund, MCF, and the residual provision goes for cities with population less than 1 million. In West Bengal, there are 2 urban agglomerations in the MCF, which together have been assigned a total of 3,465 crore, leaving a balance, a residue of some 5,300 crore plus for cities under 1 million. And these 2 urban agglomerations are the Kolkata urban agglomeration and the Asansol urban agglomeration. This is 2 out of the 50 urban agglomerations which have been identified by the 15th Finance Commission. And let me just add in passing, Delhi, Srinagar and Chandigarh, being in union territories, are not members of that list of 50. So what are these entry conditionalities? And I want to spend a little time on this because this is what the West Bengal government has to do and has to do this year. The first thing is for rural local bodies. They will be granted full access to the funding identified for this year and next year if 25% of the rural local bodies, 1 in 4, have their accounts placed online, audited for the year 2019-20 and provisional for the year 2021. This is not too much to ask. Just 1 in 4 rural local bodies have to have their accounts in such shape that they can be placed online, audited for the year T-2, provisional for the year T-1. Starting 2023 and 24 and beyond, conditions get a little tighter. The local bodies in West Bengal and other states will get graded access, which is to say only those which have placed their accounts online will actually be able to access their funds. But this year and next year, it's full access, provided 25% have placed their accounts online. Urban local bodies, same as the rural local bodies for accounts. In addition, floor rates of property tax are to be notified this year for full access this year and next. And in 23, 24 and beyond, once again, as for rural local bodies, it is graded access. Let me pause here for just a minute to point out one unfortunate fact. Many of you will recall that last year, as part of the Atmanirbhar program, all states were invited to present to the central government their plans for structural reform in 4 areas. And if they satisfied those conditions, they could get 0.25 percentage point of their GSTP enhancement in their borrowing cap. I regret to say that in the urban structural reform category, which calls for property tax notification, floor rates of property tax, West Bengal did not submit a request or was not judged was not judged entitled to that 0.25 percentage point of GDP enhancement in the borrowing cap for urban local body reform, which included property tax notification. I should also add that the state of West Bengal did not receive an enhancement in any of the other 3. And in fact, West Bengal is the only state in the country which did not get any piece of that enhancement of the borrowing cap in any of those 4 categories. So a lot of homework to be done in West Bengal. I believe this grant is worth fighting for. And unlike the Atmanirbhar program, which was merely a conditionality for an enhancement in borrowing, this time the property tax notification is not for enhanced borrowing, but it is actually for a statutory grant, which carries no further implications of interest rate or enhancement of the state debt. So it's well worth fighting for. And I hope the state government will get its act together, notify floor rates of property tax this year, so as to secure in full for this year and next, along with the accounting conditionality, the full pot of funding that has been prescribed by the Finance Commission for urban local bodies. Moving on to the MCF, which is 3,465 crore over 2021-26. There are further performance conditionalities here. These are over and above the entry conditionalities. 1/3 of the total MCF provision, this is for Kolkata and Asansol, is for air quality, improvement of air quality, and 2/3 is for the wash sector, drinking water, solid waste management. This feeds directly into what Mr. Dev Mukherjee said at the outset in terms of what the state has to do to enhance the quality of life in the state and to enhance the health of the population of the state. So once again, this is well worth fighting for. For air quality, the state has to sign an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding, with the Ministry of Environment on an action plan, whereby it will demonstrate to the ministry, to the satisfaction of the ministry, that the state does have plans to improve air quality in Kolkata and Asansol as measured by 2 parameters. One is the reduction in particulate matter, and the second is the number of good air quality indexes. Annex 7.8 in the report of the Finance Commission gives full details of the gradations of performance. In the wash sector, there are 8 performance criteria which are laid out in Annex 7.9. In both cases, the Finance Commission has rightly projected that not all NCF cities or agglomerations in the country might be able to meet their conditions. So there is a high likelihood of undisbursed funds. What will happen to these undisbursed funds? In the case of air quality, and I sincerely hope that the funds prescribed for West Bengal will not go undisbursed, but in case they do, 50% will lapse. 50% will be disbursed among the top performers, which includes top performers in other states. So if other states do better, this funding will fly out of the West Bengal provision and go to those other agglomerations. I hope that doesn't happen. In the case of the wash sector, the undisbursed wash funds assigned to the MCF will be distributed among other non-MCF cities, that is to say the smaller cities with less than 1 million in population, in proportion to their population. And this presumably will be intra-state. So presumably this undisbursed funding will stay within West Bengal. I come to the second last slide, the provision for primary health, which totals up to 70,000 and odd crore over 5 years. This grant goes to states for enhancement of primary health facilities, and the West Bengal share is 4,402. Very, very important for the spread of access to primary health, particularly under the conditions under which that we are going through right now. The primary health grant is unconditional, so there is no entry conditionality. However, state and district level committees should have plans ready for implementation in each of the 7 categories by July 2021. We are at the end of June 2021, just another month to go. All that the state and district level committees have to do is to say what their plans are in terms of improving diagnostic facilities, buildings, and the other 5 categories that have been specified for improvement of primary health delivery. To conclude, the baseline data on the basis of which West Bengal would like to have its performance assessed must be submitted as soon as possible to the relevant ministries at the center. And I would plead with the government of West Bengal to please engage with these ministries in a constructive way so that this statutory funding can actually be accessed by the state. Finally, this is my last slide. There is also a small provision for incubation of new cities. It's a small provision, 8,000 crore. There will be a new cities competition open nationwide to all states to submit projects by 30 September 2022. This is more than a year away, but there is a lot of work to be done if you want to make a foolproof, tight, appealing project for opening up of a new, constructing a new city in West Bengal. And we all know that West Bengal is a highly populated state which could do with another new city. Each state can get only one of the 8 selected for this competition, and they get 1,000 crore per project, which will not be enough to do more than lay the groundwork for the city, but it will attract private funds into the state and into this new location. I'm going to stop here, but I'm going to sound a caution once again. I sincerely hope that West Bengal will not be the outlying state which does not access any of this funding. I do hope that you will be able to access this funding. There is also an equivalent conditionality hedged provision for power sector reform, which will entitle West Bengal to an added 0.5 percentage point of GSDP in terms of borrowing, lifting the borrowing cap by 0.5 percentage point of GSDP, not just this year, but this year, next year, and the year next, and the year after that, the first 4 years of the Finance Commission. But for lack of time, I'm not going to go into those conditionalities because they're really quite complicated. I want to stay with these conditionalities, which are not for additional borrowing, but for a grant, which is just sitting there. It's a statutory grant. It is yours. But what you have to do to make it actually yours is to meet the conditionality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for showing the way. I'm sure the finance department and the health department and the local bodies, panchayat as well as the urban departments will be acting on your advice. And see, in many respects, West Bengal is better placed than other states to avail of the local body funds and the health funds some linked to local bodies. That is because of the size of the panchayats in West Bengal. West Bengal has large size panchayats, and the human resources in these panchayats are relatively much better than many of the states like Madhya Pradesh, a state I know well, or Chhattisgarh, or even others, because they have much smaller panchayats. Panchayat size, mainly they're below 2,000. On the other hand, the West Bengal panchayat size is more like Kerala. The human resources too are more like Kerala. So I think West Bengal has an advantage in trying to avail of these funds. We'll discuss this further later, other aspects after the presentation by others. Now, Ajit, I would request you for your presentation, and then we'll take that.
Thank you very much, Sumit. And once again, thanks to the Bengal Chamber for inviting me. I'm going to spend the next maybe 10-15 minutes discussing something quite different. After Indira Rajaraman's presentation, it was very focused and very actionable from the point of view of the state. I want to step back a little bit and talk about the outlook for the economy. We'll start with a little bit on the global and then national, and maybe a little bit on Bengal. So let me just begin. Just 1 minute. So I hope you can see the slide. Is the slide visible?
Yes. Yes, Ajit.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So let me just give the punchline to begin with right away. The thing is that we are in a situation now globally where two of the largest economies in the world, which is USA and China, are growing together, will grow at least 5 or between 5 to 6%. That is $35 trillion of the global economy, which is roughly 40%, I would say, of the global economy, will be growing at a rate which is quite unprecedented. In fact, these two economies growing at around 5% is equivalent to India's economy growing at 50%. You know, that just to kind of reiterate the scale. And the reason the growth outlook, this is for 2021, the reason the growth outlook is strong is because of two main reasons. One is the vaccine optimism. The rate at which vaccinations are progressing is quite significant, and that's causing, that's what I call vaccine optimism. That's causing the economy to come back. And the second reason is fiscal stimulus, which has been quite large. As you know, in the US last year, the quantum was about 15% of GDP. And this is fiscal stimulus, which is directly in the form of either income support or direct cash injection, or even help to, for example, in the UK, it was furlough support. That is, workers were at home, but their salaries were covered, their wages were covered by the government. So these are direct fiscal support, not to be confused with liquidity support or guaranteed loans or other kinds of which are actually more like monetary measures. So the second reason for the strong economic outlook in the world today is fiscal stimulus, which is very high, even in China and other countries. So not only USA and China, but also other large economies like the EU and Japan are going to grow strongly in 2021. Now, this is, of course, a bounce back from the low base last year, but it is actually impacting, in fact, it will indirectly impact the emerging market economies, including India. I think, so let me just, so that's the punchline, that basically this year and possibly the next, the global economic outlook is strong. It does imply that out of the 4 drivers of growth, for example, for domestically for India, if you look at consumption or investment, that is corporate investment or investment into capacity or new factories, or government spending and exports. If you look at these 4 drivers of growth, exports are the most promising according to me. As you know, exports make up something like 15 to 17% of GDP, But if that that grows strongly and it has interlinkage with manufacturing and services, that can potentially be a strong driver of growth for India, given the fact that currently both business confidence and consumer confidence is somewhat subdued. So that is the main message from this about economic outlook. So if you look at the data which is put out by the IMF, World Bank, or even OECD, you can see the top the growth rate outlook for the US economy is 6.8%. Euro area is 4.2%. These are numbers which we have not seen in the, for maybe 10 years. China at 8.5%. India's growth has been projected to be around 8 or 9%. It's 8.3 here. And you can see that there have been revisions from January. So these numbers are as of June 2021, there have been revisions. And one other theme here is that the developed economies have a stronger growth outlook as compared to developing. For example, Thailand outlook is for 2.2% growth. Thailand, as you know, 18% of the economy depends on tourism. So actually the emerging market economies or developing economies are going to show somewhat slower growth compared to what is seen in countries like USA. So what has helped the recovery, as I say, it's unprecedented fiscal stimulus, estimated at 15% of the world GDP, but of course dominated by countries like the US and China. And additionally, there's been great support from the central banks in terms of monetary policies, low interest rates, high injection of liquidity. And in fact, in some cases like the European Union, European Central Bank, they've also been supporting the corporate bond market. So really very strong support from central bank. I might also mention recently in India, in this this month, the Reserve Bank of India announced or gave a dividend of almost 1 lakh crores, actually 99,000 crores to the government of India, which is also in a way like a fiscal support from the monetary authorities to the central government. Because the budgeted amount in the union budget presented in February was about 50,000 crores. So this surplus transfer from the RBI to the government has been almost twice of that. And I won't call it monetary policy, but this is also support that's coming in. There is other factors, as I've said, is success of vaccines and no significant default events in terms of debt, debt defaults. Of course, the cautionary side, we have to be cautionary. The caution is about the fact that there is increasing inequality because the pandemic and the monetary and fiscal policies actually have had a somewhat perverse effect, especially monetary policies. Debt levels are rising, and there's a new phenomenon called asset inflation, which is actually going to manifesting as generalized inflation. So if you look at inflation, that's a kind of a new and emerging phenomenon, and perhaps we need to be watchful about it. If you look at, for example, this slide, the first row is US inflation, which was supposed to be, the target is 2%, but it was consistently below 2%. In fact, it was close to 0% last year. It was below, it was 1.4% in January, but it has shot up to 5%. Euro area again has shot up to 2%. For them, it's very unusual. India's inflation for the month of May came out at 6.3%, but it was an upside surprise. It was a bit of a surprise because the band, the tolerable band, which is targeted by the Reserve Bank of India, is 2 to 6%. So it's already above the band. And what it hides is that if you look at commodity-wise, if you go deeper into commodities, edible oil inflation is 100%, or sugar is 60%. And even those consumer prices in India are dominated by the food group. If you look outside the food group, also steel prices are at an all-time high. Base metals, here I've said, is copper, iron, all these prices, iron ore, are quite at very record high. To add to that, globally, the food index, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization (FAO), is at a 7-year high. Food index. So this is something that we have to be watchful for in India as well. And the freight rates, given that there's a boom in global trade, the freight rate, the shipping rates are at a decadal high. And of course, not to forget that because of ultra loose monetary policy, asset inflation, especially stock markets, are also at an all-time high. Incidentally, when I said the inequality, what happens is when stock markets go high, that wealth, actually typically it's the higher income, the higher end of the income spectrum which tends to be invested in the stock market. So that in turn, perversely, the loose monetary policy, which is supposed to contribute or support growth, is ending up causing greater wealth inequality, if not also income inequality. So this is what we have seen across the world, the increase in inequality. And this inequality is in terms of the employment revival or the coming back of employment. We've seen, and this of course I think this chart does not include India, but we have got Indian data as well from the survey, the monthly surveys done by the CMIE. Here we see that the growth in employment over last 2 years actually is much more concentrated in the high skilled. Not surprising, that as there's more and more digital mode of working, it is the higher skilled employment which has seen growth. And if you see low skilled or medium skilled, there's a huge loss of employment. I mean, across the world, this is a uniform story across the world. So this is going to be another challenge. This is inequality in job creation or employment. I also mentioned inequality in wealth and income. So this is, I would say, on one hand, we have stronger growth prospects thanks to the two large economies and thanks to the prospects of increase in global trade and export opportunities. On the other hand, we have to contend with challenges of wealth, income, and unemployment creation, inequality, as well as inflation. So the outlook will depend significantly now from here on the pace of the vaccine deployment. So if you look at across the world, almost 50% of the population fully vaccinated in smaller countries like Israel, Bahrain, Mongolia. But in larger economies and developed economies, 30 to 40% of the population already fully vaccinated, which means double doses in places like USA, UK, Chile, Qatar, Singapore. And 20 to 30% population vaccinated in places like Italy, Germany, Switzerland, again, developed economy. So if you look at the pace in other countries, for example, in this graph, you can see India and Brazil are at the bottom. We had a situation a few months ago where 60% of the vaccine doses were sitting in only 16% of the population. So there's that aspect of inequality, the vaccine inequality. But, we don't have time to dwell on that. But I think if you look at this week, the pace of vaccinations in India, if we can maintain this pace, I think we are averaging about 5 million a day. We had a record day of almost 8 million. But if we are able to reach something like 5 million, that is a very promising and that has a positive impact on the revival. So I would say the factors which are affecting the outlook for next 1 or 2 years are number one, from a global point of view, obviously even in developed economies like US, there's much more focus on infrastructure spending and fiscal stimulus, government spending, and as progress of vaccinations and opening up with higher mobility, you'll have higher consumption. And of course, other things like digitization and productivity gains. Of course, what we need to watch out is inflation and the fact that now to make up for the increased levels of debt, the global debt levels have gone up above 100% for many countries. In India, we are close to 90% of GDP. So to make up for that, we are now going to see prospects of higher taxation. In fact, the USA has led this initiative of getting a consensus that minimum corporate taxes should be now at least 15%. So increased taxation is something which is going to be affecting this outlook. And of course, the continuation of trade conflicts of the China versus USA or China versus other country frictions. As far as India is concerned, I mentioned vaccinations. I mentioned higher capex by the government, which is expected. We have seen progress in roadways and some parts of infrastructure spending. And we are also seeing, by the way, corporate balance sheets are improving. Surprisingly, in the quarter of January, February, March, corporate results were very good because profitability was good, partly because cost compression, and that because of the second wave, perhaps we saw a bit of a dent. But I see the outlook is quite strong, given that if consumer confidence comes back with the vaccination progress. It is also the case that the state of the corporate balance sheets is very different from, say, a couple of years ago, because there's been a lot of deleveraging. So as far as the corporate sector is concerned, I'm not denying the fact that we have to be concerned about the large informal sector. We have to be concerned about migrant labor. We have to be concerned about rural economy, especially the effect of the pandemic. But I'm saying that as far as the corporate sector is concerned, the outlook is strong, and especially if it can be leveraged on the exporting opportunities, that can actually give an impetus to growth. We need to watch out for the third wave. We need to watch out for the fiscal, constraints. I just have a couple of slides on Bengal, but I'm just going to leave it as point of reference. I don't want to do much analysis here. I noticed that if you look at the Bengal GDP growth over the last 5 years, at current prices, the CAGR is 11%, which is actually twice that of India GDP. So I think that trend is very heartening, and hopefully in the next 5 years, if that continues, that will be a very significant phenomenon. What this has done is that because of this, the share of the state in India's overall output has gone up by almost 200 basis points, 2 percentage points. And the share has also been maintained by the services sector in Bengal. I must say that because Bengal is a state which has a coastline, it is eminently well placed to take advantage of the exporting opportunities which are going to be there in the next couple of years, including, of course, I must say, in IT and software services. So that as well. I mean, not just conventional sectors like, let's say, agriculture, rice exports, or also leather, footwear, or garments, textiles, but also in services. And lastly, just to give some data on share of Bengal's share in India's exports. Of course, we are awaiting the announcement of the trade policy, which is going to come out any moment now, including a strong support for export in terms of what is called RODTEP, return of duties, taxes, for export promotion. But this is something that I think which can be a significant driver of growth for Bengal. So I'm going to stop here, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ajit, for taking us to the global economy and giving us the picture nationally, and also for that very encouraging slide about West Bengal's growth over the last 2 years. That should provide a lot of hope and encouragement, and also show the way for future growth. You have mentioned about the world economy and the possibility of exports driven growth which can be created out of it. And with that, I would go to Mr. Sandeep Kumar, who knows industry in Bengal very well. But what do you think can happen in Bengal with, say, the small and medium sector, the SMEs? Are they in a position to take advantage of this export drive, as well as the fact that our corporates overall are doing well? Mr. Kumar, and anything else that you wish to add? But I thought this leads right into SMEs.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Bose. Good morning, my fellow panelists and all the participants. Well, I think after two eminent people speaking about the economy and speaking about things that at least I look forward to, so I was furiously noting down some of the data points and the messages that were coming across. I will try and come closer to to Bengal in terms of where it is and where it should be going. Of course, Mr. Bose has suggested that I look at speaking about the SME part as well. So I'll touch upon that. I'm just wondering about the time. So how much time do I have? Maybe about 10-15 minutes?
Yes, you have 10 minutes.
Okay. So I think the recent state elections in Bengal have given a strong mandate for the political stability and continuity of the government policies. And while these stable, predictable policies are good for investors, for industry, I think this is also an opportunity for the state to look back and reflect on its performance. Well, as Mr. Ranade said, we are moving at about 11-12% over the last 5 years, and that's fantastic. But it's good to review, and as we do in the corporate area, we look at the past year's learning and we look at last 3 years and we make our plans for the next 3 years and 5 years. It might be a good idea for the state to do the same as to what's gone well and what's not. What's changing, and I think a lot of things are changing, especially in the last 1 or 2 years. The advent of digital and I think the COVID has accelerated those trends, would lead to something new happening in the near future. So should we create and envision a new and a brighter future for the people of Bengal is what we are thinking. And I think last evening at the Management Committee of Bengal Chamber also, we discussed very briefly on where should Bengal be headed. And they're preparing a paper called Bengal Vision 2030. So I took cue from there and I said, let's look at where we are and where we should be going, at least in my humble opinion. So if we look at where Bengal is, what are its strengths, what is it endowed with, and I think most of it you know, but I'll generally quickly run through to recall people's minds. So we are, I think, the highest producer of vegetables and rice in the country, the second highest producer of tea. We have the third largest road network coverage. We lead in rail density as well. We have the second highest number of MSMEs after UP, just marginally below UP. We also have a large jute industry, a number of coal mines, a large developed iron and steel industry, a well-developed leather industry, so on and so forth. I think what is less known is that Bengal is also has got a very stable business environment and with a lot of industrial peace. And I can say that with my own example. I think the state government has been outstanding in terms of ensuring that industrial unrest and difficulties that the industries used to face maybe 10, 15, 20 years down back is, I think, much, much lesser. And there is an active participation by the state government, by the industry ministry to help the industry. And that's, I'm telling you from my own experience. So above all, I think Bengal is one of the largest state economies in the country, and is also positioned, or at least often said so, as the gateway to Southeast Asia and Northeast India, though I suspect we haven't really haven't done so well on that front, on that perception. So with a large population of over 9 crores and the current living standards of its people, Bengal, I don't think, can depend on one industry or one sector, and it needs to diversify its economic footprint to offer jobs to its people and generate wealth. And there are no magic bullets here. But if we look at the basics and look at the 3 sectors, the primary, secondary, and tertiary, I think Bengal is well diversified. It's got agriculture, it's got mining, it's got fishery on the primary sector, it's got manufacturing on the secondary, and it's got tertiary as well. We talk about travel, tourism, IT services, etc. So we have it all covered. So some might argue we have it all covered, we are doing well, but we still have that perception about Bengal, which may not necessarily be true today. But we also look at the future. So this is how we have done. So we have grown at 11-12%, and where do we want to go from here? Well, there is also a positioning issue and a perception issue with Bengal. And I think like Bangalore is considered to be the IT capital and Mumbai the financial capital, how do we position Kolkata or even Bengal as? I don't know if enough thought has been given and whether something can be done, but it's a fact that the wealth creation today is no longer in the same way as what we have done in the past. And I think this is more true in the future than today, maybe. Wealth creation through application of human knowledge and creativity will fast outpace that through extraction of natural resources. So, sorry. And this trend is accelerating manifold. Bengal has a large pool of knowledge workers and who migrate to other states. The other day in a CII session, I heard Mr. Mohandas Pai said about 150,000 of skilled people from Bengal are in Bangalore. Sorry. And why can't Bengal retain them? Why can't we find suitable opportunities for them? Bengal also has a few top-class institutes of higher education and research. So what is it that is stopping us, and what is it that we need to do? So on the whole, can we shift Bengal towards a more knowledge-based economy? And what's required to create one? Well, there are a number of things, and I think a lot of things are known. So I'll just keep it very brief. Well, I think development of a knowledge-based economy and what they call is as the knowledge-based development can be done, but it requires developing a social infrastructure. It requires that there is a rapid creation and application of knowledge for sustainable development. And sustainable development is important because development on its own doesn't have much value considering the sustainability issues, the climate change issues that we are facing. So if Bengal can focus on stimulating and nurturing education, particularly higher education, let's say in the tech-intensive sectors. So we have the IIT and the NITs and the ISI and IIM already present, but how can we give a thrust to this sector? How much does Bengal spend on the public funding of R&D? And I just like to draw your attention to the fact, I'm sure many of you have heard of DARPA, the Pentagon's Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, and it particularly came to light now because of the mRNA vaccine. So it's credited with developing the internet, drones, GPS satellites. So it's always at the cutting edge, and it's a small organization. It's not a very large organization with a very limited budget and with a very few manpower. But the way it has funded the development of basic, cutting edge research, I don't think we find that much in India. Maybe to a certain extent on the space and atomic research, we find some work. But basically it's been funded by rather led by the government. And whether the state of Bengal can look at that aspect, which is currently missing, not only in Bengal, but in most states. Then supporting entrepreneurship, creating an ecosystem of startups and networks, the right digital infrastructure, attracting venture capitalists. Well, all these, I think, are stuff, again, which are known. I think the major point is, how do you convert this into actions? How do you get that done? And I'll give you some examples of like what we are from our own example. Like Tata Metallics, we have a plant in Kharagpur. We are currently on a digital transformation journey for the last 2.5 years. And we find it so difficult. For example, we tried to put in robotics, and in our industry, robotics is not at all common. To get that, we have to go to Pune and Bangalore and get people to convince them to come and help us. If we have to do predictive maintenance, and which is something using machine learning, we of course took help of IIT Kharagpur and could, start our journey. But to find vendors and suppliers and startups in East is so very difficult that people often tell me that if you were located in Bangalore, you would have been much better off. So what I'm saying is that there is a tremendous opportunity. I think even if the industry wants to do, the ecosystem is not fully developed. And if we can do something there, I would imagine we would be much better off. I was going through a report by Niti Aayog, which has come out with an innovation index. And Bengal ranks 11th this year in 2020, the latest report. Last year it was at 8th, and this is the second year. It's a nice report. I think it creates a good framework in which you measure the innovation of a state. And it talks basically about 5 enablers: human capital, knowledge workers, and what kind of investment the government is doing. For example, I was saying expenditure on higher education, expenditure on R&D, what's the business environment, the ease of doing business, what's the safety and legal environment. So let's say the IT and IP related acts. So there are 5 key enablers, which this index takes into account, and it measures state by state. And Bengal is, let's say, 11th. Last year it was an 8th, so not very bad. But what it means is that Bengal can go up significantly up if we position ourselves well on this and create that infrastructure, the right environment. Let's say to begin with, Can we have all government services make it online? Already a lot of it has been done. Can we just get rid of all the paperwork? Is it possible? To what extent can we do that? You give a very different impression to the investor when he comes in and he finds things are happening so easily. And I've seen that. I've worked in Dubai, and I've seen how the economic free zone there, Jebel Ali free zone, works. It's so very simple. It's so frictionless. So I think, to begin with, without trying to get into too many things, if the state can get its act together, spend money on setting up and creating an infrastructure for the higher education, for fund R&D, encourage private entrepreneurs and startups, I take help of industry, rather involve industry, business, I think all stakeholders, it can be done. And I think Bengal can then be positioned as the knowledge hub of India, with focus on high tech, let's say, maybe software, which is already there, digital, maybe pharma, maybe healthcare. So these are the areas. And of course, it needs to take care of its traditional industries like leather, jute, tea, and agriculture. But it may be good to position itself as the Mecca of East India, attracting talent and knowledge to the city of Kolkata, which can act as a magnet for all of East. I think the problems that we face in Bengal with talent and knowledge workers is the same problem we face in Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha. They don't know where to go. So they migrate to Bangalore and Bombay and Gurgaon and Hyderabad and all these places. Why can't Kolkata become that hub? The future, as Fidel Ramos, the former president of Philippines, once said, the most important wars of the 21st century will be fought no longer on the physical battlefield, but in corporate boardrooms, laboratories, stock exchanges, classrooms, and shop floors. So I think we just need to keep this in mind. And as Bengal Chamber works on developing a Vision 2030 for the state, I would root for the Chamber to consider Bengal transforming itself into a knowledge-based economy, and for Kolkata to become an innovation hub. So that's, I think, all on the innovation part. I didn't touch upon the SMEs, but I guess I don't have time. So I'll close at this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sandeep Kumar. And you mentioned the innovation index. Well, Bengal's score was about 21 plus, but it's less than half of Karnataka, which tops that. And significantly, as we are looking for startups in venture capital, you would have noticed in that index, Bengal gets a mark of 0. So there is a long way to go, although it's there. And one of the things I feel that, apart from what is captured in the innovation index, there is scope for innovation in governance, innovation in public systems, and that, in fact, the state would take a lead in promoting some innovation amongst itself, say the urban local bodies, and leads directly to the Finance Commission grants. Karnataka some years ago launched a program, City Managers Program, and they gave out awards for the best city managers in urban clusters. Something like that. It's a state recognition, state award. The center has nothing to do with it. Something like that, if Bengal starts, and if perhaps the chamber could take a lead, I'm sure it will go a long way in promoting innovation. Ma'am, would you like to touch a bit about health a little more? I can give you a question on that, which has just come in. That primary health, this is from Professor Datta, Rajiv Datta. Primary health is related to Panchayati Raj functioning, and the state has been praised in the past for its Panchayati Raj, but it still has miles to go, and he has sought your comments on that. But even otherwise, health, because it's closely related also to the grants, what more can the state do, or what it should do now?
Thank you for that question. It's a good question. What the Finance Commission has provided for health, it's only the local body component of it which has survived the acts of the action taken report. As you know, this time, for the very first time, I think in the history of independent India, the government did not accept all the quantified recommendations of the 15th Finance Commission. Some grants were asked, including a health grant, which was to go to states, to the state government. So that is a huge loss. What has survived is what is going to local bodies, to rural local bodies and urban local bodies. And there too, it is largely of an infrastructure correction variety. That is to say, shoring up diagnostic facilities, shoring up, providing buildings where the primary health center doesn't even have a building, that kind of thing. For some urban wellness centers, again, infrastructure and so on. It's not going to solve the problem of primary health in the state at all, nor elsewhere in the country. For that to happen, the state has to have supplementary funding that goes down to the local bodies, either devolved so that it actually goes to local bodies, if that is the setup that has been prevailing in the state, as in Kerala, for instance, where state funds for health are actually devolved on local bodies for them to deal with as they see fit. But even if it is a state health department which has its outpost in local areas, in the district or in taluk headquarters, if supplementary funding can flow so that in this newly built primary health center with new diagnostic facilities, there is actually the raw material, the medicines and so on, which actually make the delivery of health possible. Unless that actually happens, the improved access to health in terms of buildings and diagnostic facilities is not going to amount to anything. So there is a lot that the state government has to do to supplement what the Finance Commission funding is supposed to do. And in general, I'm a votary of the fact that state governments can learn a lot from each other. There is unfortunately no interstate portal, which is sort of sector specific, or any interstate portal at all, on which states can learn from one another how they deal with things. So for instance, the Kerala structure for health did brilliantly in the first wave of COVID. And the only reason they collapsed was because they faced this huge in-migration of people who had gone to the Gulf, and they were not able to cope with that influx. Most of them went to Kerala, and their system could not cope with that influx. But in general, it's a very sturdy infrastructure that they have set up. In terms of soft infrastructure, the connections between districts, taluk, and villages, the personnel who are there at every level. And Kerala is particularly to be commended for the way they have been able to weave in central funding with state funding, so that at one place you have both the infrastructure, the medication, and the other soft consumables, and also the personnel. So these three have to be braided together in order for health to be accessible. And I think a state like West Bengal, or any other state for that matter, could learn a lot from what Kerala has done, their structure. And most of all, this has to be an interactive portal. It has to be a portal where the state health secretary, for instance, of West Bengal, can immediately approach the health secretary of Kerala and ask a question. Hey, how did you manage this? How did you weave this together? So that kind of conversation, if it is intermediated by a portal, and if this conversation can be viewed by everyone else, then you're going to see an explosion in better governance in all states. And for some reason, we don't do that. If West Bengal could take the initiative on that, that would be marvelous.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, Ajit, you have written about this largest from RBI to the central government, that they gave 50,000 crores additional amount. Now, in a way, I recall in the 13th Finance Commission, ma'am, recall that too. This point actually came up, that does this money also, does it also have to be shared with the states? Of course, it was not found feasible to do that, and nor was it necessary. But in a way, states do feel that this money also belongs to them, this 50,000. So where do you think Government of India should spend that?
Well, I think if you ask me, the single highest priority and with the maximum return on the investment is obviously universal and free vaccinations. And it has, every effort has to be made to increase the pace, tackle the vaccine hesitancy, I would even advocate if you have to pay some 50 rupees or 100 rupees for people to come and get themselves vaccinated. Even that is worth it, because that will have the biggest return. This investment is the single best. So I think I would say prioritize money towards that. And then of course there are a bunch of other things. But right now, if the government cannot say that they don't have enough funds for giving universal and free vaccinations. So I would advocate for that.
Yeah, I totally support that, Ajit. Absolutely. That's best use of the money. There was a provision of 35,000 crore for vaccination in the budget, but I think the actual need will be far greater than.
Yeah, it will be more like 70. My guess is more like 70,000 crores.
Right.
And but even I think that's the highest priority right now. I mean, as I said, look at the global economy, the impact it is having on business confidence, consumer confidence, mobility, growth in global trade. All of it is primarily coming out of vaccine optimism, because the pace of progress has been so good.
Yeah.
And then of course it enables you to relax the lockdowns, do flexible experiments. Really, I don't think there should be any debate that vaccinations are highest priority.
There's another question. This is on the fact that government needs to, that West Bengal is not a natural destination for manufacturing industry, doesn't have raw material or market, and that the government should pay attention on service industry, medical, research, tourism, and education. Something which Mr. Sandeep Kumar emphasized during his intervention. Any comments on this? Mr. Kumar, would you like to start, and others?
Yeah, so I think manufacturing resource-based, any industry, I don't think West Bengal can compete with, let's say, Odisha or Jharkhand or Chhattisgarh. First, I think that's the first point. Secondly, Bengal, there is this, getting large tracts of land is another issue. So I think on both these counts, setting up large manufacturing bases is not going to be easy here. And also, I think, that's why I said we should be positioning ourselves, Bengal, as more towards a knowledge-based economy rather than a resource-based economy. So I think that shift we should do. So, and I think services and all is fine. I think everybody does that. Tourism, travel, we have the hills, we have Darjeeling and the doors and all. We can develop we have waterfronts. So I think all these things are known. But I think the devil is in the detail. How do you, make that transition and shift? Thanks.
Anything you'd like to add?
I would like to add that Bengal, along with Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu, is among the most urbanized state, and of course, as Mr. Sandeep Kumar said, the density of population. So one big opportunity, I think, is in affordable housing and related, real estate and so on. Now the thrust of policy seems to be towards promoting rental housing, or large scale rental housing, where it's not individuals who go and it's condominium based. So large developers or people who manage rental housing properties, and it also has implications for what are called these commuting, the people, the workplace and where they live. So commuting patterns. So and then of course the emergence of new things like the investment trusts, the InvITs they call in real estate. So there are a variety of policies which are now converging, which makes it possible to give a big thrust to construction of affordable housing with special focus on rental housing, where you invite large developers, real estate developers who can combine this, and I think this will of course address the needs of the housing shortage. So I think this is one sector. I think it's probably called as part of infrastructure anyway, but this is something which is perhaps peculiarly advantageous to, uniquely advantageous to Bengal because of its population pattern and urbanization pattern.
Ma'am, anything you would like to add? This? Yes.
I had a query actually, not a solution. I was wondering if West Bengal could become a node for providing care homes for the aging population in India. There are some nodes which have already built up very successfully in the south. Coimbatore has become a node for care homes. And because of the abundance of population in West Bengal, and this is a service industry, I think it could work very well. Yeah.
That's an excellent suggestion. I have last question to Ajit. How does the good growth in economy in West Bengal translate to employment generation in the state? Can you give any suggestions regarding this?
No, as I said, let's not forget that Bengal has access to the ocean and to East Asia. Remember, actually one of the implications of global growth and trade is actually you are going to see a somewhat resurgent growth in East Asia and Southeast Asia especially. So I was thinking, a combination of agriculture exports, and when in agriculture I also include fisheries and so on. Combined with that, as Mr. Sandeep Kumar said, the conventional sectors like leather, footwear, textile. These are employment, these are employment intensive sectors. They are not large industry, where you need a very high amount of capital investment. So I think this growth will certainly can translate if it is focused on export driven growth with employment intensive export sector. And not to forget at the higher end, which is higher human capital requirement, is of course IT and IT services, medical, related to medical. And this is an excellent suggestion that today I think India has something like 190 million, I think, elderly population, grow to maybe 200 million now. This is a huge market. I mean, there's hardly anything well developed. These pockets like Coimbatore are more well known because of being so few. Surely the entire industry around elderly care and its lifestyle related residences. So these are not people who are geriatrics. It's not like only medical, it's actually lifestyle. People who want, after retirement, they want to be at a place where they're fairly independent and yet have some institutional support. They don't want to be dependent on children. Let's say they're active, but yet they want to be in a community. So there is a great promise for this development. There are places in Maharashtra also which are coming up. There is also growth and very, very focused on employment again, intensive.
Okay. So thank you. I think that we've now run out of time. We've got excellent suggestions during this session, which falls into actually three buckets. One major one for the state government to do, but there's also a bucket for the central government suggestions which have emanated, and perhaps some things for the chamber itself to do. We have received suggestions in three buckets, and I'm sure as the day progresses, we'll get more such suggestions. And at the end of it all, after when the minister attends the next phase of the program, those could be presented to him, but also be taken up with various departments of the state government. Ma'am, on the finance secretary couldn't be here. He was very keen about your presentation on the finance commission, but I'm going to suggest to him a sort of a workshop with you, ma'am. If I have your permission, sure. They can take it. They'll gain a lot if they do even half a day workshop with you on how to achieve these conditions. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ajit. Thank you, Mr. Sandeep Kumar, and thank you the audience for your questions. And with that, we come to close to this session.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye.
Arnab, over to you for the next session.
We are all products of our time. Never perhaps such words collectively meant their truest as the times that we live through now. Never before in living memory of its 187 years of existence has the Bengal Chamber witnessed a world so united in crisis, created not by wars but by the global susceptibility to a virus of pandemic proportions. Yet, your chamber, as an institution and as a business collective, has worked and stood through unprecedented times brought forth by the viral pandemic and the devastating super cyclone, rallying all of us not only towards survival, but equipping us in being ready for life and business in the next normal. Just as Tagore said, if you cry because the sun has gone out of your life, your tears will prevent you from seeing the stars. The need is to adopt sustainability, adapt new measures, and practice the new economics of innovation-led progress to turn over a new leaf. Again, as the poet said, you can't cross the sea merely by standing and staring at the water. And so, we got down to work. The Chamber's yardstick of operations is usually measured by the number, relevance, and contextuality of its programs and activities. If a chest full of 110 events puts the stamp on quantity, the qualitative aspects of our program-led and results-oriented activities are certified
Good afternoon and welcome to one panel discussion on transforming education skills and employability in Bengal. We have very eminent speakers with us. Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University, Newtown, Kolkata. Ms. Lakshmi Chandrasekharan, Managing Director, HR Lead, Accenture, India. Professor Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Kolkata. Mr. Ananda Mitra, Director and Location Head, IBM. The session will be moderated by Mrs. Somesh Dasgupta, Whole-Time Director, India Power Corporation Limited, and Chairperson of the People Management Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. With this, without wasting any time, I'm just requesting Mr. Somesh Dasgupta to take it forward, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Arnav. Thank you and welcome to all the participants and viewers who will be in the today's witnessing the entire session. And I am also welcoming all the erudite speaker who will be in the panel. Just before starting that main discussion, let me give some small background about the particular technical session. Today Bengal Chamber, we are organizing a Bengal Economic E-Conclave to 2021. The theme of the conclave was Bengal after election 2021. That was mainly the 2 days conclave, today and 1st of July. So in today's Bengal Economy E-Conclave, already inauguration was taken place. And this is the first technical session we are calling Executive Track 1, which is under the banner of this Bengal Economy E-Conclave 2021. So all the discussion which will be today, we are discussing by the erudite panelists, very senior professionals in different world, different domain. We will be concentrating on two things, basically on Bengal, and number one. Number two is obviously in the next normal situation, where people have a lot of uncertainty, a lot of new things to discuss. Why Bengal Chamber has chosen something called Bengal Economic Conclave 2021 with the theme of Bengal after election 2021? It means Bengal election is a symbol part, because after election, the stable government has continued now, number one. Number two, we are also coming out from the phase 2 of the COVID situation. This is the right time when Bengal Chamber will play an important role with the state governments and to bridge the gap so that the corporate can be oriented towards the policy thinking of government of Bengal. With that purpose, we are organizing this program. Our Honorable Industry Minister also will be there in the second day. So that is the main purpose of the entire summit. And in the summit, one of the most vibrant session is this one, which is called the Transforming Education, Skills and Employability in Bengal. Because without education, skill and employability, New Bengal or the beyond Bengal after election has no meaning. So I am very happy today because, we have a wonderful combination of speakers today. Because, we have speakers from the apex level of academia. We have a speaker from the apex level of IT industries, management corporates. So it's a wonderful combination of that. So we'll make the session so interesting so that viewer and participants will enjoy it. Before that, I have some statistics to share for the speakers and all. See, there is a rise in the literacy rate of the state from 77% to in 2011 to 80% as NSA's household consumption report. There are more than 8,000 schools, primary, secondary, and senior secondary in Bengal, 33 universities, and more than 500 degree college, technical and vocational institutes. That is very important. And West Bengal has the potential to be a source of trained and quality manpower for the rest of India. While national key growth sector witnessing migration of workforce like IT, ITS, retail construction, and financial services are the top priority for the skill development in West Bengal is intensive industries like construction, agri-allied activities, IT, ITS, food processing, and MSME. So with this background, we want to discuss certain, we have from the Chamber of Commerce, we have developed certain set of questions. And I want to make the session so interesting that there will be 4 rounds. My request to all my learned speakers, I will introduce you accordingly. So this 4 round of questions, it will be one by one round, first round, second round, third round, fourth round. And I'll be asking my response, expecting my response, speaker to speaker, round number 1, then go to the second question, second round, third question, third round, and the fourth question, fourth round. So I'm very happy for the viewers. I'm telling you that we have a 50-50 balanced presence today from academia and the corporate. So I'm very happy that today we have 4 speakers, as Anu was already mentioned. Dr. Dhruvajioti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Sister Nivedita University. We have another Vice Chancellor today with Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Amity University. And we have very stalwarts from the IT industries and the consulting industries, Mr. Anindya Mitra, Director and Location Head, IBM. And our main today, Accenture, Lakshmi Chandrasekhar, Managing Director, HR Lead, Accenture India. So this is the total panel. So what I'll do, I will start my response or questioning from academy. That Dhruvajioti Chattopadhyay, my first questions to him. Then second from industry, I will ask my question to Lakshmi. Third is again back to the academy, Dr. Sanjay Kumar ji there. And then finally, Anindya Mitra, who will be representing IBM. So the purpose of doing such a thing that it will be more interesting so that ultimately people has a flavor for the perception from academia and also from the corporates. So that there's a take-home value will be much richer and meaningful. So my first question to very senior professionals, Mr. Dhruva Chattopadhyay is a Vice Chancellor, Sustainability University, and we know in Bengal, we know all him because he's a very important person in Bengal. I'm at liberty to meet him 2-3 times in different occasions. So, sir, my first question to you, that is in the theme of transforming education, skill, and employability in Bengal. My first question has a two-part, part A and part B. So the first question is, considering the importance of industry and business-specific education, how aligned are syllabus of various professional courses with the industries? I'm repeating, considering the importance of industry and business-specific education, how aligned are syllabus of various professional courses with industry? And part of the second part of the same question, how far we have reached to bridge the gap? There is a gap, we all know. How far we have reached to bridge this gap? So this is a very comprehensive question, sir. I'm very sure you have come across this question before. I need your wisdom and I need your knowledge to address these questions. Please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody, all my panelists, Arnab and Shombi. And definitely today we are having a very important person, Mr. Shobhit Dasgupta, who is actually moderating. Thank you for the question, because this question is very important with respect to, I shall just try to give my answers in some basic focus points, okay? First, where we stand. If we look at the education system is more of a conceptual or theory driven. So far, if we go across the different parts of India. Now, the professional courses are an exception to this, but most of the system is somewhat what we could find as learning based. Just give you one example. Say, I am a microbiologist and I have to teach my students about the fermentation technology. But I have never seen any fermenter. I used to teach fermentation technology. So if I could be a part of a person who himself actually use fermenter, then the fermentation technology, the way I can convey it to my students are going to be completely different from what I used to do. I make all the thermodynamics parameters, everything very nicely. But actually the field of a fermenter with respect to the technology is not there. So that is why this particular point is very, very important, that how business specific education or the industry specific education could be aligned. And for that, the first thing I really want to mention that we have to understand that importance of application of our understanding in professional courses, and not only in professional, even in the regular courses, are also becoming very important. In our university, always we try, because it's a very young university, but the first thing what we wanted to try, that we develop the board of studies in such a way there will be representation from the industry experts, because they can definitely give their inputs that how this will be important, whatever courses we are covering, that areas are going to be important. Even in our course of mass communication, course of English, we want to have this type of people, because everything can be looked upon as a research driven, and it's something of internship oriented. So I want to mention that the syllabus of the various courses, not only the professional, should be aligned with the industries to make this very acceptable to our students, and also will change our mindset regarding how we are going to teach our students. And when we talk about the gapping, bridging this gap, I want to mention that here the teaching methodologies have been revamping for the last couple of years and completely changed during this online mode, and the lesson delivery model is also changing. This actually helping us to be more closing the gap between what we are normally doing, practicing as teaching pedagogy, the teacher or the faculty-driven centric education to the student-centric education. So the whole learning pedagogy is going to be changed and already started to be changed, which I'm sure is going to bridge the gap. Thank you, Mr. Dashik.
Thank you, sir. I think you have touched all the important points. 2-3 points I must agree that we are talking on a daily basis. One point you have touched very importantly, that you said that it is internship oriented. That is something very new shift from the educational system today. It should be the internship oriented. Second point, sir, rightly you have pointed out that teaching methodology. As a very progressive university of Sister Nivedita, you have adopted a lot of new technology, we are aware. And that leads to the technology, technical teaching methodology. Third point, very rightly you said, the induction of the industry expert. So from the industry, I am still believing that. So in industry, we have seen lot of leadership people who has a very good teacher. They may not have a chance to teach in education, but if the chance given to them, they are excellent. So as rightly you said, you can invite some of the vice president level people who are in the corporates, and they can do justice with your students so that the gap between the industry and your academia will reduce. Thank you there. I will come back to you for another question for more meaningful advice. My second speakers, Lashmi Chandrasekharan here. Lashmi, you are representing one of the very progressive global organization who has a good presence in India. So obviously my question will be the perspective of the corporates. And first questions I'll be asking you, which has a from the HR point of view is a concern for all the HR professionals. It means that we are talking about today all the organizations who are aggressive in so-called organization, they should be task oriented as also the people oriented. And the art of leadership team, how to balance this task orientation and people orientation, because end of the day, Accenture is dependent on the human resource and they are your main driving force for the growth of the organization. So when you are balancing this, the task orientation and people orientation, one thing comes automatically called expectation. So you have some expected organization, employee expectation different from the organization. So there is a mismatch. It may happen, it may not happen. The expectation of the employer and employee. So, and which is lead to my question to you is employee contentedness, which is very important. Employee contentedness factor, is it a myth in digital era? So if you can highlight something on your concept of that, particularly most vibrant organizations or more IT driven organizations, they are handling young generation, middle generation, senior people, all in your organization. Respect to that, please, we'll be very highly obliged if you can mention certain thing on the contentedness factors.
Thank you, Mr. Rajputto. Thank you so much for inviting me today to this discussion. I was born in Kolkata. I was raised in Kolkata. I've been educated at some of the finest institutions in Kolkata. And I see Professor Dhrubajyoti is also from the same alumni as myself, Presidency College back then. And so I look forward to any opportunity to contribute and give back to the community that has literally raised me. So thank you for inviting me here today.
Thank you.
Let me start by defining employee connectedness. And like you said, it could be the expectations of the employee from the employer. I see it as more of an engagement or the emotional commitment of a person with the organization and its goals. And that is an important element, irrespective of how you define it. In my view, employee contentedness has never been more relevant than today in what I call the post-digital era, actually. And as organization, it is really our responsibility to create an experience for every single one of our people that is hyper-personalized and meaningful to them. And that happens through a combination of multiple factors. In my view, there are three elements that are most critical, and especially for the Gen Zs, the and the millennials. The first one is a very deep human connection with the people that they work with. And this includes a deep connection with the purpose of the organization that they work for. And this connection is all the more relevant given how, today a large part of our workforce has been working virtually for the last 15 to 18 months, some more virtually, some less virtually. So for me, that is the first one, that we have to constantly strive to kind of build that connection with the broader purpose of the organization and amongst the people. The second is trust and a sense of empowerment. People need to trust us and their organization, and to do that, their voices need to be heard, their ideas need to be considered. And the second dimension of this is also is that of empowerment, is a flexibility also to do their own work. You have to move away from being regimental about how you get work done. And the last, and probably the most important one, is a sense of growth and progression in their career. And this is backed by research. And HBR research suggests 59% of millennials say that the opportunity to learn and grow is a deciding factor in their job selection. They value employability and want to know how organizations will help them continue to learn and grow in their careers. So it's safe to say that a person's contentedness, as you called it, is directly linked to their employability, their career opportunity, their progress, and all of this in the post-digital era is directly impacted by one's current skills as well as one's ability to constantly upskill themselves. So skilling, therefore, in my view, has emerged as a cornerstone of all talent strategies of successful organizations. And given the pace of technological and socioeconomic change that we see around us, the need for people to constantly upskill themselves so that they remain relevant, they remain employable, has only increased further. And we have seen this true with our people across all parts of our organization, not just the technology or the consulting organization, but our outsourcing organization, our corporate functions, everywhere. In fact, at Accenture globally, we invest close to $1 billion in learning and development alone every year. And with the whole focus on digital transformation across industries, skills are the most sought after currency and will directly impact the contentedness of our people in this post-digital era. With that, let me hand it back to you, Mr. Dashgupta.
Thank you, Lakshmi. Really, a lot of good insight come out with your presentation or with your speech. See, three things, as you mentioned. I think everybody who is listening today, they will note it down. Number one, the human connection, then trust, and finally the sense of growth. We are happy to know that you are investing more or spending more than $1 billion as a learning and development fund. It reminds me that somebody said that the General Motors, General Electric, their R&D investment is half of their total turnover, something like that. So it means all these big organizations, they have realized the importance of career and learning development. The third point, which you said about sense of growth in connection and learning, which is very important. Otherwise, people will stagnate, and in spite of your good salary, in spite of good ambience, they look for other jobs. Thank you for your insight from a company called Accenture, with a very reputed industry for that. I'm going to the third speaker now, Sanjay Kumar, Dr. Sanjay Kumar. Sir, my question to you, again, I'm coming back to academics. And my first question to you as a part of an apex person in academics, you are aware that private investment is very important for industry. I think you must be appreciating that. Unless you develop unless you have a good investment in private way, you cannot develop your education. MIT is a private institution. I've seen your campus in Calcutta. It is much better than Noida campus. And I've seen that you are doing a lot of good things inside the campus. So my question to you, private investment in education is a need-based approach towards the holistic growth of this sector. You all agree. What are the key areas to look for if we want to attract investment in education sector in Bengal? It's a Bengal specific question because today we are sitting or we are discussing everything based on in Bengal Conclave. So based on your MEP experience in Bengal, you have put an excellent state-of-art technology campus. What do you think that if really private investment comes to the particular sector, what are the key areas to look into and how the investment will attract other people? Please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Dasgupta. Very nicely framed the question, and with a great sense of patience and commitment, I would like to answer this because I have got a huge experience in the sectors of the education as well as the research both. Also, I have been associated with the industries also on various forums like Confederation of Indian Industries and the various chambers in various states. Let me tell you this, that investment theory is based on the needs. As you said, the need-based approach. So need-based approach means what are the needs for the private investors? First, let's try to identify those needs. Then we'll identify the key areas. So the first thing is that to identify the needs for the investors. Investors, what they look forward. Before they invest, they carry out a lot of research, and those research are basically related to the couple of things. Not only couple of things, but in my mind, there are a very considerate number where they look at this, what it is. First of all, private investors. When you say private investors, not that all the investors I am saying that. Yes, most of the investors are looking from the commercial angle. Commercial angle, it means return on investment, ROI. The business language is ROI. So they look at this, that if I have to invest somewhere, then I should proportionately getting the return on my investment. The second angle is philanthropic angle. Somebody is looking at the, okay, education is my passion and I would like to contribute to the society. So the whole mission and the passion is to open an education sector, particularly, let's say in a particular state, maybe West Bengal or anywhere else that suits to him, and that is how he invests. The next lot comes is basically somebody is going to have some kind of intellectual joy. Let's say the private university owners, they become the chancellor of the university. Where in the state universities, the chancellor is the governor of the state. So this is also very important parameter. If you wish to have the intellectual joy with this kind of an investment, definitely you can go for this kind of an investment, irrespective of the place, because you are looking at that. Okay. The next thing is that someone has got a patriotic feeling that, okay, he wants to contribute for the noble cause of this society and nation development, nation building. So this is also one of the angle and the need. So, various private investors have got a need-based approach. If these needs are going to get fulfilled as per the individual's requirement, definitely they are going to this thing. Next thing is the individual passion that, okay, I have got to do something which is going to be definitely recognized by the society. So individual, driven by the individual passion. Then the next aspect comes is, when somebody invests, he looks forward for the future scope for expansion. Very, very important aspect. The growth potential of the place and the area. What is the growth potential? Because when you invest, down the line, you start now looking at that hence 10 years, hence 5 years, what will be the return? What will be my expansion? Then next thing, what they look at this, ease of doing business. Honorable Prime Minister has been talking about this, ease of doing business, how complicated it is to set up an university in the West Bengal state. If the government is giving a lot of privileges to the private investors and encouraging them, definitely they will be highly encouraged to set up their universities, because they are aware about this, that okay, government is going to back me up, government is going to support me at all fronts. And this support, I'll be coming to this all elaborately onto this. So ease of doing business is very, very important for any investor, and ease of doing business has got a lot of classifications. I'll not go into those classifications. Then next thing comes for an investor is connectivity. If the place is remotely, if the university is very remote, then connectivity by the road, rail, air, it becomes a problem. It means that they would prefer to go in the cities where the good connectivity, because city is not in a short driven, it's in a really it's a big dream for an individual that they are looking for the foreign cities collaborations, etc. Government encouragement, support and provision for subsidies, etc. Type of civic society, this is also very important factor. This statement, wherever they are going to invest, they are looking at people are rude, cooperative or friendly. If the people are not very cooperative, then definitely, let's say in all days, if you have the strikes, lockouts, all kind of things, people, they don't prefer those places. So they are looking for a conducive environment. Very, very important for education sector particularly. Now let's say I'm looking at that key areas, what you mentioned, the second part of what are the key areas to attract investment in education investment. Here I would like to make a mention of this. To open a good university, at least 300 crore investment is required. At least 200 to 300 crores investment is required. The reason being, because in urban area, at least minimum 10 acres is a requirement of the government of the state as well as the UGC, and also 30 acres in the remote places. It means tier 2 cities where the connectivity is a bit issue or things like that. So to develop a good kind of infrastructure, labs, auditorium, hostels, etc. So I said that these are all measures. 10 acres in the urban city, like in Calcutta, somebody wants the 10 acres is more than enough. Okay. And if you go little remote, then 30 acres of land is required. Subsidy on the purchase of the land, whether it's there, power, road, taxes, etc. There is some kind of subsidies, etc. Accessibility, as I said, through road, rail, and the rail. Ability of the raw material. Raw material, I would like to attract your attention here. The audience, because the target customer, it means the students. Students, what is the kind of ability of the students? From where they will get the students. Now I'll be coming to the West Bengal per se. The another important key area is competition. How much is the competition? If the private investor is going to have this, so many universities and universities are getting closed and they are not having the students, then there is no meaning to that. So competition, they look at this. The next thing what they look at is sustainability of the business. Business is going to really sustain or not, because self-sustaining business, if the university is in 5 years, or if it is not self-sustaining, then they will not go for this further investment as such. Then regulation, there are many states I would like to highlight here. In this country, there are 3 states where the private university regulatory commissions are all there. One is Himachal Pradesh, and one is Himachal Pradesh, one is Jharkhand, and one is Madhya Pradesh. Sorry, not Jharkhand. It is one more state is there, and there are other states. They don't have the regulatory commission, so they are looking at this, that if the regulatory commissions are not there, so in between this 1% tuition fee goes to the regulatory commission. That is also because 1% tuition fee is a huge amount. If you have got 8,000, it will be in crores. So they don't want to part with this. They want to deal with directly with the government. So these are all criteria. I am saying practical part of this. Then affordability of the fee and capitation. Let's say somebody comes with this, that I'll be charging manmana fee, then things will not work. So these are the areas where we have got to look at this, that these things are we conducive enough. I said the very important part, total population today in West Bengal is about 10.1 crore or so. I was going through the census of the 2011. What I can look at this, that the total population about 15 to 24 age, it means 15 to 19 one bracket, and 20 to 24 and 25 to 29. For the university, I am saying higher education. For the university, what I got the data of this, basically 2011 census, that 9.6 and 8.76 percentage is for this age group. It means that approximately the West Bengal will be having the youth population for the higher education about 2 crores, 2 to 2.5 crores. So this is where the target customer. They look at this because the home state will be drawing the maximum percentage in the admissions, and then thereafter the other states. Okay, so very important point to be noted here and to be seen. Competition, if you look at this in the West Bengal, I'll give you a very pointed answers to your question. We have the Central University, one, Shantiniketan, Central University. All private universities, they look at this, who all are the competitors. And if you are aware about, you must be aware about this, that we have got over 1,000 universities in this country. We have got over 50 central universities, 400, around 30 universities, private universities. Then we have got the state universities. They are also approximately 380 or so. Then we have got the deemed classifications. If you look at these deemed universities in this West Bengal is 2. Private universities are 12. Okay. And most important part where the people, they get little data because of the institute of the national importance. And this West Bengal state is blessed with this. 9 we have. 9 institution of the national importance, including your IIM Calcutta, including your IIT Kharagpur, including your Indian Statistical Institute, Indian Institute of Technology Kharagpur, similarly the National Law University and etc. This is what is the kind of, this is the actual figure actually, that 9 national institutions we have, and plus we have got the research institutions over 15. So look at this, what is the kind of a competition we have. So the private universities, when they are coming with this, they must have, absolutely clear in their mind that the quality of the education and the skills training, as Madam Lakshmi was also mentioning this, today the university will not survive unless you give this skill training to the student. So these are the areas where we have got to look at this. If the government wants to encourage the private universities, they have got to have the light and tight regulation. First thing, they should provision for a good kind of a subsidy in terms of the land, power, taxes, etc., etc. Provide some kind of a good infrastructure in terms of the road linkages, etc. And try to get as many as possible, because if the medical universities here in this West Bengal, if you go with the stats, it is almost about 28-30 medical universities are there. So the competition is very, very high. So these are the areas where the government must look into this, that if you really want to, encourage the private investors, you encourage in the terms of this, that they should be self-sustaining, and they should provision a lot of scholarship. Today, university ko grow karne ke liye scholarship we have got to put it, because affordability and accessibility, there are two key areas for the education. If you want the education to grow, affordability and accessibility. All students cannot afford to go for the high fee. In that case, the government must back them up. Let them give some scholarships to the meritorious students. In any case, in Amity University, we have got plenty of scholarship schemes, and you will be glad to know that probably Amity University is one of its kind which has allocated 52 crores rupees for the students' welfare, which was broadcast by the NDTV, and our Honorable Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan was there in the show. It means that those students who have lost their parents in this COVID and pandemic, throughout their remaining academic career, the Amity is giving the free education, absolutely free education, which was basically announced by Honorable Chancellor and the founder president, Dr. Ashok Chauhan ji. This is a great some kind of you can look at this, great allocations for the students' welfare. So if somebody has got that kind of an philanthropy in the mind, definitely that business will also grow. It will be self-sustained, and definitely it will attract many students. And one last point, that if you want to grow in the university, you have got to maintain the quality. And today the skill training, in line with the Industrial Revolution 4, and henceforth coming that Industrial 5 revolution. We have got to look at this, that it is not the Industrial 4. The last part was artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, Internet of Things. But now we are moving all these advancements of this. So with the advancement of the technology, the university also have got to grow. Thank you very much for putting this question to me. I hope I have been able to clarify.
Excellent deliberation, Dr. Sanjay Kumar. Really, we are grateful to you because, now I'm realizing why the growth of MEP all over India is so significant. Yes. So as an apex member of academics, you narrated each and everything. You have narrated the mindset of the promoters who is investing money for the industry, for this sector. And also you have mentioned the key areas so nicely, and a lot of new things have come up today. Really, thank you for your detailed analysis. I think that who are listening today, this particular session, they will be benefiting out of your all deliberations. Thank you, and coming back to you, sir. So my next fourth speaker is Aninda Mitra. Aninda is the director and location head of IBM. So Aninda, I'm coming to you. Before that is a small background. See, actually, IBM association with West Bengal for a long time. We have seen IBM is an integral part in the growth of Bengal for last 10, 15, 12 years. So it is always people that say that, like PricewaterhouseCoopers, IBM was a very integral part of the growth of Bengal. So we all call IBM as a global company, but it's a company of Bengal also. So my question to you, my first question to you, Aninda, are you getting industry-ready students and candidates at the entry level of your organization? Because it is very important today, because you are people-oriented organization. Your entire success depends on the people, and you are recruiting people from different campuses. So I have a two-part of my question. First question is, are you getting industry-ready students or candidates at the entry level of your organization? Part two, your comments on the age-old gap. There's a gap, everybody is aware. On the age-old gap with respect to technology, business requirement and relevance, and mindset of people. Mindset of people, business requirement and relevance, and technology. In these three areas, whether your students are entry-level people are ready, and if they're not ready, what is your preparation plan, orientation plan to bridge that gap? Over to Aninda, please.
Thank you, Mr. Dasgupta, for asking a very relevant question and putting IBM as part of the overall Bengal growth story. Good afternoon to my co-panelists and viewers around the world. It's a privilege to be a part of this panel discussion, and thank you, Bengal Chamber, for inviting me. In terms of the industry-ready students at the entry level, I think we all are aware of this. I mean, there is definitely a big skill gap between what is being taught today in the colleges versus what we as the industry need. Just a couple of data points I wanted to start off with. The International Labour Organization estimates India's skill deficit will be 29 million by 2030. 29 million. Back home, the 8th edition of our Indian Skill Report, released in February of this year, reveals that in 2021, only 46% of our graduates are found to be employable. Just 46%. Okay. So I'll touch upon later on in terms of how the industry per se, IT industry per se has transformed, and what are the skills that we need from an industry perspective. But to be fair, our education system is also changing. This certainly, but is changing. But of course, the pace of change of the education industry is definitely not keeping up with the pace of change that we are seeing in other industries. Okay, and this is what we have to catch up with. Now, having recognized that there is definitely a skill gap, we can either keep talking about it or we can do something about it. And this doing something is not very easy. This will require close collaboration between the government, the industry, and the academics to work together and bring in the change right at the grassroots level. Okay, so let me give you a few examples of what we as IBM are trying to do. The first example is where as IBM, we've worked very closely with the CBSE board to develop a curriculum for artificial intelligence. This has now been introduced as an elective subject for all classes 9 to 12. And today this course is being taught in 160 schools across the country with over 12,000 students benefiting from it. The second example that I wanted to give is where industry can come in terms of providing platform to the academic world. Okay, in IBM, what we have created is something called an IBM Skill Build platform. This is a global platform which offers more than 7,500 job role-based technical courses. Okay, and this is benefiting both the students and the teachers to meet their learning needs. This was actually launched in India in 2019, and currently there are 100,000 users of this platform in India itself. Okay. The third example that I wanted to cite is actually a bit more radical in nature. And over time, we realize that to be successful in the IT world, to be working in some of the new age technologies like AI, cybersecurity, cloud computing, you name it, you actually don't need an engineering degree. In IT industry, we madly rush for engineering degree, but you actually don't need an engineering degree to work in these technology areas. So what we did is that we actually coined a term called PTech, Pathways to Technology. Okay, and this open PTech we have actually launched in India last year, and already we have 110,000 users of this open PTech curriculum in India. This is for students of the age group between 14 to 20, where they go through a structured course material specializing in some of the new age technologies. All you need to do is just type ptech.org in your browser, and you will get all the details about this course. So to summarize, clearly there is a skill gap. We all need to recognize it and do our bit. Whether you are part of the industry, the academia, or the government, we all need to work together, come together, collaborate to bridge the skill gap. And it needs to be done at scale and with speed. Right, with that thought, I would actually like to hand it back to you, Mr. Dasgupta, and thank you for asking such a relevant question.
Yes, Mr. Mitra, really I'm thankful to you that you have highlighted 3 examples of IBM, which I'm very sure that my participants today will be benefited. I must congratulate your IBM initiative for modifying the curriculum of the CBS course, which is highly required because education starts from that level only. Otherwise, it will be too late to modify people. So that is number 1. And excellent work by IBM for your skill build platform and also the pathway to tech, PTech. So we have no idea about the PTech courses. I think people today, they will download it and they will research more on that. Thank you for that. A big organization should do like this so that as a whole community will be developed. Thank you for all this good insight, Arindo. And I'm very happy that we are concluding the first round of interaction and think that people are enjoying it. Now let's go for the second round. We're starting with again Mr. Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Sustainability the University. Sir, I'm coming back to academia now, your own area. So we are talking about the visibility part because as we are promoting Bengal here, so in terms of the Bengal, visibility of education is very important. So my question to you, from the perspective of academia, what we can do to enhance the image of education system in Bengal? Because there is a mixed reaction. Somebody say that the education system has eroded. There are a lot of dilution has taken place in the system. Somebody also said that Bengal is a pool of talents, is abundant pool of talents. So my question to you in the academic point of view, how we can position ourselves from the perspective of academia, what we can do to enhance the image of education system in Bengal. Over to Dr. Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay. Sir.
Thank you for this question. Now, again, because you mentioned that certain examples are always going to be very important. If you think about the image of education system in Bengal, in the last many years, if you just look at the, as mentioned by many of the different research institute directors, you can see that almost 70% are actually from Bengal. If you look at the Indian Institute of Science, which is right now the #1 institutions categorized under the different ranking systems, both national and international, over there, it is almost 38% of the faculty members are from Bengal. Now, these are actually, and all the faculty members actually feel like if we can get the students from Bengal, they will be very happy. So with respect to research, science, innovation, and other things, I find that we have a really nice image throughout the country as well as abroad. Coming to this question that how we can enhance, this is very important. Now, because of the change or the transformation in education, we have to keep ourselves that the creative classrooms, they are certain driving factors, and those driving factors are going to be very important. One is imagine, second is invent, and the third one is innovate. Now, these three factors we have to nurture more into our education system to enhance our image, and thereby the responsibilities of the academia is not actually make the people employable for industries, but to get the students ready to think about that they can question something. They can actually ask these questions, get the answers, be creative, be innovative. And otherwise, it will be very difficult, whether for the future research institutes or for the industries or anybody, it will be very difficult actually to get the good stakeholders in their organizations. So one of the major challenges is how actually we can gear up with our education to get the students ready in this type of mindset. So creative teaching, it also helps to channelize the different types of creative potential. And it's an intrinsic motivation among the students in which students understand that any creative thinking requires effort. These are the things which also gives them the understanding of, say for example, you are facing a stressful situation, how to face that stress. I'm sure the industry is right now looking for the people who can actually try to fight with the stress. Mental stability is very, very important for the industries. And to make our students employable, we have to understand that how could we actually train our students to face the different types of difficult situations. See, what I find in my classes also, giving a tough question and students are not going to answer those questions is nothing bad. It is actually to get an understanding that where, at what level the students are interacting. So again, I want to mention to all our industry friends over here, see, each industry has its own requirement, different things. But when we are teaching the students, we want to make them global with respect to their requirements. So it's not going to be any specific industry related, but it should be what the industry needs now. We have to identify that after discussion with the industries and get those things. And in Bengal, what I could find that the relation between the different industries and the universities, even at the level of colleges, I could see it's actually increasing. Earlier, interaction with Chamber of Commerce is not there with the college and universities in such a way, rather what we could see in the last few years. So from the perspective of academia, I can tell you that by getting or making our students more creative, more innovative, and help them to imagine is going to be very, very helpful. And the another thing I just want to emphasize that creative learning will require the teachers to understand the optimum combination of adoption and creation. And the syllabus and curricula will be more student-centric, as I mentioned to you earlier, and an effort from the faculty members should be there to how to reach out to the students to get their questions out from their mind. And this is becoming very, very important. So in our state, we have fantastic faculties, fantastic students. It is now the right combination of the teaching methodology, the syllabus, as well as the practice is going to definitely enhance the image of education system. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's a very encouraging part because you are giving a very encouraging deliberation to Project Bengal. So two very important points which I observed from the point, rightly you said that creative class and teaching is very important, and rightfully you mentioned about that optimum combination of adaptation and creation, which is very good. And we also happy to note that the basic foundation of your educational system is the imagine, then your invent and innovate. So, and also one very important point you have shared today, that the employable students, when they go back to the organization, they should ask questions. It's very important. The creative question they should ask to the employer. They are employable. It is a secondary part. First of all, they should add value. When they are adding value in the organization, the basic question which you're talking about is very important. They should ask appropriate question and creative question to the employer. So the employer will get that these people upbringing is absolutely right order. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your very well balanced presentation. I'm now going back to Rashmi, again to industry specific, corporate specific, and management specific. Lakshmi, we all have a very good respect about the company called Accenture. Accenture is a very good global organization and a very big presence in India. We all will appreciating that. And we all agree that Accenture is a big employer. So if you agree with me that last 10-15 years, entire young students, maybe engineering background or management background, their 70-80% recruitments are in IT sector or in consultancy sector. So that is the trend last 7-8 years or more than 10 years happening. So with that background, with this perspective, my question to you, Accenture is a big employer, but we know Accenture can create. Is there any state-wise comparison report on employability? Because it's very important because you are one of the big recruiter. Is there any state-wise comparison report on employability? Please provide some national level perspective because employability is very important. We are talking to Mr. Chakrabarty also. So employability in perception of the corporates. I just want to know from a national level company called Accenture, is there any comparison report including Government of West Bengal, State Bengal employability, and provide some national level perspective, please.
Thank you, Mr. Dashmukta. Our strategy at Accenture has always been about finding people with the relevant skills, right mindset to thrive in this post-digital world. So that's what we look for when we hire someone. It's a fairly democratic, I would say, region agnostic strategy. So I don't think I can answer that question directly. Secondly, in light of the disruption that you're seeing and the digital acceleration that has been caused by this pandemic, I think employers are also looking at elements of employability like location and mobility very, very differently. And some of the traditional models of working have completely changed. In this new world, more and more organizations are exploring what is becoming known to be a hybrid model, where people or employees will have more flexibility in terms of their work location. This has opened up a huge opportunity for people. People who may otherwise have had location constraints, I need to stay in Bangalore, I need to stay in Chennai, I need to stay in Kolkata as an example. People who had these location constraints but had the right skills, they can now get selected for opportunities while continuing to stay in their home location. Just to share an example, during the pandemic, at Accenture, we enabled our people who have moved back to their homes to work remotely, right? As we stand today, when we look at the data, the number of our people we have working from West Bengal, not just Kolkata, but across West Bengal, has gone up significantly during the pandemic because people have moved back home. This flexibility that we are offering our people has also helped us ramp up capacity on projects more quickly. So it's a win-win for both. So therefore, in order to attract and retain talent, all organizations have to question some of their traditional assumptions about where people are more employable, where people can work from. And having said that, I recognize it may not be easy to implement across all industries, but even within a manufacturing setup, for example, I'm sure we can identify roles that can be enabled to work remotely. For example, there could be a manufacturing company with, say, a factory in maybe Gujarat, but they will certainly have some roles that get staffed remotely from Kolkata. And this is going to be hard to do, but organizations need to start thinking about how they will hire talent regardless of where the talent resides. So in summary, what I'd like to say is this whole state-wise view of talent, where talent is available, all of that is getting challenged and turned on its head. And so people will have to look at talent very, very differently, roles and how they get staffed very, very differently. And that's a huge, huge opportunity for people. Back to you, sir.
Thank you, Rashmi. You have given a new dimension in terms of the employability. One very encouraging statement that we see from your deliberation that location constraint, it is day by day, it is going out. This is one of the advantage of this COVID situation or next normal situation. Good to note that from your side, and really I'm appreciating your new dimension which you have incorporated in the employability area. So I am now going back to Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Amita University. Sir, my question to you again based on the academia, that is, what are the strategies and plans to attract students from outside to the various institutions in Bengal? Why am I asking these questions? Because, people are telling that a lot of people are going out from Bengal for higher education in other states. So now the new government of West Bengal, they want to have they need some data, how they can make their own institutions so attractive and need-based so that students may come from outside. So my question to you, what are the strategies and plans to attract students from outside to various institutions in Bengal so that Bengal own talent should be in their own university, and the talent from outside Bengal also should come to India, come to Calcutta, so that these institutes are meaningful day by day. Please.
Well, thanks for putting a very relevant and contemporary question. The strategy is basically a very well-defined terminology. And when we define the strategy, we look at this, short-term strategy, long-term strategy. So if you look at this, this strategy, the question is very generic and it basically implies to all universities, all types of the universities, starting from the central universities, deemed university, state universities, private universities. So when it comes to the attraction, I recall, so far the attraction is concerned, one of the filmy Sitaras, she said that फिल्में चलती हैं 3 चीजों से और वो है entertainment, entertainment, entertainment. I also look at, this is my personal view, that educational institutions 3 चीजों से चलती हैं. One is a quality. Second thing is the engagement. And third thing is entertainment. Now you'll be looking at these 3 parameters, how it is. And एक और parameter, वो 4 चीजें, employability. Entertainment, I said, engagement, 3 E's. Engagement, and then says employability, 1 Q and 3 E's. Now I'll try to this thing. This should be our strategy actually first. It means that existing universities must grow in the quality in terms of enhancing the quality of the infrastructure. It means that each university must have the industry oriented or industry grade laboratories. Each university must have the quality teachers and not the teachers from the Chauraha. Because unless you have the good quality of the teachers, definitely he or she will not be able to impart the quality education. Okay. Unless you have got all kind of engagement, for the students. Engagement means basically students should feel energized and empowered that they are being engaged right from, let's say, 9:30 to 5:30. If you give them a spare time, definitely they will be like in a vagabond moving in the city. It means the city is not only a place of imparting the education, it is also a place of building the human values, building the ethics, building the character. It is also a place of building their characters in various facets of the personality. This is personality development, the soft skills. It's not only the technical hardcore skills. It means that curricular, co-curricular and extracurricular activities. Every educational campus must get enriched in all these three. Today, the central universities and the most of the state universities are having affiliated colleges 200, 300, 400. Now, are we in a position to do justice to this? No. It means the quality in evaluation, continuous evaluation process. I am saying quality infrastructure, okay, in terms of the all kind of a classroom comfort. If you want to attract the people from outside, you must have something distinct features in you. And what is that distinct features? जो दिखता है वो बिकता है, जो दिखता है वो बिकता है. पहले तो आपकी इंफ्रा ही नहीं रहेगी, एक झोपड़ी में जाएंगे कोई भी आदमी आपको दावत नहीं देगा, बट महल बनाएंगे तो डेफिनेटली पीपल विल बी having an attraction to come at this. So the quality infrastructure in terms of the building the laboratory, research facilities, in terms of the quality of the teachers, okay, these are very important. Also sports faculty, facilities, very important thing. Sports facilities, most of the universities, they don't have that kind of infra. All sorts of these sports. Maybe I'm not saying that, okay, then 300 crores becomes the 500 crores. Cities, central university and state university, if you go there, more than 100 acres of the land, all of them are having. All, I am saying, go this thing, 160, 180, 200. But in these lands area, you have got to develop an Olympic, model sort of sports. Although it's, of course, it is basically investment is very huge. But what I'm saying, let's say some universities have got some facility. The other universities can have. West Bengal has got a great potential so for the football. Mohan Bagan football team, who doesn't know in the world? So this is a place where it is a place for the art, culture, drama, music, every little thing. So in every discipline, and then multidisciplinary approach and interdisciplinary approach in the university. ये चीज होने से क्या, under one roof, all the students from the various places, they are in a position to pursue their study with a vigor, with an interest. So I said engagement. You have got to engage the students. It means that keep their interest intact. Keep their motivation intact. Then only the skills, the ability to absorb the skills, then only it comes. Because unless a person, next thing is entertainment, as I said, all kind of cultural activities, all dance, drama, every little thing is a part of the education. All of us have grown like this. I spent 7 years in IIT Delhi. We had all kind of fun frolic. So the university must have the fun frolic to attract the students from outside. The next thing is that your syllabus curriculum should be every 6 months, it must get revived. And it must get revived in line with the Industrial 4 revolution requirements and Industrial 5, which is in vogue now, which is probably in offing, but now it will be in this thing. It means that basically we have got to bridge the skill gaps, what industry needs and what we are producing. Next important part, that E, is basically employment. We do not have to produce the intellectual degree holders. I'll repeat my statement here. We don't have to produce the intellectual degree holder. We have got to produce the employable intellectual degree holder. Unless we produce such, youths, nobody is going to come to any educational institutions. Of course, for sake of getting some kind of a degree, definitely they will come and do this. But if you really want to do some justice for this, we have got to look at this. Then some part comes for the government. Government, as I said earlier also, ease of doing business. If you really want to attract the private investors, the foreign investors, today the national education policy is also looking at the foreign investors. Foreign universities must get pegged here. Let's say West Bengal में आपको foreign universities को बुलाना है. Kolkata will be the right choice. But tier 2, tier 3 cities, you have got 23 districts. If you really want to impart this thing, all students of this thing, more than almost about 3 crores youth, you cannot accommodate even in Kolkata. It means at the various places, and that is how we are looking at. The another important area where I am looking at the strategy is the diversity. Students in one particular university should not be only 90% from the West Bengal. They should get distributed from. Why? Because if you have got the diverse background, students will learn from each other. Classroom teaching is not only thing. Community living. Community living is a hostel living. We have got to teach the youths how to live in community. That is how individual-centric, self-centric families today. We are not able to part with the things in the combined family. The concepts have gone. So we have got to look at this. Then the government has got to really liberalize the way for the industry. MSME has come out with this thing. I was just looking at some of the news articles that I believe that Bengal's free incentives. It has been this thing. The government has definitely, that is a very good move by the government. They have divided in 5 zones. I think A, B, C, D, E. Depending upon if it is the remotest, probably the incentive is much more. So that is how somebody is going in a remote area. Let's say somebody goes, Bardhaman or any remote place of this thing, Mednapur or somewhere where there is a connectivity issue. So you have got to give some kind of incentive so that the foreign investors or even Indian investors can invest. Okay, so the government part is this. And government is going in the right direction. They are encouraging the promoters. So educators have got to be really promoted in terms of giving the incentives, encouragements, and have the light and tight regulation. Not that tight. Only tight regulations, if you do it, nobody is going to invest here. Okay, our strategy should be like this. Liberalize the policy so far the education is concerned. Give more number of scholarship, etc. But the government part I am saying. Then another thing is building the industrial manufacturing houses in this. The way the MSME is going. I am saying the big companies. Why only micro, small, medium? Where the cap is 1 crore, 5 crore, 10 crore, 50 crores. Of course, the large GDP contribution is through the MSME. MSME is doing a wonderful job. But we have got to go for the big investors. We can have the big business houses here. It means that thousands of the students in one go, they can be employed. And the skills are not in skills. Let's say engineering. I'm an engineering graduate. And of course, I have done my second PhD in management. So I have seen all the campuses of the IIT, and we are looking at that when our students, they are getting produced, they should have a complete personality. It means that they should be absolutely well-rounded personalities. Then only the attraction, because we have got to create apna sauda chokha karna hai. If you have got to make our things attractive, then this thing has got to be really improved upon. The another important aspect which I would like, there is something called twining arrangement. Twining arrangement means basically you give an opportunity to study, let's say 4 years BTech program. 1 year program can be in the, let's say, Harvard. It can be in the Stanford. It means collaborative efforts with the foreign university, because they have gotten a craze also that, okay, what is the kind of a culture, what is the kind of a quality, what is the kind of a research is going in the other this thing. So twining arrangements have got to be there in the universities. So that is very important. TWINING, twining arrangement with a foreign university or any. Then hand holding with the higher educations. As I said, that 9 higher educations institution of the importance, national importance, they are here. So they should do some kind of an hand holding to the university which are lagging. So far their infra is concerned and the quality of the teachers are concerned. Okay. The next thing is that national education policy is definitely dictating all those things, that teachers' salary, their grade, their promotional avenues, their morale, their motivation should be very, very high, and they should not be, deployed for all kind of government, election duties or any other duties and things like that. Morale of the teachers, that goes very low. And National Education Policy 2020 is dictating the terms that henceforth, if the education policy is going to be implemented, the teachers are going to be only employed for the teaching as well as the research purposes and nowhere else. There's nothing like an extra duty. If you really want to improve the quality, these are the areas. Then we have got to look at this, your R&D base. R&D base, your service sectors. Because if you have got to look at this, how the big investors, let's say Newtown, here we are in the Amity is in a Newtown. Already, I mean, so many investors are there, but we have got to attract many of them, big business houses, so that students, and then changing the mindsets of the students. सिर्फ बंगाल में ही नहीं जॉब करना है, और भी स्टेट्स हैं, और भी मेट्रो सिटीज हैं, और भी अदर सिटीज हैं जहां पर बात करना है. इंडिया एक है, हमें सब जगहों पर काम करना चाहिए. I have got little military background also, so we keep moving from one place to the other place, but we keep enjoying it. Thoroughly we enjoy. India is not one place. India has got a very diverse land and diverse people. So we have got to test the test of every state and also the foreign countries. I think these are the strategy. Create more opportunities for employability is a very important thing. That's all I have got to tell you. I can speak quite a lot, but yes, thank you very much.
Dr. Kumar, really I'm thankful to you for your comprehensive deliberation, like your usual style. You have a structured presentation in quality, engagement, entertainment, employability. You are making our task very easy by your structured presentation always. So people will understand your point of view very clearly.
Because these 4 parameters are very, very important for the students also, teachers also. Only if you start teaching the students in the inner city, student is not going to get attracted. No.
So you cannot attract people unless you have a holistic approach. Holistic approach hoga to aadmi aayega na.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, sir. We'll come back to you because you are running short of time. Now my fourth speaker is here. It's your Arinda Mitra. Arinda, I'm going back to the industry perspective now. As I mentioned that, we are in the next normal situation now. You may call it new normal or next normal, but there is uncertainty. People are still today, they are not seeing the light in the other side of tunnel. People don't know what will happen in 21, 22, what will happen in 23, 24. So now what happened today, people are observing that work from home concept has started. People are observing the less employee, more work concept has started, particularly your IT sectors and also the consulting sector. 95% people or 80% people are now doing this thing. And by the process, you are rationalizing your capital cost. You are releasing a lot of property, different cities to reduce cost, and people are aware of all this information. So that gives a panic also in the middle class people and the parents also. What will happen with the children if really work from home starts and it's a way of our life? If the less employee, more work will there, what will happen with our own children? So is the job market of IT shrinking in Bengal vis-a-vis other state due to this new normal or next normal situation in your own sector?
Yeah, perfect. So thank you, Mr. Dasgupta, for the question. I actually have a completely different view on this. The job market in Bengal, to me, is not shrinking. It has, in fact, the potential to multiply many folds. And let me explain to you why. The pandemic has definitely changed our lives forever. Nothing is going to be business as usual. We all know that. We like it or not, we have moved into a new normal. And in this new normal, interestingly, there are no geographical boundaries. The countries may be closing down their borders physically, okay, but for employment and business, it has become an absolutely flat world. So to be employed in Bengal, you no longer need to work on a company which is physically located in Bengal. You can be working for any global company, maybe even something which is located in Honolulu, for example. Okay, so Miss Lakshmi actually mentioned about Accenture, and it's absolutely exactly the same with us as well. We are going where the talent is, irrespective of whether the person is located in Kolkata or Bangalore. It does not matter in today's world. Okay. Similarly, the other aspect of it is that with the advancement of the supply chain, sitting in Kolkata, you can be actually selling your products anywhere in the world. I mean, a lot of my friends from IIT and IIM have become very successful entrepreneurs, and they have their own startups. One such startup company based in Kolkata, and which is run by one of my friends in IIT, he actually sold his products in Cambodia during the pandemic. Okay, so that's the kind of opportunities we have. Now, of course, in order to be successful in this new normal, where there are no geographical boundaries, technology is going to play a vital role. I mean, gone are the days when technology was in the back end of an enterprise and IT was more seen as a cost center. I'm not saying this because I'm from a technology company, but in today's world, you cannot survive without technology. And we are already seeing a huge demand for technology resources. I mean, we will be increasingly seeing what we call in IBM as virtual enterprises, okay, where both manpower and resources are not limited by the geographical boundaries. The golden thread, which is going to bind these virtual enterprises, is what we call as intelligent workflows. And these intelligent workflows are underpinned by the emerging technologies, be it AI, automation, 5G, blockchain, cloud, quantum, you name it. Now, to be successful in today's world, you have to leverage these new technologies. And every organization will need people who are knowledgeable in these skills and not just IT industry. Okay, so just to conclude, the new normal will actually see a lot of demand for technology resources than ever before. And since geographical location is no longer relevant, at least in the IT industry, we have a huge opportunity in front of us in Bengal. With that, I'll end my thoughts and give it back to you.
Thank you, Arinder. In this critical situation of the next normal, your positive analysis of employability and also the not shrinking and other than shrinking, expanding concept is well taken. You have mentioned two very powerful words. One is the flexibility, one is the technology. So if any company can do justice with technology and flexibility or mindset of the people, then you are not apprehending any threat for young people. There will be opportunity and opportunity. Thank you for this positive note from a very senior people in the IBM company. Thanks for that. I'm coming back now to the third round, which is I'm starting with Dr. Dhruva-Jyoti Chattopadhyay. Sir, in this third round, as Anindo was just mentioning about technology, technology is a buzzword, a keyword for the next normal. So that's the first point for my concern. Second is, initially we were thinking that these changes in COVID, maybe for 6 months, maybe for 1 month, maybe for 6 months. But now we realize it may be the way of life. We have no idea that next normal and new normal will be the permanent normal for our life. So for that purpose, whatever changes we are bound to do that due to this COVID time, it will last for long, maybe 2021, 23, 24, it will continue. So in this background, in the next normal situation, technology will play a very major role in transforming education and training also, as people were suggesting. So how much we are equipped in education front, how much we are equipped with technology and digital intervention in education? Because last 15, 16 months, there's no physical contact, no classes in school level, college level, higher education level, and people are thinking it will open, but as per the main present situation, it may continue for another 2 years also. So in that situation, when this type of thing is a permanent nature, how much we are equipped with technology and digital intervention in our overall educational system? Professor Chakravarti, please.
Yes, thank you. What I want to just mention that, that University Grants Commission from the year 2010 wanted to address the issue of diversity in our education system from one part of the country to the other, where there are so much of heterogeneity, and thereby how to introduce this concept of online mode of teaching with different types of technical supports. It started certain initiatives. There are important initiatives which are actually like NPTEL or SWAYAM, but these particular things are never been utilized in a proper fashion till 2020, when the first announcement of lockdown started on 21st of March 2020. At that time, there is no other alternative. People understand that they have to go for online. But if you think about that, our educational administrator, they for a long time wanted that this type of things should be introduced. And there are certain type of preparations already been done. Even with respect to the virtual practical system, the BITS Villani in 2007, they started some fantastic practical in virtual mode. So those things are there, but never been utilized. The COVID-19 pandemic, it acts as a catalyst for changing our mindset. It is a mindset for which we are not changing. We always prefer to the way we are teaching to everybody. But now we understand, you are absolutely right. It's not for a short period of time. It is actually for the future of education, for the real role of education to play an impact on society. The online education, the blended form of education is going to play a very important role. And so I can tell you that this is just a beginning, but we need to go a lot more to transform the education, skills, and the employability in Bengal. We need to shift the education to experimental-based model, research-based education, as well as where case studies are going to be playing very, very important role in changing the way we used to teach our students. And thereby, I find that our infrastructures is not ready with it, but slowly gearing it up. Though in our university, we have our own learning management system from the very initial stage in 2018, when we started our journey. But you know that from 2018 to 2020, it has been used only 15%, which is right now being used almost 100%. And lot of new things are being introduced. I'm sure that all the different universities, colleges, they are going to do it. The other important thing, if in the last 1.5 years, if you asked me that how many successful webinars I have done in the remotest corner of the country, from Northeast remote, from remote areas in our state itself, from the areas where we thought that, oh, no, their students are having some sort of problem. But those colleges in those parts are organizing these webinars where many international experts are also being invited. Earlier, it's not there. So I think it's a very, very positive thing which forced us to learn and to understand we have to change ourselves. And that is the most important thing, that we have to change ourselves. And in that way, what I can tell you, that in the meantime, when this national education policy is 2020, is being framed from last many years, say after 1984, no new education policy is there, but this 2020 education policy, it has got several important points which will address these issues. So with respect to both the central and the state governments, it is very important actually to find out the ways to fund the development of infrastructure of the whole country so that the digital divide could be addressed. Because digital divide, we cannot do this. No, we have to address the issue. We have to get the technology, and I'm sure the different types of virtual classroom, virtual labs are going to help to minimize the diversity, minimize the heterogeneity in our education system. And yes, the remote corner students or faculty members, they are coming up in a very nice way. So the technology should be developed and should be introduced, and there are many things that are coming up, and we have to try how to accommodate them, how to get the best of it, and as faculty members, how to develop our own technology so that others also can follow it. So for example, during this period, many colleges actually, we help them to develop the learning management system, and they are really happy with it, and they are utilizing it also. So it's an open source thing. The MOOCs is there. So why not we use that? We should combine with them. As mentioned by Mr. Mitro also, the IPM derived course in our university, there is a 78 hours course what actually we're getting from IBM. It's a fantastic one, and it's across discipline. The cross-disciplinary methodology of education is going to be one of the most important things. It's not that technology is going to help us to become cross-disciplinary in nature also. That's the only way we can survive. So Corona helped us to move into that direction, but that's the only way we can go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chakravarti. A very important thought you shared today, that is, we must be recognizing that. You said that everything was before COVID, all the technology, all the system, it was already there. Nothing invented during COVID time. Only the mindset problem was there. We are not able to utilize this thing. Now, due to COVID, we are utilizing each and every technology available with us and trying to get the advantage of the existing technology, which we have not practiced before. So that is a question of mindset. After the change of mindset, the same technology will give us more mileage. Thank you for this very positive sharing that nothing should be invented. There should not be any major investment required. Investment is always there. Only we have to know how to utilize it properly for our benefit in virtual platform. Thank you for that. I'll come back for you for the last round. So now I am going to Lashmi, going back to industry and corporates. Lashmi, coming back to Accenture. Accenture is a big employer. Or globally you have a presence. National level also you are doing a significant job. So we just want to know that Accenture, as they're a big employer and you are creating a lot of hubs in South India, we have realized, we came to know from that. So is there anything like Accenture can create more hubs in Bengal like South? Are you thereby any extensive plan? Because in Bengal, we know that a lot of talents in Bengal. And we have seen that Accenture as a procedure of promoting a lot of technological hub, talent hub in South India. Is there any plan for Bengal for Accenture? Please, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Dashgupta. And I'll kind of anchor back to what I said in response to your earlier question as well. I believe the pandemic and what Professor Dhruvajyoti mentioned as well, the pandemic has completely reset work trends. Many organizations in the space of IT is moving towards more remote working with hybrid working models, defining new ways of working, and organizations will continue to have a very distributed workforce. So we'll have to think about this very differently than we have done in the past. No longer are there going to be hubs, but it'll be more a distributed workforce. Of course, essential infrastructure like uninterrupted, like electricity, network connectivity, those are going to be very critical for people who are going to be working from remote locations, home locations, to continue to contribute productively. So if you look at it, digital technologies are at the heart of this. They are the heart of all the innovation-led growth you're seeing across industries, services, manufacturing, no matter what it is. And India, not just Bengal, but India has the potential to become the talent hub of the world because digital skills are in short supply everywhere. And our existing strength in this area really positions us well. But having said that, what we need to instead focus on is really all stakeholders, government, industry bodies, academia, industry, all need to work together to skill people so that there more people become relevant and employable as the future of work changes and the world becomes even more digital. You're going to see more compression, more acceleration of this whole digitization. And there needs to be a two-pronged approach. In fact, skilling one, of course, is to be on the foundational skills. whether it be English language proficiency, whether it be numeracy skills, whether it be interpersonal communication skills, business basics such as social media marketing, fundraising, accounting, etc. But there also needs to be a significant focus on the digital fluency so that people remain relevant and they keep pace with new and emerging technologies. And digital fluency is going to be required across industries, across roles, not just for IT companies, right? And therefore, we've been, as Accenture, we've been working with various government and industry bodies in their skilling efforts because, like I said, we are going to remain distributed. We will continue to hire the talent where we find the talent. We have partnered, for example, with Quest Alliance to enable a continuous learning journey for our youth across the nation. We have a mobile app that has about 75 plus hours of interactive digital content on communicative English, digital literacy, customer interaction, work readiness that people can access universally, free access. Specifically in West Bengal, we have one of our partners, Anudeep Foundation, with whom we are training thousands of people, including youth, persons with disability, women. This program with Anudeep alone has focused on preparing youth for the 21st century jobs, such as training, coding, networking, certification course. That's kind of what I believe is the future. We have therefore focusing on continuous learning. We've also very recently, regularly kind of added to the desktop capability in some of the skilling centers in remote locations within West Bengal. So that, in my view, is the way to kind of view this in the future, not about hubs, but about how do you build the capability to support a distributed workforce? How do you continue to ensure that the infrastructure in place enables people that are working remotely in all locations to be productive, to be effective in their jobs? Let me hand it back to you.
Thank you, Rashmi. Thank you for sharing some of the plan for West Bengal and also strengthening that you are doing something for Bengal, considering that flexibility and also the technology in today's context. And now I'm going back to Mr. Dr. Kumar. Sir, before coming to you, sir, one thing is, as the discussion was so interesting, we stretch our time also. So now this one and last balance round, we have to do it little specific, and we have to we have complete the session by 10 minutes time. So my question to you, sir, very specific question. But in your last two questions, you have deliberated a lot of things for the industry support required for academia. I just want to know, for your wisdom, two, three important suggestions how to strengthen industry academia bonding. I'm pressuring the word called bonding. There are a lot of infrastructural discussion we have done. But now, in terms of the industry academic bonding, if you highlight 2-3 points which will be beneficial for industry and also for the academy. Dr. Kumar, please.
Okay, thank you. You have got an pointed question, and I will try to be, to give the pointed answers.
Yeah, they're running short of time. Yeah.
Right. If you ask me how to define the InnoCity, InnoCity is a place of raw and inexperienced youth, which is having talent plus intellect plus energy plus researcher mind, creative minds, having only the lab exposures plus semi-skilled. These are the things the InnoCity houses in terms of the quality of the students. They are absolutely raw, inexperienced, and having creative minds, having the talent, having the intellect. They have been given money, the lab and virtual experiences, etc. Semi-skilled, one can look at this. Industry is having the highly experienced people. Then I am going to define the industry. It's basically a warehouse of the highly skilled people. Okay, having an absolutely technical skill plus managerial skills plus realistic world situations handling capability. Okay, and plus quality control departments and plus team building. Right now we have got to merge this. It means that InnoCity strengths have got to put through into the industry, and industry strengths have got to be brought in the InnoCity. That is the way one should go. The best way is to open the channel of the communication. The biggest mantra for this bonding is open the channel of communication, and that is the power of adhesive. if the adhesive can, join the hearts, definitely it can, join the industry as well as university. So how the communication channels will be opened? I'll just list 6 measures. Okay. The first measure is to start having the MOUs. MOU is the industry, depending upon the which area the university is working. Okay. Next thing is involve the NGO where the NGO is working, so that you will be getting into the all kind of social corporate responsibilities, etc. Then call the industry people for the guest lectures. Okay. Have the joint webinars, seminars, and consortiums. Then next thing is you have the R&D collaborations, because the industry has, university has got the intellectual people. They can carry out all kind of experimentations and carry out the analysis. You have the total kind of a drive for the joint social corporate responsibility. If the national mission agenda is there, jointly work in there, so that we develop rapport. It's a question of opening the communication and developing the rapport. That's all. There's nothing else is required. They develop the training program for the industrial people. If they want the upskilling, so the upskilling, they need some kind of a certification. Let's say diploma holders are working. They will be definitely aspiring to become the engineer. So the university can help, going into their campus and teaching them there, or calling them the university campus. So that is a kind of a development of the training program for the industry, and vice versa. Then frequent industrial visits. Every semester we must have the, at least 2 industrial visits in the area of the expertise and domains, whatever it is there. Then develop a culture of at least 3 months to 2 to 3 months internships. If the students, they go as an interns, they help the industry also. And in turn we start, strengthening the bonding with the people around, because the mixing with the industry people is very much required. The most important part and the last point, involvement of all industrial experts in our board of studies, where we refine our syllabus and develop the course curriculums. Academic council, where we discuss threadbare the all academic activities of the university and give them approval. Vice Chancellor is supposed to be the chairman of that council. Then board of the management, and of course the placement team. Placement teams, with respect to each department, must have the people from the industries, relevant industries, so that they can help us. The another last part is frequent employers meet. Frequent employers meet. So that is all. If you do this, I'm sure, and of course we have got to add one more component as a government component. Let's try to involve the government also, because the government support is equally important. The government machinery, industrial people, as well as the university intellectuals. All together, when we join hands together, I think India is going to really take on any kind of a situation, no matter what pandemic and any disasters. We'll be able to definitely handle together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar, for this very specific and meaningful recommendation from the Chamber of Commerce. We'll be noting down your recommendation and we'll take it forward to discuss it at level. Thank you, sir. Right. Now coming back to Anindo. Anindo, I am asking you the same question which I asked to Lashmi in respect to IBM. In your assessment, does IBM consider Bengal as a hub of talent? I mentioned in my introductory note that IBM has a lot of presence in Bengal, and we have seen a lot of things initiated from your side. So now that I'm asking a specific question to you, in your future plan, post-COVID or the next normal situation, is there any specific plan from IBM to consider Bengal as a hub of talent? Over to Anindo, please.
Thank you, Mr. Dasgupta, and I know we are awfully short of time, so I'll keep it really short. Let me start by giving an example. Dr. Sanjay mentioned that about 8 institutes in West Bengal of national importance. We have actually recently opened our IBM research lab in quantum computing to 11 institutes in India. And guess what? 3 of those 11 are from West Bengal. IIT Kharagpur, ISI, and Calcutta University. Now, sitting in West Bengal here itself, these institutes will now have access to the quantum computers located across our world in various IBM research labs. This will provide them an opportunity not only to the faculty but also the students of these institutes to learn the quantum computing technology and use that to solve real life problems. So clearly, we see Bengal as a place where talent is available, no questions on that. This is also reflected in the large workforce that we have in Kolkata. I mean, based on the STPI awards which were given out in the last few years, we are the second largest exporter of IT services in West Bengal. Okay, now having said that, we also have to be cognizant of the fact that what we call as skill or talent, that is evolving and changing over time. The new normal where we see emergence of these digital workers, which is nothing but a combination of man and machine. The machines will do the heavy lifting and the man will be focused more on the soft skills part of it. Okay, so while the basic talent in engineering or IT is important, what is becoming more and more important is the soft skills and the new age skills like in cloud, analytics, mobile. So while IQ is important, EQ is actually gaining more importance in today's world. And that is where I think we need to be a bit careful. We just don't need talented people in IT from West Bengal. We need people with good soft skills as well. So just to conclude, there is no dearth of talent in Bengal, but to be relevant in today's world, we need to continuously transform ourselves. Okay, and this is done best through the partnership, what we've been talking about so far, collaboration with the industry, the academia, and the chamber. Okay, so back to you, Dr. Mr. Dasgupta. Thank you.
Thank you, Anindra. Thank you to note down your plans and your some ideas for the Bengal. Now we are we're switching over to the last and final round, and this is a short round because we have to conclude by 5-6 minutes. My final question to all the panelists will be for Dr. Chattopadhyay. So my question to you, we always in all the seminars we are talking about finishing school concept. Every seminar, alternate days, we are talking about finishing school and importance of finishing school. My question to you as an apex member of the academia and doing justice with a lot of different seminars, what are your thoughts of creating a finishing school for graduates? From the academic point of view, what should be your own idea to create a finishing school for graduates?
You are absolutely right, and thank you for mentioning it, because the first proposal of the finishing school for the biotechnology was submitted by our team from Calcutta University regarding the finishing school for the biotechnology, because biotechnology industries are not in this eastern part of the country. Now, the concept of the finishing school for graduates would definitely make the education more holistic and complete. But we have to keep in our mind what exactly we need to teach in the finishing school to make the education of the graduates complete. So it can be teaching them the technical skills, giving them personality building skills, and I'm really thankful to Anindo Mitra for mentioning that IQ plus EQ. EQ is becoming very important, and giving them the moral skills. So depending on the course, we need to tailor that syllabus. So there should not be anything just like this is the syllabus for finishing school. There should be the tailor-made syllabus based on the requirement of the industries, and that will be the nature of the finishing school. And I'm sure the finishing school is going to be a great success for our state to make our students more employable to the whole world itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. Thank you, Dr. Chakravarti. We just came to know from your narration that this finishing school basically means holistic approach. We are talking about that nothing, no proper syllabus for finishing school. We should be designed in such a way that overall education, overall holistic approach is very important for us. And that is the area creating our more and more finishing school in the state. So now I am going to Lashmi. Lashmi, this is a question to you as a industrial perspective. Same question I was already asked the same question to Dr. Chakraborty, but now I am asking the question in perspective of industry. My question to you, your vision on industry-academia gap. Gap is there, and there is specific recommendation also Dr. Chakraborty mentioned from the academics point of view. Now as an institution, and now as a corporate point of view, industry point of view, what is your vision on industry-academia gap and some specific recommendation and solution for the benefit of all?
Thank you. And as a responsible employer, I believe Accenture and other industries have a role in creating value for not just clients, but people and communities that we live in. And the way we are bringing this to life is in a couple of ways. First of all, like I said, communities. We are making a difference in community. We've got a program called the Skills to Succeed, where we work with several various partners, both in rural and urban India, across about 30 states and union territories, including West Bengal. And till date, across India, we have equipped about 870,000 people with skills, and 70% of them have either joined the workforce or have started their own business. And this Skills to Succeed now is an academy online that offers interactive modules that help job seekers choose not just their careers, but build their skills and find a job. Last year, in association with NASSCOM, Niti Aayog, and Atal Innovation Mission, we developed learning content on AI to upskill school children across the country. That is kind of at one level where we're really bridging the skill gap at a community level. And secondly, in terms of the people that we hire, to really help them transition from college and universities to industry, especially entry level, we have several programs, bridge programs, that seek to address any skill gaps before we onboard them. For example, we partnered with Salesforce to deliver training virtually to our campus hires. Once they complete the training, they get a certificate if they clear the assessment. This helps both students as well as us as an organization. So I believe corporate organizations have a critical role to play in bridging the skill gap in India. It helps organizations meet their demand for skilled workforce, but it also makes a meaningful contribution to the communities we live in as well.
Thank you, Rashmi. Thank you for your last analysis of the last questions. Now I'm going back to Dr. Kumar. Dr. Kumar, you might be aware, or you may appreciate with my concern, that in India, there are some cities recognized with some parameters. Like Mumbai is a financial city, Bangalore, Hyderabad is a technological city. We call them normally Calcutta as a city of literature, city of art and culture. With that perspective, Bengal creates finest mind in literature, arts and science. Can you think of innovative hub in Bengal for young minds in terms of any academic perspective? Over to Dr. Kumar.
Yeah, yes, again, thank you for this great question. You said rightly that Bengal has been the hub of the all kind of literature, arts and science activities, and the history has witnessed huge number of all awardees from this areas. So the question answer is, first thing is yes, of course it can be made as a innovation hub. I am looking at this, how one can make this as an innovation hub. What should be the strategy for us? As we are all aware that West Bengal has a long tradition in folk literature. Folk literature has been very, very prominent here, and the evidence by, if you go in the history, Charyapada, Mangal Kyabya, Sri Krishna, Kirtana, they have been the pioneering in these areas. If you move toward the 19th century, and 20th century, Bengali literature was modernized by a couple of prominent people of the West Bengal. Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, Michel Madhusudan Dutt, Rabindranath Tagore, Kazi Nazrul Islam, Sharat Chandra Chattopadhyay. So these are the, really they have been the stalwarts. When it comes to the theaters and films, again we have got many personalities from this place. And to name a few of them, it's relevant to name for our viewers and listeners also. Let's say the prominent amongst all, maybe Satyajit Ray, Ritvik Ghatak, Mrinal Sen, Tapan Sinha, contemporary directors such as Aparna Sen, Udadev Das Gupta, etc., etc. So how to go about this? When it comes to the even music also, Rabindra Sangeet, I think it's across the world it is known for its prominence and eminence. So we have got a lot of potential in this state, particularly in these areas. And I really don't know, I'm not very well informed about this, that how many universities we have got, especially for the music, arts, and the dance. I'm not very well informed about this. Probably you can help me out in searching this, because this information I could not get it. So I'm looking at that the government must encourage, or the all state and central universities, they must look at this, that how the West Bengal state can go for opening international Sangeet Vidyapeeth. That Sangeet Vidyapeeth or Art and Culture Vidyapeeth, this is my recommendation, my personal recommendation, that we must have an international center here, because this is in a place where definitely every seed can be germinated well, and for that university must have the incubation center and center of excellence. So for the literature, arts, music, culture, dance, drama, you name the plenty of areas where we are looking at. So that particular university should be basically a manufacturing house, that should be in a production house for the intellectuals in these areas. Like you said, one recent examples. I don't know whether the West Bengal does have the film city, but the Uttar Pradesh government has announced that they will be having the nation's the biggest film city in Uttar Pradesh. So now these are the areas with the creative minds we have got to come out here. Then only your more number of people they get attracted. Their kids and their children need for the education will grow, and that is how we'll be attracting. Let's say if I have got 2 kids or 3 kids, if I have moved to Kolkata, earlier I was in Indore in Symbiosis University Vice Chancellor. So I have moved, so I'll be moving along with my kids. So now where I will be parking my kids? I am also looking forward for a good institution. So this is where I am saying more number of industries, more number of service sectors, if they are coming over here. Although today the geographical limitation is no more. I mean, people are working, but of course the working.
Sorry, Dr. Kumar, to interrupt for a second. Actually, we are exceeding our time. So if you can please
okay, thank you. So my recommendation is open incubation center, promote this whole art and culture, open theatre and film university, open Sangeet Vidyapeeth and research centers, and film city. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar, for recommending your the University for the International Sangeet and Art Academy. As Arnav was talking about time, my last and final question to our last speaker, Aninda Mitra. Aninda, this question, don't think that it's a personal question or you're related to the career progression. The question looks like this, but basically our intention to know some management style. The question is, which is more challenging to work as a director and location head in Kolkata or in Hyderabad? In the SWOT analysis format, you should mention about what is the challenges and opportunities working in Hyderabad or in Calcutta. Some analysis from your own perception. Aninda, please.
Yeah, it's very interesting, Mr. Dasgupta, you asked me this question because actually before the lockdown, I was traveling to Hyderabad weekly, Monday to Thursday. Okay, so what I'm going to share with you is my own personal experience in working in these 2 cities. Let me first start by talking about Hyderabad and why it was favorable city for me. The first thing that comes to my mind is about the infrastructure. I mean, our offices are located in the high-tech city in Hyderabad, and I have to admit, first time I entered that place, I was amazed. I mean, I've been to various parts of the world across various continents, but I can tell you there are not too many places with this kind of office infrastructure I saw over there. And then when we come to industry presence, at least in our IT industry, you name any IT company, it has a presence in Hyderabad. And finally, there is this plethora of engineering colleges. I guess you walk every 1 kilometer and you get an engineering college over there. It's like an industry in itself. Okay, but let me now move to Kolkata. I mean, no doubt we have some of the best institutes in the country and the world. I did both my graduation and post-graduation from premier institutes, and I did not have to step outside the state. Okay, I got it, both of them from West Bengal itself. It is, of course, a different challenge that we have to retain this talent in state, and not that after graduation or post-graduation, they just booze off. The other thing I have to tell is in terms of attrition. I mean, we see a lot of attrition in IT industry, but I guess Kolkata is amongst the lowest when it comes to attrition. And finally, the last point I would like to mention is the traffic and the commute time. Again, it may be my personal experience, having traveled in both this commuted in both the cities, and I might sound a bit weird, but I at least found Kolkata traffic to be more rural than Hyderabad. And the commute times here is also much lower. Right, so I just wanted to end it with a comparison between the two cities on one thing, and the comparison will not be complete without I mention that, and that is about biryanis. Okay, again, my personal opinion, there is absolutely no comparison between Kolkata and Hyderabad biryani. And whoever has tasted Kolkata biryani once will never go to paradise for Hyderabad biryani, even if they open a branch just on the way to the airport. Okay, so that's my personal opinion again. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be part of this panel discussion. And back to you, Mr. Dasgupta.
Thank you, Aninda. You very nicely answered this question. It's a little tricky question, but you handled it so professionally, so nicely. Now we are at the end of the program, and we have a confidence. The chamber has a confidence that it will be a very good session because all stallers and the senior people are in the panel. But our expectation, jo tha, we are more than this. We are more happy because we never thought that it would be so interesting. We stretch around 15 minutes time, but we never thought that it's boring and all. I'm very sure the people who are witnessing this session, they are getting a lot of insight, a lot of good points. My personal thank on behalf of myself and also from the Bengal Chamber of Commerce to Professor Jubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor Assistant Nivedita University, Dr. Professor Sanjeev Kumar, Vice Chancellor Amit University, Aninda Mitro, Director and Location Head of IBM, and finally the Lashmi Chandrasekharan, Managing Director, HR Lead, and everybody done excellent job. And thank you to all. And we hope that in near future we'll again call you and we'll insist you to come and spend some meaningful time with that. Thank you to everybody. Thank you, Arnav.
Okay, thank you very much.
To the excellent moderator.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the
Thank you to
excellent
all my
moderator.
co-panelists.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
you so
Namaskar.
much.
Namaskar, everybody. Yeah.
We already have the next session speakers with us. So we had ended this session. We are concluding this session, and then we will start the next session in just in 1 minute. So from the Bengal Chamber of Commerce, we are concluding this panel discussion on transforming education skills and employability in Bengal. And we are overly thankful to Mrs. Somesh Dasgupta also for wonderfully moderating the session.
Thank you, Arnav.
1 minute. We'll just take 1 minute to conclude this session. We should thank to all the sponsors for all the sessions. And with this, we conclude this session. And within 1 minute, we'll be starting the next session. Please come back again. Thank you, sir. So, sir, I'm just going live in right now.
Okay.
Good afternoon. We are having a very interesting session with a rapid fire chat session with Mr. Obhijit Banerjee, Managing Director of Linde India Limited, on manufacturing O2, crisis and solution at present. The session will be moderated by Mr. Indrajit Chen, Managing Director, International Combustion India Limited, and past President, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We will we have noticed that Delhi exaggerated oxygen requirement by 4 times, quoted by Supreme Court panel that 4 Delhi hospitals have been called out for claiming high consumption of oxygen with fewer beds. I think this may set the tone of the discussion. I will hand it over to Mr. Sen, if you may take it forward from there. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Arnab. It's truly a pleasure to have Mr. Obhijit Banerjee, Managing Director of Linde India Limited, with us today for this important and topical session. It seems that even today it's in the news, as it has been told. This topical session is manufacture of oxygen, the crisis and solution at present. Mr. Banerjee, I first like to congratulate you and your team and Linde India for the highly commendable work done to meet the unprecedented crisis of oxygen shortage faced by the country during the second wave of COVID-19 pandemic. No praise can be enough for the rapid response from you and some of the others for mitigating this crisis. The crisis of this magnitude was beyond anyone's imagination, and despite tremendous effort put in by you and other manufacturers of oxygen, some tragedy which left deep scar in the life of many could not be avoided. Mr. Banerjee, people continue to be scared as medical fraternity tells us to expect third and more such waves in future. We shall appreciate if you kindly tell us briefly what were the main challenges during the second wave and of COVID-19, and also how these were met, and how prepared are you to face the new waves if it comes. Mr. Banerjee.
Thanks. Mr. Sen, thanks a lot. Just at the outset, with regard to what you were mentioning, what our company did, yeah, definitely it was an incredible teamwork done by every department in our company. But obviously, we would not have been successful without an incredible amount of cooperation that we got across the board, whether it be the central governments, the state governments, our partner companies, Indian Air Force, Indian Railways, I mean, you name it, everyone pitched in. Yeah. So a special thanks to everyone who supported us. Now, coming back to what we saw, so if I may just give some numbers, Mr. Sen, supplying medical oxygen has been one of our core businesses. It's not a huge quantum of, revenue-wise, it's not a huge thing, but for us, it's something very, very important, very close to our hearts. Across India, the statistics show that prior to the pandemic, the overall medical oxygen demand in India was around 850 tons per day. We saw wave 1 hitting us last year. It peaked sometime towards the end of September, beginning of October, and there were about 1 million active cases, and the medical oxygen demand went up to around 1,000 tons per day. To about 3,000 tons per day. So about 3.5 times what it used to be normally. Then, of course, wave 2 came and hit us in April, and the numbers shot up in May with more than 37 lakh odd active cases. The medical oxygen demand pan-India was reckoned to be a bit less than 10,000 tons per day. So which is 11 times what it is. Well, the entire, let's say, the industry, the entire infrastructure had been geared for so far. Definitely, there were some easy things to do. For example, of course, at the cost of a lot of pain to our industrial oxygen customers, we had to start throttling the industrial oxygen sales, shift over those liquid oxygen molecules to medical oxygen. The government of India put in measures. Earlier in wave 1, we had seen some of the state governments putting in measures rationing liquid oxygen for industrial users. This was taken up by the central government during wave 2. And at one point of time, there was a complete ban of using of any liquid oxygen apart from medical use, except for some very few exempt sectors. That was, let's say, the first thing that was done. Next is we were looking into plant capacities. We always believed, we are a part of Linde PLC, and Linde PLC has two entities in India, Linde India and Praxair India. So between the two entities, we always believed we had a capacity of around 2,000 tons per day of liquid oxygen manufacturing. We started tweaking that. Our operations team did an incredible, great job. And we actually landed up producing almost 2,950 odd tons per day on a good day. We was a sustainable level was around 2,900 or so we were able to do. So almost a 50% increase in what we believe our design capacities to be. This was of course done at the expense of reducing liquid nitrogen production, reducing liquid argon, maximizing the throughputs of the plants, and of course also supported by a lot of our gaseous oxygen customers, mainly the steel industry, who throttled their own production and their consumption of gaseous oxygen so that we had more oxygen molecules for liquefaction to serve the nation. Having taken care of the production part, then was of course the distribution. There was, as you know, wave 1 when it hit was primarily Maharashtra, Gujarat, then it went over to the NCR region, north. And we realized that we had a lot of liquid oxygen capacities in the eastern part of India. The eastern part of India is where most of the steel industries were. The steel industry was on the first to accept the BOO model of oxygen plants. So we have a substantial production capacity in eastern part of India. The challenge was, how do we get that liquid oxygen from eastern part of India to the north and the west? One was, of course, the normal solution, road tankers. We converted liquid nitrogen, liquid argon tankers to liquid oxygen. But there was definitely, the capacity was not sufficient. So this was something that we pioneering that we did the first time in India. We actually put ISO containers into service for cryogenic use. We got some excellent support from partner companies like Tata Steel, ITC, Adani, to name a few. We put together a scheme where these companies sponsored the rental of ISO containers from across the world. We had a sourcing funnel from our global sister companies in the Linde Group. We arranged them on rental basis, air freighted them into India. That's where Indian Air Force helped a lot. We also had military-grade chartered aircrafts like AN-124s, etc. Get them into India, make them fit for liquid oxygen use, put them on rakes supplied by Concor, and the Indian Railways started running those, what we call oxygen expresses, from eastern part of India to the north, and then subsequently to the south. We got in more than about 60 odd containers of 20 tons each, but due to the much faster turnaround time, they actually, there was a multiplying factor of almost 4. So the 60 odd containers were equivalent to putting in about 240 additional tankers on wheels on the roads of India. So with that, we were very happy. I mean, we were definitely satisfied to note that every time the central government used to make an allocation, the DPIIT was coming out with allocations of which company, which plant is to supply how many tons to which state. And almost on every day we were on top of it. We were exceeding those numbers.
In fact, Mr. Banerjee, this must have been a massive logistic issue and a massive scale-up issue of unprecedented nature. And this has actually been a great savior. But talking about, you had mentioned that you have used oxygen came from steel plants and other industrial issues, but then there's always a little confusion about what is the difference between industrial grade oxygen and medical grade oxygen? What are the differences? Because there's a lot of confusion in normal people about this particular aspect. What is the difference?
Yeah, so it's like this. We produce oxygen through a cryogenic process. where we are doing a fractional distillation of air at temperatures of minus 180, minus 190 degrees centigrade, and we get liquid oxygen of a particular purity. That purity, which we get, is actually purer than what is needed for medical use. The Indian Pharmacopoeia specifies a particular purity as well as a particular impurity maximum levels for medical use of oxygen. By the way, medical oxygen is a drug as per Indian laws. It comes under the Indian Pharmacopoeia. Now, every molecule of liquid oxygen that we sell meets, actually surpasses the quality requirements of the Indian Pharmacopoeia. It's just that to sell it as liquid medical oxygen, the plant has to be certified. There are certain processes to be maintained, certain analysis to be done on every batch that's going on, which is laid down by the Indian Pharmacopoeia. So that is a default position from our side. As I said, every molecule of liquid oxygen that we sell, it surpasses the medical oxygen requirements.
In fact, this is totally unknown. Most people are, it is unknown because that the oxygen that is normally produced by companies like Linde is actually of a superior level of purity than normal medical oxygen as such. Okay, but having said this, there's also, because you see, because of this, there has also been a lot of concern about whether using of this industrial oxygen is responsible for diseases like black or white fungal infection. So what is the take? Is it, I mean, that's not really connected with this, or what exactly is the issue there?
You know, Susan, it's one of those very, very unfortunate things that have happened. To some extent, we take it as certain aspersions were cast on, let's say, our industry per se, I would say. It's absolutely wrong. And, you know, I'm not a doctor. But during one of the discussions I had with a very famous doctor in India, a lot of people, he's almost a household name to the viewers of this. I had a chat with him, and then when I explained to him the whole thing, he said, Mr. Banerjee, let me admit, the way the pandemic has hit us, we in the medical fraternity are running around like headless chicken. We are grasping at straws to explain things that were not the norm earlier. We picked on this. I can assure you, technically, this whole thing is totally unfounded.
Okay. So it's more a confusion than, or lack of understanding of what purity at which it is being produced. But this brings us to another question, Mr. Banerjee, is that you know, there has been a lot of talk going on about oxygen concentrators to be used and not to be used and provided, because I believe that this also gives some relief to people. But oxygen concentrator, I believe, is only removes the nitrogen and to an extent, and uses the released oxygen to the pipeline. So, is it really very useful from that point of view from medical users? And if so, is Linde also talking about or thinking about manufacturing? Because most of these keeps on coming from abroad and comes from China. So is there something being thought about by Linde in this regard?
So to answer your first question, Mr. Sen, in the, oxygen concentrators do definitely have an important role to play. As you would have noticed, the trend amongst the treatment, let's say, protocol followed for COVID was that you don't admit a person immediately upon the first onsets once the RT-PCR shows a positive or the first onsets. The hospitals just did not have space to admit everyone. So to a large extent, the doctors were relying on, you know, home quarantine and video consultations and all that. And that's where the oxygen concentrators they have a role to play in case of patients who need sort of a nominal oxygen support. Having said that, you know, there's one thing which we learned during this pandemic is that typically oxygen concentrators as available in the retail market have capacities up to 5 liters per minute, which may not be adequate for COVID infected patients. So the advisory is that whatever concentrators are to be brought into India or to be manufactured should preferably be of 10 liters per minute. Now, to your second question, once upon a time, BOC India, Linde India was earlier BOC India, used to deal with oxygen concentrators. We didn't manufacture them. We used to deal with them, but this we stopped it several years back before I joined. So I would say about 15, 16 years back, we stopped it. We are not in that segment.
Okay. Taking into this, now that you have just mentioned that the Delhi news that's just come in, what do you see going down the way, going forward? How are the people protected by? Is there enough oxygen being produced? Enough infrastructure in place? How do you see that? You did mention this a little earlier, but I thought that this is becoming more and more issue.
Sure. So, Shiva, definitely there are apprehensions about wave 3. I'm not a doctor. I'm not from the medical fraternity to forecast what and when it's going to happen. But yes, definitely, wave 2 has been a big learning experience for us in the gas industry. I would assume for the hospitals also, as well as for the state and central governments. So yes, steps are being taken at various levels to augment the supply chain for oxygen. We are in regular touch with the various states, with the central government. You would have noticed a lot of states have come out with special incentives, the sort of a viability gap funding, what they would like to do to a lot of states who don't have their own oxygen plants or have inadequate liquid oxygen manufacturing capabilities within their states. Are coming out with such schemes. Definitely there would be investments happening on that front. The central government has come out with the scheme of PSA in hospitals. Okay, there's a separate, I can have a discussion on that aspect again. We are trying to impress on the various authorities that it's essential to have storage facilities of oxygen. I mean, we have huge thousands and thousands of tons of storage at our plants, but it's better if that the storage facility is enhanced and reaches at a district level. So there are various steps being taken in. Now, how many of these steps would be in place by the time wave 3 hits us? If it hits us, we are all trying our level best.
Coming to this, you just mentioned that as a safety protocol. I mean, when during COVID second wave, COVID-19 second wave, every day the media was reporting, televisions were reporting that okay, we have got half an hour's oxygen left, we have got 2 hours oxygen left. It was terrifying actually looking at that. And of course, it did come in time, of course that happened, but as a safety protocol, should the hospitals or the nursing homes have either their own oxygen generation plant or should have much bigger storage capacity installed there itself? Because as you have mentioned that there is oxygen available, but storage may be a problem. Yep. So which one is more safe?
It's like this. Having their own manufacturing plant, the quantum of oxygen needed for a hospital or a cluster of hospitals is not big enough to justify an investment in a cryogenic air separation plant. Okay. A cryogenic air separation plant, actually, the smallest of them would be producing much more than what a medium-sized city in India would normally need, more than that. So yes, there is an option of hospitals going in for these PSA oxygen generators. The central government has in wave 1, they had sponsored a lot of them under PM CARES fund. Now a lot of things has been mandated. But just a word of caution, as we say, the PSAs are not a panacea. PSA is, is a particular machinery which produces oxygen of a particular grade. It cannot take care of any surge demands. It can supply what it's rated for, and of course, the selection of the PSA is important because we've come across numerous instances of PSAs which fail within 3 or 4 months, which start producing 70% of their rated capacity at oxygen concentrations of 70%, 80%, which is much lower than what the Indian pharmacopoeia, as I said, says 90% minimum. So, and these PSA units also need a lot of maintenance. They do need a particular regime of, after all, it's an equipment. It has its own reliability issues. It's not that they're inherently unreliable, but they need a particular discipline around it. And as I said, they can't take surges. And there's another issue, is that what happens if there's a power failure? What happens if there's a scheduled or an unscheduled outage? So we believe that liquid oxygen does give that flexibility to a hospital to take care of any demand. It could be a surge demand, it could be a zero demand. Liquid oxygen will take care of that. So PSAs, I would say, do have a role. They, in case installed across the country, properly maintained, they will reduce the base demand of liquid oxygen to some extent, allowing more liquid oxygen to be used for, crisis areas, but they are not the end solution. The end solution should possibly be a mix of both, but what we have been trying to impress upon the governments and the hospitals is, please enhance liquid storage capacities. Again, there are some regulatory hurdles in the way. We have some very obsolete safety requirements which are not prevalent in most of the world, which actually limit the amount of liquid oxygen that can be stored in hospital premises. And certain hospitals cannot store liquid medical oxygen because of these old obsolete requirements. So we are again in discussions with the authorities on getting them up to date.
So basically it means that one of the, as you have just mentioned, that the making a new cryogenic plant is not a new oxygen generating plant, is really a very expensive proposition, and maybe it will feed the whole big city, or maybe big cities like Delhi probably will 2 or 3 such plants. And that will take time. And as you have also mentioned, PSA is an alternative, I believe, but should be a standby alternative from that point of view, together with as a backup for this liquid oxygen. But preferred and safest route is to store liquid oxygen and the storage of liquid oxygen. Is that the message that the hospitals should
More or less, yeah, definitely. They can look at PSAs for sure, but please select a good PSA, maintain it properly, and do not depend on a PSA for everything. You cannot.
Yeah.
Actually, I mean, some years back, we realized that some of our, let's say, prospective customers were rather far away from our liquid oxygen producing plants. So we don't manufacture our PSAs, but we do have an offering where we source PSAs as per our standards, and we install them at hospitals on 15-year, 10-year contracts, where we are responsible for installing the PSA, operating and maintaining it, providing oxygen from it, and also ensuring that there is a robust backup system to kick in whenever the PSA is sort of found wanting.
Yeah. But there's a question which keeps on coming to everybody's mind all the time, that you have mentioned that in eastern part of India, we have a larger production production of oxygen, generation of oxygen here. But in certain parts of the northern India, or maybe in western India, I don't know, but there is a disparity in terms of what is oxygen producing capacity in different parts of the country, which really makes it a terrifying logistic problem to be seen. What would be your advice to the other state governments or other areas? Is that would they be considering installing newer plants in their respective areas to feed the network of the hospitals?
Yeah, Mr. Sen, as I mentioned, some of the state governments have definitely taken it upon themselves to provide that viability gap funding, as they say, or the PPP model. Because, I mean, setting up an oxygen plant, as I said, typically about maybe less than 20% of the, more like 15% of the overall liquid oxygen demand goes for medical purposes. So you can't set up a cryogenic oxygen plant for medical purposes alone, because no one, I mean, the pandemic is, hopefully, we've seen 2 waves. God willing, we won't see any further waves, but even if they come short term, 1 month, 2 months. So economically and financially, it just doesn't work out. Now, what happens is, we put up oxygen plants where there's an overall demand for it, which is a mix of medical and industrial. Now, there are certain states where their industry, let's say, characteristics don't really call for too much of liquid oxygen from an industrial perspective. So that's where these states do have lesser oxygen capacity. Some of them don't have any oxygen manufacturing capacity. So that's the states who are coming out with these incentive plans. So we would be seeing some let's say, capacity enhancement on that account, for sure.
Okay, that looks to be something. But One thing is of concern because we have all been looking at all the information that we have is more about larger cities and towns, and we haven't really seen too much, or we don't have possibly too much of information of what's exactly happening in rural India. The oxygen demands would still be in rural India and the rural health centers. How is this being handled and how is this being met?
So I think it's a very, very relevant question you asked, and I personally, this is a question that's been plaguing me since some months now. I mean, when we saw that what happened in NCR and it's now sort of dipping, but it's obvious it's going to spread from the cities to the villages. And do the villages have the necessary infrastructure? I doubt it very much. So yes, one of the discussion points that we have been raising is, at least on a district level, of course, one need to keep in mind that you can't be administrating oxygen at a primary healthcare sort of center in a village. There are certain do's and don'ts around oxygen. Oxygen, at the end of the day, is it can be a very dangerous element to handle. We know that very well. At those purity levels, any fire or anything in its vicinity, oxygen will just ensure that the whole thing gets blown apart. Similarly, when you're talking about compressed oxygen, you're not talking about just the chemical properties of oxygen, you're also talking about 150 bar storage and all. So it's that not every, let's say, facility may be geared up to handle oxygen. So at individual village-wise, perhaps that may not really work out, but definitely on a district-wise or on a sub-district-wise, wherever there's some amount of infrastructure, decent health infrastructure, that's where we believe liquid medical oxygen storage is required. One more point, Mr. Sen, if you notice, what we have clearly seen during wave 2 that there is a timing gap of at least 2 to 3 weeks between the onset of the number of cases going up and the oxygen demand coming in. So that gives those 2 to 3 weeks a sufficient time to start a supply chain to those areas.
But there also has been, what you have just mentioned also, it's possibly, will supplying the oxygen or storage of oxygen in cylinders and having the cylinder network, as we have seen in some of the smaller hospitals do, oxygen cylinders being connected in a manifold to be distributed. Does that make a little more sense over in the rural areas and the rural supplies? Because
yes, but then again,
to have a big cryogenic system maybe, or big oxygen storage can be a problem.
Again, they said it will depend on how far that village is from the nearest cylinder filling station. So if you see purely from what happens? A cylinder is you're storing it in a gaseous form. So you're actually handling and transporting a huge amount of steel to get in a small amount of oxygen in it. So it depends. If it's close by to a town which has a cylinder filling station which can do runs once a day or once in 2 days to get cylinders in, yes, definitely, surely.
Okay. But is there sufficient cylinders available? Because it seems that there was also a question which came about that not enough cylinders available, there was shortage. Is there a shortage which exists in the country about cylinders?
Again, during the wave 2 definitely there were areas where the cylinder, if you see, I mean, we are one of the bigger gas companies in India and we operate mainly in the cities and, the bigger towns. We don't have reach into the smaller areas. And so there is a lot of hospitals over there which are served by cylinders, served through cylinders by relatively smaller players. A lot of these players depend on liquid oxygen from us. They buy liquid oxygen from us, take it to their plants, and then fill up their cylinders.
Okay.
So they would have had shortages in terms of filling capacity, shortages in terms of number of cylinders, and definitely, Mr. Sen, I mean, you would be knowing, I think everyone knows, unfortunately, incidences like that also lead to hoarding. A lot of cylinders went under hoarding. So if you see the backdrop behind me, that's a campaign we are actually going to start rolling out nationwide. We learned a lot of things during the pandemic and we are going to implement a lot of things. But at the end, we will be successful only if everyone else also contributes in terms of preserving every drop of oxygen for saving lives?
Yes, I can see that it says save oxygen and to save life. Save oxygen, save life. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about what exactly you meant by save oxygen. I mean,
yeah, so
this is truly a wonderful message that you're conveying to people.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that you want to roll it out. Today, I suddenly realized that I have the backdrop ready. Might as well.
But
Thanks for giving me that opportunity.
A very, very important message that you're conveying. But when we talk about save oxygen, means what exactly for us?
So it's basically about trying to prevent indiscriminate use of oxygen. Now, one is which we don't have the capability nor, let's say, the wherewithal to get into is what is happening at the hospital end. But I've had several discussions. I've been part of several task forces where even the medical fraternity is casting doubts on do they use the oxygen optimally or not. I'll keep that aside altogether. We are not qualified to comment on it. On the retail side also, I mean, everyone would have come across people hoarding oxygen for the remote event that if a near and dear one gets affected, needs it, what to do. But at the end of the day, I believe this whole thing is becoming totally counterproductive.
Yes.
I know a lot of complexes in Calcutta where people have just bought cylinders and kept them. Yeah. Even, of course, now going to the next step. Surely, as I was mentioning, home quarantine and care is definitely a route. This the medical the doctor's advice, and in certain cases they do advise that okay, please use oxygen. But then the quantum of oxygen, please go as per your doctor's advice. You're not supposed to be giving a high flow oxygen to a patient whose pulse oximetry level with oxygen is in the range of 93, 94. You don't need to give them high. Reduce it. Try to make it zero. Don't play around with it. Please depend on reach out to your doctor, reach out to your GP, take advice. When the patient, for example, is getting up to have a meal or is getting up for attending nature's calls, can we not ensure that the oxygen cylinder is turned off?
Okay. Yes.
So, I mean, we are going to actually roll out a campaign towards this and request the general population, please support us. And there are also, as I said, there are safety issues around it. You know, unplanned storage of oxygen cylinders. There are several safety concerns.
So in fact, truly, I mean, this is a wonderful message because actually, because also I think it's more because of ignorance and more because of panic conditions that can do it. And this kind of a campaign that you are taking forward is possibly going to make a big difference and big in making people aware of what's happening because they are not really making it easy for everybody else and not even for them in time of crisis. And this, I think, is a great message. Should be spread across the country. It was really a wonderful. I don't know whether. Arnav, is there anybody else any messages or any questions that you have received from anybody from yet?
There is a question.
Yes, please.
During the pandemic, there was a huge price difference for same oxygen cylinder for someone. Some people were quoting a fortune. So regarding the distribution price differences, I think they wanted to ask a question that why there was a large gap between a same oxygen cylinder during the time of a crisis. So how someone can manage that? That's I think he wants to know.
So Arnab, first of all, it just goes back to what I was mentioning a couple of minutes back, hoarding. When there is hoarding, when there is shortage, then obviously there would be elements in the market who would try to use it for the maximum economic benefit. As far as, as I mentioned earlier, medical oxygen is a drug. The prices of that are regulated by the government. the oxygen that we sell, whether it be a liquid oxygen coming out from our cryogenic plants, or whether it be a cylinder, compressed oxygen coming out in cylinders from our plants, the prices are regulated by the Government of India, which visits us pricing every year and makes corrections as per various cost factors, etc. So from our perspective, prices don't change. But then, unfortunately, our business model is a B2B. We are not into a B2C model. Subsequently, what happens down the road in the market is, again, there are unethical people who would like to take advantage of a shortage. And it's most unfortunate. It's really, really unfortunate. Yes, I have also come across media reports. I have also been told by some friends and relatives that oxygen cylinder prices just shot through the roof.
Yes, it just would be the intermediary people who are taking advantage of the shortage and prices. That's a possible issue.
But then, as I said, ourselves are contributing to it by creating that scarcity.
Yes.
Partly. I'm not saying there was no scarcity, but we've enhanced the scarcity.
True.
Sir, another question that has come from the audience.
Is there a name or not? Is there a name who is raising the question?
Sir, Partho Goswami.
Okay.
Sir, he's asking that just give me 1 second, sir. Sir, he's a manufacturer. He said that the kind of strategies, innovative strategies, so that the Linde has taken is for changing their level of manufacturing from the ratio that they have changed is phenomenal in terms of being innovative, in terms of when there was a crisis, from the requirement of for the requirement of industry level oxygen and the requirement of medical level oxygen, just went vice versa. So this kind of innovativeness is really commendable. And how much does he think that manufacturers in Bengal are how much these manufacturers of West Bengals are equipped with this kind of innovations?
That's a tough one. That's a very tough one for me to answer.
But I mean, most people actually, most people thought that switching between industrial and I really don't know. I mean, because you have explained, it's not really such an issue. I mean, switching from one oxygen to the other, because you would actually produce much more purer oxygen, actually.
Mr. Sen, if I may just sort of clarify, before the pandemic, the medical oxygen that we were selling was produced in the same plant, was stored in the same 2,000 or 5,000 ton storage tank, was brought into the hospital by the same tanker. Okay. So now that tanker was earlier making also trips to industries.
Yes.
Those trips to industries have been stopped and more trips have been coming to the hospital. So now just tell me, where does the purity change?
Nothing. It does not. It does not. So basically, we always had an impression that to switch from industrial oxygen to medical oxygen, some work has to be done in the oxygen generation plant. That's not required. That's exactly.
Just to clarify,
there was a thing to be clarified, actually. That's always people were worrying about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
That's
a thing.
Yes. Arnav, any other question?
Another question from Mr. Shomiran Chen. How did
Sorry, we might be taking more of your time, but I think this is a topic, Mr. Manager, that we have to address and answer this, if it's okay with you.
How did diversion of oxygen affect the industry? So that's what maybe the steel industry was.
Diversion of oxygen has affected the industry.
Affect the industry, yeah.
From the
because
industry.
There was a cap on using the industrial oxygen, so some steel manufacturers were suffering, and so overall, how did you address that?
Unfortunately, it's not just some steel manufacturers. There were several of our customers who I'm very sorry to say, and this is something which I mean I've never been comfortable with, whose operations we had to actually shut down because we were not supplying oxygen to them.
Yes,
I mean, this is a very, very tough call. Of course, I mean, we can always take, let's say that it was a government of India mandate. We were not allowed to do it, definitely. I'm sure it has caused a lot of grief, a lot of pain to our customers across the country. But unfortunately, that's the way it is. But I'm happy to say that the government also was very fast in realizing when the medical oxygen demand, started coming down. The allowing us to restart industrial also was done. I was amazed at the speed at which we were allowed to restart industrial oxygen, and now with the medical oxygen demands having come down substantially, we're almost there at what we were earlier in terms of industrial sales. We're almost back again. Next month we'll be totally at normal.
Mr. Banerjee, it was truly wonderful, and it was absolutely revealing. And many of the questions which normally comes to our mind, common people are not known. I mean, people like us also need to know what exactly is going on about oxygen and what were the issues. There was a lot of media hype, but today, listening to you, a lot of questions have been clarified, a lot of questions have been answered. We truly appreciate. And once more, I'd like to personally thank you on behalf of the Bengal Chamber to spend your time, to give your time for this meeting. I know you're an extremely busy person, but we truly appreciate your being present and clarifying a lot of questions, a lot of doubts, and taking a lot of other questions. We truly appreciate. And we also will try to spread the message that you're standing on your logo, save oxygen and save life. This, in fact, will request Bengal Chamber also to mention this to whichever meeting that they hold, that this is the message of today. And this is the message that India conveys. Thank you so much. And we truly appreciate your being present with us today. Thank you.
It was an honor for me to be at Bengal Chamber of Commerce. On a lighter tone, Mr. Sen, it was an easier way out. I couldn't have put up with Arnab's, the way he came at me. So it was much easier for me to accept than to push back at him.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Sen.
Thank you.
Really.
Thank you.
Thanks.
With this, we will conclude this rapid fire chat session with Mr. Abhijit Banerjee, Managing Director, Linde India Limited. When we are really thankful to Mr. Indrajit Chen, Managing Director of International Combustion India Limited, and our past president of the chamber. And with this, we will conclude this. We thank all the sponsors for the event, and we will be coming back exactly at 3 o'clock with the session, which will cover enabling innovation and entrepreneurship, the voice of young Bengal. Till then, stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee.
uh, the Bengal Economic E-Conclave, Executive Track 2. It's a panel discussion on enabling innovation and entrepreneurship, voice of young Bengal. We have Mr. Shubhankar Sen, CEO, Senco Gold Limited, and Mr. Simarpreet Singh, Director, JIS Group with us. The session will be moderated by Mr. Kalyan Kaur, co-founder Incube Group and startup evangelist and mentor. I would request Mr. Kalyan Kaur to take the session forward from here. Over to Mr. Kaur.
Thank you, Arnav. A very good afternoon to everyone. We have a very interesting session, and like Arnav mentioned, there are 4 words in the session which actually stands out. It's talking about entrepreneurship. It's talking about young entrepreneurs. They are all from Bengal, and they all have modern outlook and innovative mind. And most importantly, for ages and for generations, they are doing business in Bengal and making the state proud. So a lot of my conversation to my 2 panelists will be very Bengal specific, and we would love to know more about your experiences of doing business. But just to get started, Simarpreet and Shubhankar, I'll start with Simarpreet. I'd like to know about how your entrepreneurial journey started. Just a warm up for the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Thank you, Mr. Kar, and thank you, PCCI, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. So my entrepreneurship journey started actually quite early in my life. Sorry. So my grandfather, when our roots, main business is starting business was the milk business. So we have a lot of cows and buffaloes, and we supply milk to retailers. So my grandfather used to take us, me and my other cousins, to his dairy farm. He used to show us around, give us ideas about what type of cattle feed to give us, show us actually what type of cows are better, what type of buffalo are better. He had a unique thing that he could, by looking at the buffalo, he could say what is the age of the buffalo and how much liter it can give. So from that we got an idea of how to analyze things. So that's how the entrepreneurial journey started actually.
Fantastic.
Then later on, when my father and his brother expanded to different verticals, so we got an idea about everything, whatever is there. So we had a ready-made like a bouquet of options that after study, where we want to go, it's all open for you. So this is how we were groomed at home. So we had a very thing that we were taught that family should come together and everything. So initially, from the beginning, we have lunch, dinners together, breakfast, dinner, even in the office are different. The food is made from the same kitchen earlier. So all this used to happen. So this is how we bonded as a family. And this is helping us as now also. Now we live in my generation is living separately, but still we make sure that if we're possible, we have lunch together at the office place, and we discuss about business, personal things. So we have a really good relationship where ideas are discussed, encouraged, sometimes criticized also, but it helps long and it's a good process. So this is how our journey started actually.
Fantastic. So you are a 3rd generation entrepreneur, and there's a lot of family values, I think, embedded into your system and the way you're doing business. I'll come back more to you on various questions. And Shubhankar, you are a 4th generation entrepreneur. So how did your journey begin?
So, my journey, if I look back, from a very young age, my father was extremely a hardworking man trying to set up the brand and take it from a kind of a family run business to a much larger scale and grow the business, make it much more professional, system driven, process driven. So at his time also, he was extremely forward looking. And for me, seeing him as an inspiration was itself a big driver for my aspect. I could see the hard work, the sacrifice. And when I was in school, say class 7, 8, during summer holidays, a lot of time was spent at the store, interacting with the customers, interacting with the people, looking at the products. And from a very young age, my grandfather, grandmother, or the family was being the elder son. I have a younger sister. So, it was ingrained in our mind that, that it is such a legacy, it is a business, 3rd generation, 4th generation. and it is your responsibility to take care of the business, because that is your identity. So, from a young age, so your education, even though I was a student of science, yeah, I ended up taking economics as a subject for graduation, is because it is somewhere in between science and commerce. And so whole grooming from a young age, was that finally the responsibility of business would be on your shoulders. So that's how it happened.
Great. And it was also taught to you that you need to be hands-on in your business, like you mentioned in the initial stage. So I think that's very important for our viewers. From both the entrepreneurs, we have come to know, one, of course, the family values, which is extremely important. And secondly, as an entrepreneur, you need to be hands-on. You need to understand the business at the grassroots level to really scale it up. So Shivankar, to continue with you, in the last 2 years, since 2020, we have been witnessing a tremendous disruption across the globe. And this pandemic has created havoc in our lives. So has that impacted your business, and how are you really overcoming that?
So this pandemic, or this whole situation is a transformation that is happening. We call it various names. We call it the new normal. We call it the great reset. There are so many terms that are being given to this current situation that is happening all over the world. And we all know, if we look at it from a business point of view and from an individual point of view, our thinking process, the way we look at things, the way we look at the world, the priorities that we have for us, and the principles of business, it's actually in an evolving stage.
Absolutely.
Yes, I would be wrong to say that the pandemic has not affected the business. In terms of growth, I think the priority in the last 2 years has been more from two aspects. One is survival, that in this situation, not just from the health perspective, but from a commerce and a business perspective, that how do you survive through this challenging times. And the second is that, like every dark cloud has a silver lining.
That's
right. How much you as an entrepreneur, along with your team, your stakeholders, are being able to hold each other's hand, support each other, and overcome this kind of a crisis, and think innovatively and think differently, and prepare yourself, imagining that the future is going to be of a certain kind, and how do you evolve your business model, the way you have been doing business, your family, the way things have been happening for the last, say, 70 years, 60 years, 50 years. For the next 50 years, things will not be the same.
Absolutely.
So how much can you understand the future and change yourself and change the business? So this has been, I think, the way to look at situation.
Wonderful. They say that, you should prepare for the war at the time of peace, so that when the war knocks at the door, you are prepared for it. So you are already beginning to look, you're realizing that the business is getting transformed into a different way. And maybe the world and the new normal is going to be different, and you have to tackle that in your business strategies. Wonderful. Simanpreet, you are into a business of education where it has been extremely disrupted and impacted by this pandemic. You have so many campuses, so many thousands of students. So how are you coping up with this pandemic situation?
Correct. So we were preparing for digital transformation since 2014-15. Actually, we were the first engineering institution in India to pioneer flipped learning and blended learning. So when the pandemic happened, we were little better prepared than the others to start the journey. Because I still remember 16 of March announcement came that Bengal will be shut, and 18 morning we did a meeting, and 19 we rolled out the entire process for initially 6 months, 3 to 6 months. Then, as you said, we started preparing for digital transformation much before the pandemic happened, but no one knew that overnight we'll have to do something extra.
That's right.
We were preparing, and we think the pandemic as a blessing in disguise, that what we wanted to do, we were trying to push hard, slowly, it has happened. Now everyone accepted it, even the teachers, parents, students, everyone accepted it. It's easy for us. What our plans were originally to execute in the future. And there are two factors, like what factors we could control, we have done it. There are some factors that we cannot control, like if class 12 examination does not happen, our entire process gets disrupted. So we cannot do anything about that. So we just focus on things that we can control, and rest exterior factor, whatever has to happen, it will happen. And one thing I wanted to say that our family, father, they were all very protective of the money. They were very conservative with the spending. And they said we should always save up some money for emergency. And this, because of that habit, we had a reserve that we could utilize in the pandemic period when everything was haywire. So I think this, for all entrepreneurs, when budding entrepreneurs, this is a very important thing.
Very
You have to invest money, but you have to save a little part so that if anything happens, you are not looking or begging. Just you can just survive. That is a very important thing that we had. So we, fortunately for us, we could manage till the cycle did not get normalized.
I think that's a great learning for the entrepreneurs to save for the rainy days. And I think no one could foresee this situation and the way it has, exposed the whole world. So, but great that your previous generation could think and have that kind of a wisdom. Now, Simarpit, are you seeing a transformation in this education industry because of this pandemic? Are you seeing things changing forever for future?
I think we have. We definitely think since the last 2 years we are sitting at home. So once things get normalized, no one will feel like going out. So we are very comfortable in our environment. So our mind structure is changing. Though in the new generation that enters studies, they will not know how the previous generation felt like sitting, bonding. So they will have something more. We'll have to work out something else. Initially, it will take time, but eventually we'll have to go for a hybrid model wherein some classes are online, permanently online, and only for practicals or other exercise, group discussion, and other personality development, they'll come to the campus. And there are some courses like dentistry, medical, where online is not a thing. And I don't think it's changing in the future unless something 5G rolls or something which we can't imagine. So this is how it's going to be like a hybrid model, where technology will be more main factor. So what we wanted, we were doing in the last few years before the pandemic. So in every aspect of our process, we were embedding technology, be it admission, training, attendance. So I think this will be in a much bigger scale, a much bigger ecosystem, which we can't imagine as of now. So
Completely
ahead of all of us, actually.
Good. Shubhankar, I would like to ask a similar question to you also. In this pandemic, are you seeing your business getting transformed? Is there some change which is for permanent, and what are those, and how you're managing to get ready for
Right. So one of the biggest change that has surprised us as a business owner is the way the consumer behavior is changing. The way Simarpit is saying that over in the last 4 or 5 years, I think all businesses have been adopting technology, be it in terms of ERP, backend. We all knew how customer experience would become easier, and operational efficiency can become. We can ensure that we control our wastages, our leakages, and become much more lean. However, the consumer behavior, what we have done in the last 1.5 years is we are seeing customers buying jewelry online, not just as an e-commerce, but buying wedding jewelry or any form of jewelry over video calling.
Wow,
right?
That's a huge change of habit. That's a huge change of habit.
It is a change of habit. There is an element of trust for sure that you are buying a product. Just seeing the image, not a static image, but a moving image. That is number one. Number two is conversations, the way we are doing a panel discussion. Similar such discussions with families, with buyers, the bride or the end user could be sitting in any city. The mother or father could be in another city. Our salespeople from say one city showing jewelry to you. If you do not like the jewelry, you can actually travel to another store in some other location, not just in that city, but some other city. And there is no end to showing of jewelry. So the point is that, like as a student, what Simarpit is saying, this last 1.5 years, I think we have to look at breaking boundaries. We just cannot put any constraint. Thanks to technology, thanks to the changing habits. Initially in the last 50 years, you always say, "Ye kaise hoga? How will you do this? How will you do that?" No, now I think everything is possible if you just look at it in a different perspective.
Absolutely.
And with 5G coming in, with more such technology, hologram and 3D cameras, blah blah blah. I don't know. 5 years later, things will be different. So we
Absolutely.
need to be ready for that.
Absolutely. So this is very important. So the consumer behavior is undergoing a change, and one important aspect that you mentioned is, how it will happen is that question is no more being asked, because we have proved, the pandemic has proved that everything is almost possible, and you have to be just innovative. And I'm sure both you and Simarpreet, you're thinking very innovative in your way. So can you share some examples, Shivankar, and I'll come to Simarpreet thereafter, some innovation that you have thought in your business that you think is
innovation? We haven't just thought it, we've just implemented new things. I'll give you 1 or 2 or 3 examples. In the last season of pandemic, it was Akshay Titya, which is one of the key days of sales, right? And stores are shut. You are not being able to sell any product. So what do? You use the e-commerce platform, and over a matter of 7 days, we made the process that customers can transfer their money online, book the gold rate, and we using give them an attractive offer. And when the things will reopen, when the stores will open, then the customer can buy the product. So here is an example that you think that product selling can only happen if the customer is coming to the retail store, but it is not like that. Customer can always enjoy the benefit of the price. We see the gold prices have gone up. So if there is any offer, you pass on benefit to the customer. Our product is a combination of a financial asset and a design element of it, and something of fashion and style. So if you consider the logical part of it of the consumer and give them the benefit of financial price, and then later on give them the benefit of the style and design as per the personal customization, I think that it's a win-win situation for both. So this was one. And once we got a success with that, and we could see that consumers are willing to accept such a model, then we've now made it our website has become active. So as a consumer, doesn't matter, you can go and think of buying jewelry at your convenience. The key here is that the customer is the king. Whenever customer is busy, customer should be able to buy. That's what the online bigger companies have done, that you are sitting at home and you're being able to buy and do whatever. So it is up to the customer that when he decides to buy. But anytime, midnight, 12 o'clock, morning, 6 o'clock, if you think that the price of gold is attractive, has fallen down, you should just open your mobile phone and you should be able to book your gold. How much amount, quantity, everything. So this is one such creative innovation we've done. The second one is on the video calling. You can book an appointment. We send you a link. We can sell it, the jewelry online. We will send pictures, catalogs, anything you want, pricing, conversations. You can then get the home delivery or come to the store, not spend much time, just pick it up. That's it. You are safe, healthy, hygienic, everything. So, these are innovations that we've worked on.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you. So, if you can similarly share some of your innovation steps that you have taken.
Sure. We did a lot of micro innovations, I would say. Like we developed our own chatbots in our website. We did virtual labs, online virtual labs. So, and LMS, a Zoom-like software, we inbuilt it for ourselves because we were seeing that Zoom takes 80 to 90 MB data speed every time per day. And the students, after doing 2 classes, the internet package will get over. So we create a low data bandwidth usage LMS in-house, and since we have own requirement, we created many other things like classroom, chatbot, everything. We created a whole ecosystem. And one very important, very nice thing we did, library on wheels. So the student could not access the library because of the lockdown, and we via buses, we made a route and we delivered the books to their houses. All parts of the country, Bihar, Jharkhand, Northeast. I think this was a nice, small idea, but it's not nice innovation. So we focus on all the small micro innovations, and the result, and as Mr. Sen said, our end goal is a customer, our students, our stakeholder have to be happy. Whatever makes their life easy, we have to do. And main thing, as he said, responsibility is a very important word. Not just to not just to the students, into the entire society. We are creating something for the future and has
Fantastic.
to stay. And all livelihoods are dependent. So responsibility is a very big thing in our value system.
Absolutely. I think to both of you, I must say that in your case, a student is entrusting his career, which is very, very important. And in Shivankar's case, you're buying high value products without even touching it. So the element of trust and credibility is very, very important. And the both of you have been, and your organization have been able to establish that fact. And that's very, very important. That's a tremendous thing that you guys have done over the years. And in case the viewers are wondering as to how they have been so innovative, let me remind all of you, Simanpreet is a chartered accountant and Shivankar is an MBA. So they're highly educated people, they're intelligent, they're hands-on, and they're entrepreneurs. So we see the results on the ground. I have a few questions now regarding Bengal, because it's a Bengal specific session that we're having. Both of you are rooted here for years. Your clientele largely, the Bengalis love education, they love jewelry. So they are mostly, all local people. So Simanpreet, how has been your experience of doing business in Bengal?
I find our state to be actually quite well versed and well educated, and they appreciate education a lot. So we have had campus in Bihar, Jharkhand, and Maharashtra also. We have seen the attitude of I can't mention, but a lot of people attitude is very against education. They don't value education. The families don't value, and the higher level people, they don't value. They just see it as an opportunity to do something. And I have also seen examples in my parents' place, Punjab. So there and here in Calcutta, a lot of differences. Family will sell their land for education in Bengal, but a family will not sell their land for education in Punjab or any part of the country. I can very proudly say that our state values education, and our experience is much better in working here than other states so far.
Fantastic. And knowledge as an opportunity in Bengal is treasured for years and generations. And like you rightly said, a parent would be willing to sell the last land they have, but they want their son or the daughter to be educated. And you are seeing that across, amongst all your students, and you're seeing that as DNA, it's happening. In spite of the pandemic, they're all flocking for education. You're seeing that continuously.
So there has been some changes in the mix because of the worry, because of the uncertainty. So pandemic has created an option for the students to do education outside Bengal online as well, because no one is going anywhere. So that has taken against us also. So a lot of students who could have been on a campus, they are now enrolled in South India and Bangalore and other places.
True.
Pandemic has created that dilemma for us. But I think in the long run it will be fine.
Good. So overall, as an entrepreneur doing business in Bengal, you are happy with the way things have progressed in the state vis-a-vis your business?
In my sector, I'm very happy. Yeah.
Wonderful. That's very encouraging to know. Shivankar, let me hear your experience and views about doing business in Bengal.
So like the way Simarpreet spoke of knowledge and the importance of knowledge, for us, I think we are very lucky and fortunate to be in this state, because we feel that the people of Bengal is born with a lot of skill, art, and creativity, which is very, very important for our sector, right? It is along with education, it is the internal DNA. People from the suburb or the rural part of Bengal that are so talented, and I would say that they are so talented. I think one of the best in the country in terms of any form of handcrafted creation, be it jewelry, be it fashion, saris, and all of that. Bengal is the destination, and there is a lot of respect in the country for that skill, the art, and the creativity that is there in the people of Bengal. That is number one. Number two, yes, our land is blessed with lot of fertility. So people are able to enjoy the basic benefits of life in this particular state along with their work. And whatever negative propaganda or the negative thinking for the people of Bengal is that that there is the work culture or all of that. I think with the changing times, with the new generation, with the internet, the aspiration of the Bengal population is growing. They are being able to see that what the world demands. And along with that, the values, the traditions, and the culture of Bengal, putting all together, I think that the brain of the Bengali, not just Bengali in the sense of Bengali, but the people of Bengal, there is a lot of positivity and there's a lot of respect, and it is a changing thing. So for us, at least for our sector, all over the country, all over the world, people respect, and I think it's a great experience. It is only up to us, the young generation, how we can provide employment, how we can provide a direction to the younger generation. The past, the history, what has happened, that is gone. There is no point in looking at thinking about it. But what we need to look at is provide platforms, provide opportunities, and as entrepreneurs, we can provide a direction, we can guide the younger generation of Bengal and tell them that these are your strengths. So let us work towards making, Bengal a better place to do business for development of economics. That is how I think the potential is huge. The experience is great. Now the direction is what is all needed.
Fantastic. Both of you have articulated so well, and we are nearing to the end of the session, but I have one of my pet question, which even I see audiences are asking. I will ask that question to both Simarpreet and to Shuvankar. Simarpreet, let me go to you first. So what is your message to the young entrepreneurs of Bengal?
My only message is a lot of opportunity here. Since a lot of people are not here, the market is huge for all of us to enter. And don't go by the mindset that Bengal is behind and everything. So just focus on the present. Rest, whatever has to happen will happen. And since many people are not here, the market is huge to tap into.
Wonderful. And specifically for the education sector, I think that's what you want. You want to encourage entrepreneurs to come more and more in the education sector. You think there's a lot of opportunity?
It's for general actually. Bengal has a lot of scope. We have population 9 crore people. We have more population than many of the states in Europe. So we have a lot of consumer market. So even B2C businesses the scope is enough here.
Fantastic.
Talent everyone knows is from Bengal. Wherever big companies you see, the talent is from Bengal.
Wonderful. That's extremely encouraging and motivating for many of us. Shuvankar, what is your last message to the young entrepreneurs of Bengal?
Well, for the young entrepreneurs, there is a lot of things that can be told. First of all, I would say that consider the world as your market. India is growing, Bengal is growing. So whatever you do as entrepreneurs, do not restrict yourself to any specific geographic boundaries. You go beyond that. That is number one. Number two is that as entrepreneurs, I'm sure we all agree that when we are working for the sake of fulfilling our responsibilities, our duties, and doing the work to the best of our possibilities. Sometimes what happens with the young entrepreneurs is that, in this fast result world, they think that anything can happen in a very fast way. There is less effort can be given and more results in form of financial results can be got. But no, we are, maybe we are fortunate that we have seen 3 generations, 4 generations of business. Every generation has to struggle. Struggle is a part of life. So we cannot be shying away from it. The more you struggle, the more you, try to do things differently, take that stress, you will see that in the long run, you will get some results. So they should not give up. They should not look for short ways of success. That long effort is required. So that is there. And lastly, like this pandemic, it is very, very valid. And I take it from Simarpreet, and that is the wisdom of the past generation, that times will always not be good. Life is like a wavelength. There are, peaks and there are troughs. So when the peaks are there, you have to consider that there will be a time of trough also. So you have faith in God and be ready for those trough and be positive, so that once again from the trough, you will reach the peak. So that's how we should look at the whole life.
Fantastic. Extremely motivating. Simarpreet, Shuvankar, thank you very much for being so motivating. It has been a wonderful session. I thoroughly enjoyed talking to both of you. I'm sure the audience enjoyed the conversation. And Even if one entrepreneur is added in Bengal's horizon post this session, I will consider this session to be extremely successful. I hope we have more and more entrepreneurs like the two of you. I wish you all the best. Keep making Bengal proud. Thank you very much. And I hand over to Arnav. Arnav, if you can conclude the session now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director JIS Group, the Voice of Young Bengal. And we had a wonderful session moderated by Mr. Kollan Kaur. I'm really grateful to all of them. With this, we will conclude this session. The panel discussion on enabling innovation and entrepreneurship, Voice of Young Bengal. And in the next session, which will start exactly after 5 minutes, we are already having our Mr. R.C. Bhargava, IAS, Chairman Maruti Suzuki India Limited with us, and Dr. Shiladitya Chatterjee, Member of Economic Affairs Committee, Bengal Chamber of Commerce, and former member of Indian Administrative Service and Asian Development Bank. So stay tuned. We'll be back in 5 minutes. With this, we conclude this session. The next session, the interactive session with the speech we will hear from Mr. R.C. Bhargava. Please wait for that. In 5 minutes, we'll go and come back live again. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, sir. Shall we start? Okay, we are starting, sir.
Okay,
welcome back once again at a very interesting session addressed by Mr. R.C. Bhargava, IAS Chairman, Maruti Suzuki India Limited, on the Maruti story, lessons for the revival of manufacturing in Eastern India. The session will be moderated by Dr. Shiladitya Chatterjee, member of the Economic Affairs Committee, BCCNI, and former member of Indian Administrative Service and Asian Development Bank. We are really honored for your acceptance to join us as our speaker, sir. I will now hand it over to Dr. Chatterjee. If you may kindly take the session forward. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Arnob. Very good afternoon to our audience from Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you for joining our e-conclave on Bengal Economy 2021. As Arnob mentioned, we have a very interesting session with one of the leaders in Indian industry with us, Mr. R.C. Bhargava, Chairman of Maruti Suzuki India Limited, is very well known. Everybody knows about him, and so therefore there's no need to introduce him again. Thank you, sir, again for being with us and sharing your vast knowledge and experience with us. Mr. Bhargava will speak on the Maruti story, lessons for the revival of industry in Eastern India. After his talk, which will be around half an hour, we will have about 10 minutes for questions. So with this, sir, very short introduction, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Shiladitya, and a very good afternoon to the audience and all of you there. It's a real honor to be invited by the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry to speak today at this e-conclave. And I've been asked to share my thoughts on how the Maruti experience can help in reviving the industrial manufacturing growth of the Eastern region. I'll share my thoughts, though I must warn you that reviving manufacturing is not at all a simple task. And certainly the Maruti experience will not be sufficient to revive the manufacturing growth in this area. It requires a lot of political willpower, it requires political understanding, it requires administrative understanding, it requires entrepreneurs to have a mind change on how and what they want to do. So despite that, I'll make an effort and tell you what I, during my 65 years of working in the IAS, BHEL, and Maruti, have learned and what insights I've got into policy making and what is my understanding of why industry has failed to grow in India as was planned and needed. It is a fact that since 1947, all governments have wanted to industrialize India, create employment, eradicate poverty and deprivation, and usher in a socialistic society. These objectives have not changed, and looking at the Indian environment, the social conditions, the political conditions, the economic conditions, these goals are obviously the right goals for India. But it is also indisputable that despite every government wanting to achieve these objectives, over a period of 70 years, no government has actually succeeded in achieving this object, creating an equitable social society in India, which is access to all the necessities of life, and that we are country where people want to invest in India. So it's something which I think a lot of people want answers to. Why has this happened? And why India, with all the advantages which we had in 1947 when we got independence, where we were much ahead of almost every Southeast Asian country, we have still failed to achieve what we set out to achieve. Now, we all know that for a company to grow, it is necessary that the market size for its products should keep increasing steadily. That would happen if consumers found that the company gave good value for its products, value for money, meaning that the quality and the price of the products was something which the consumer liked and which he wanted to buy, and the number of consumers kept increasing every year. At the same time, the selling price, which gives good value to the buyer, should also result in the company making adequate profits so that it could generate internal resources to fund expansion of capacity, technology, development, and other necessary investments. Now, the market size for a product can be both domestic and in foreign countries. The domestic market size would be determined to a large extent by the cost of the product which the manufacturer makes, and then the cost which is added on before the product reaches the consumer. These costs, beside transportation and other costs, include the taxes levied both by the central and the state governments. And if the net result is that the price to the consumer is such a price that the number of consumers who can buy that product at that price is limited and increasing slowly, then the domestic market size for that company would also increase slowly. If you are looking at the other part of the market, which is the external market in foreign countries, then to sell in any foreign country, your price has to compete with products made in other countries, which means your product must, in terms of price and in terms of quality, be as good, if not better, than products made in other countries. The quality today in today's world is almost a given. You can't even think of selling in the market if your quality is poor. Therefore, the primary requirement of being competitive in foreign markets is the ability to produce the required quality, but at a minimal price. The fact that the companies in India have not grown is because the price at which a consumer gets the product in the domestic market has not been a price which has enabled the consumer market in India to grow at anything near a high enough rate. And please remember that an industry cannot grow faster than demand grows, because you can only grow and manufacture products which you can sell. If there is no market for it, if there's no demand for it, you can't keep producing and find warehouses to stock it. So domestic market becomes restricted because of what I just said. The foreign markets, we have not been competitive at all in terms of price and cost, and so they have not grown. And because industries have not grown in India, India has not been a country which has attracted more and more investment in manufacturing and industry, because if the existing industries themselves are not doing well, not growing, not making profits, not generating internal resources, why would somebody come from anywhere else and invest in this country? And I think this is something which needs to be understood, that if you want foreign investment in manufacturing, or even if you want more Indian companies to invest, whether it's in the eastern region or any other part of the country, then the demand for the products must be seen as one which will increase fast enough to justify those investments being made. And we have not been able to do that. Now, I mentioned about companies generating internal resources and making profits. Unfortunately, we have confused the requirements of industrial growth with socialism. Over a long period of time, we have actually from the beginning, we have thought that making profits was anti-socialistic, was a means of exploiting the poor consumers, and companies should not make profits or make minimal profits so that the poor people in the country got products at a low price. Especially in the public sector, this pricing policy has often been followed. But the result of this was that there was no internal resource generation, no money to put for expansion, modernization, even for adequate maintenance. Technology development did not take place because there was no money to invest in making large R&D, besides which it was not really required. Let me say that Maruti, and this is giving you an example to see what happens when internal resources are generated. Maruti from the beginning, and Mr. Osamu Suzuki, the president of Suzuki, from the beginning has insisted that the company must reduce costs and make adequate profits. Now, nobody can accuse Maruti of profiteering. Our profits, our prices of cars have been probably the lowest of all other car manufacturers. It has been a competitive market. But despite keeping the lower prices, we have grown from the initial 100,000 car project which the government sanctioned and gave money to a capacity of 1.5 million cars today with only internal resources. We have no borrowings, and the equity capital of the company, which was originally 80 crores when we started, increased over these years to 150 crores because Suzuki's share went up. So there was hardly any increase. But from 100,000 capacity, we are 15 times that capacity. We've got a big infrastructure within the company and outside for marketing and sales and various other things. And after all of that, we today have over 40,000 crores in cash. So it just shows that if you run an efficient company, well managed, and focus on frugal management, don't waste money, then you can generate a lot of internal resources. Unfortunately, Indian companies, barring a few exceptions, have not done that. And that has been one of the factors why industry have not grown. You were keen on the eastern region. Please look at the fact, look at the balance sheets of companies in that area and see how many are generating internal resources. If they're not generating internal resources, why would anybody come and invest in that area? So you have to find a way by which the company can keep down its costs of manufacture, look at the taxation on the product so that the domestic market can grow, and change the attitude towards profit making as long as the company retains those profits in the company itself and uses it for further growth and betterment of the company. If the company management takes out the money and spends it on various lavish consumptions, that is, of course, not the objective. Now, I talked of the public sector. Till 1991, the public sector was required to drive industrial growth in the country. But no policy maker and no policy ever required the public sector to reduce costs and become profitable. They did not generate internal resources. And because of the lack of competition and therefore the lack of attention to quality and cost, the products of the public sector were also not competitive, and it led to other industries becoming non-competitive. Many public sector companies require government support even today. They don't generate internal resources. The Modi government has started a bigger drive to privatize public sector companies. I'm not sure how quickly this will be actually implemented. And because I think there's a lot of political opposition also to privatization of public sector companies, because somehow we seem to think that running inefficient companies which do not create wealth is a good way to have socialism. I'm not sure how people can become rich by distributing poverty. But that is the kind of approach we have followed, where we don't worry about generating wealth but want to create poverty. The private sector was allowed to grow only after 1991, and while many restrictions were removed, many of the policies and the approach to the private sector did not change, because the thinking which prevailed prior to 1991 remained after 1991 also. Socialism remained a goal, and therefore the private sector was really not trusted, and profit making became difficult, doing business was difficult. The result is that even till today, the share of manufacturing in the GDP has remained between 14 and 16%. It has not grown. Probably the reason why these policies were followed from 1950 and was 1950 was because we decided to follow the Soviet example of how planning should be done and how policies should be made. But what is surprising is that when we found after 8, 10, 12, 15 years that these policies were not delivering the results we wanted, nobody thought of making any changes in these policies, or if they thought, the political system or the administrative system didn't allow these changes to be made. And we continue to believe, and still have this, a lot of people still believe, that public sector brings in socialism and serves the public good. I am hard-pressed to understand how that happens. Now, lowering costs of manufacturing is something I mentioned earlier, is a key factor to becoming competitive and selling more products in the market. Many reforms have been made. Ease of doing business brings down the cost of manufacture. But why does that remain high? Because even now, even the Modi government has not been able to change the basic approach where industrial policies were mixed with socialistic policies. And the idea was that by doing this combined policy making for bringing in socialism and industrial development, we will be able to bring in socialism. It was thought that industrialists, being rich people, will be able to afford the higher costs of imports and various infrastructure items and other things, and therefore that extra money could be used for socialism. It doesn't happen that way. Your products become high cost, the industry doesn't grow, employment doesn't get created, you don't get socialism. Now, government itself, central government itself, cannot make industries competitive. I think it's important to understand that much the larger interaction of any industry and most of the factors which add to higher costs are incurred because of the interaction with the state governments. The higher cost of inputs which I'm talking about, the higher costs of infrastructure which I'm talking about, the higher cost of compliance with the numerous state laws which exist everywhere are all because of state laws, not because of central laws. And I think it would be, if the Eastern region wants to grow, they have to understand that the bulk of what requires to make industry come to the Eastern region lies in the hands of the state governments of the Eastern region. It lies in the hands of the administrative officers and the entire administrative machinery of the Eastern region. It does not lie with the central government or anybody else outside. And secondly, if therefore you want to do it, you have to look at all policies. Do they promote lower cost industrialization, manufacturing? Do they lead to higher cost? Is it serving the purpose of manufacturing development if industry is asked to pay twice the normal cost for electricity? Does it help if infrastructure provided to industry is lowest priority in terms of all, whether it's pricing or anything else, than to others? Can we subsidize the poorer people by making the cost of manufacturing higher? That's the fundamental question. And the answer is that if you use industry to subsidize the poorer people, the product will not sell, industry will not grow. So you can't do it that way. You have to make industry grow. You have to create employment. You have to get the economy going. And from the incomes which come to the government, then you provide the social services. Now, how does government further delay business? Government has never recognized the importance of time. And whether it is in making payments to private business, whether it is in interaction with private business, the time taken is much, much too long if you compare with most of the countries which have grown and developed in the past decades in the Asian region. And I think if one of the factors, therefore, which we need to look at, if industry is going to become more competitive and people are going to come, is that both at the political level and at the administrative level, it has to be recognized that time is an extremely costly and valuable input for industry. And unless everybody understands the importance of time and therefore of acting as felicitators of industry, not as regulators or controllers, of not thinking that by allowing some law to be implemented and giving permission under that law, you're doing a favor. You're not going to get competitive manufacturing happening. So, and as I said, this all what I'm talking about is all within the hands of the state administration. Labor laws. Labor is an extremely important input for manufacturing. A manufacturing company has maybe 70% of its employees who are workers. Now, a management, of course, has to handle labor, but the government should not create situations where labor feels that it can disregard whatever the management says, and there will be somebody somewhere to bail them out because they are large numbers and they are a vote bank of some sort. So I think some of these approaches have to change. The mental attitude has to change towards the industry and all that goes into it. Look at all the rules and regulations. And look at the taxes. Try and bring down the cost to the consumer so that demand for the product goes up. That is fundamental for industrial growth. Industries themselves is not, I'm not trying to say that industrialists are not to blame for what has happened. Far from it. It's been, what should I say, an interactive process. Government has created some conditions, the industry has taken advantage of those conditions or reacted to those conditions, and various bad practices have gone up. And today, if industry in India is going to become competitive and grow, it is necessary that industrialists win back the trust of the people. They have to comply with tax laws. They have to give up black money use. They have to give up ostentatious consumption. And they have to work and operate their companies in the interests of all the stakeholders. And stakeholders includes all the employees, and not in the interests only of themselves and their families. I think this change in the attitude of industrialists are also very much required. They have to adopt management practices like we did when we started in Maruti. We found that the Japanese system, where they built a relationship of trust and confidence with the labor, and labor became partners in the company, was the most effective way of overcoming many of the handicaps that Japan faces. And today, that is the same condition in India. If industrialists really want the industry to grow and become competitive and the state governments to help, they have to understand that they cannot operate in the way they have been operating. They must build a much more partnership relationship with the workers and help them, look after them well, and not leave them to the mercies of the unions who have other interests, but treat them as part of their own family and treat them as such. So I've just run out of my half an hour, and therefore my conclusion is that if state governments, whether it's in the eastern region or any other part of the country, want to create a more congenial climate for industrialization and manufacturing, if as a result of that they want to create employment, employment is created not only in manufacturing, but a whole lot of the service sector jobs. If you look at service sector jobs, you'll understand that most service sector jobs owe their origin to manufacturing. The more manufacturing activity, the more downstream activities, therefore, the more will be the employment in the social sector, in the services sector. And therefore, if you really want to develop the economy, you have to develop manufacturing. It cannot happen otherwise in a large populated country like India. And to make that happen, manufacturing has to become low cost, and consumer must get goods at a price which they can afford. There's nothing like luxury goods, demerit goods, merit goods. It doesn't make sense. You want all goods to be produced and sold, and they should be saleable. If you do that, I think we can still recover the decades we have lost and industrialize a region or the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. That was extremely interesting, and you provided a very broad discussion about the manufacturing and the prospects of manufacturing, not only in India, but also specifically Eastern India. I particularly liked, amongst the things that you spoke of, I liked the point that you made about internal resources, for example, which is something which companies are not doing in India in general. And I suppose the same applies to Eastern India. Also, you mentioned that about frugal management and the need to cut costs to generate internal resources. Also, you mentioned about the Japanese method which you have worked with, and that has, of course, a huge kind of a lesson for us. And I particularly liked your discussion on how you manage the labor and management relations. This is a very, very important issue for West Bengal particularly, and for the eastern region, where we've had this kind of a conflict situation between labor and capital. And this is something which you have resolved through this Japanese method, which I think has major lessons for us. You also mentioned about the importance of the state governments. Now, we always say, okay, central governments are not doing enough for us. But what are the state governments doing? And the state, and the fact that the states have even probably, as you mentioned, a bigger role to play in generating and helping generate manufacturing is, I think, an important issue that needs to be taken into account. And the fact that delays and time taken for approvals and so on are very critical for manufacturing. And also, you made the point, we always think of, bypassing manufacturing, for example, in Eastern India and going to services. And you made the very good point that if you do not have manufacturing and you do not have industry, then you cannot have services actually. So it's basically, we have to delve into the problem of manufacturing. So that is what I took from here, but I am now waiting for some questions. Okay, I have one question for Mr. Bhargav, which has come in. Would you or any investor like to invest in manufacturing facility in a place where local government is in continuous loggerhead with central government on almost all fronts? So what the question is asking is, the central-state relations must be good for manufacturing. What is your take on this, sir?
Frankly, I don't think it matters if the state government and the central government are at loggerheads, as long as the state government does what it should do to make manufacturing competitive in the state. Because the being at a political loggerhead with the central government will not affect the working of an industry in any state at all.
Okay. This question came from a person in Goa, actually. Now, I have a question from one Mr. Sushim Banerjee, and he has asked, what do you think is the future of electrical vehicles in India? What is the future, and can we generate a large proportion of electrical vehicles from the
electrical vehicles?
Yes, yes.
Well, we need to get to cleaner modes of transportation. I think there's no disputing that. Electric vehicles in India have a number of problems at the moment, which makes it difficult for them to be accepted by the consumer in any kind of numbers. The cost of the vehicles. It's easy for a consumer in the United States or in Europe, where the per capita income is $40,000, $60,000, to buy a vehicle which costs, let's say, $28,000, $25,000, $30,000. The same consumer in India has a per capita income of $2,000. How does he buy a vehicle costing the same amount? And India is, as you know, a small car manufacturing country where the bulk of the customers use small cars because they can't afford the bigger cars, for one. The infrastructure doesn't permit it either. And a small car becomes far too costly for them to afford. So electrification will come, but I believe initially it will come with the upper end of the market, which is a smaller part of the market. It will not come down to the lower side, the 70% of market is small cars. It will not come to this segment until technology changes and improves to allow electric vehicles to be affordable. Infrastructure is the next point, which is yet to be built. And in the meantime, the optional technologies which are available and which are being used, like CNG or hybrids, which will come in bigger measure. Today, the hybrids are not given any encouragement by the government because they are taxed like any ordinary car. Although they reduce fuel consumption by anything from 20 to 35%, but no concession in GST is made for that. And therefore, hybrids don't sell very much. They also become too expensive for people to afford. So this affordability factor is, I think, not understood by most policymakers in this country, that you can copy the Western countries and their standards. But if the result of that is high cost, it will only shrink the market in India. It will not introduce that technology in large measure in India.
Thank you, sir. This is a question from Mr. Sumit Bose, the president of our Economic Affairs Committee. And he asked, he was also former Finance Secretary, Government of India, sir. He says, do you see the production-linked incentives announced by the government succeeding in boosting manufacturing?
PLI?
Yes.
The PLI scheme. PLI scheme has value for certain types of industries and certain manufacturing activities. But the PLI scheme cannot compensate for the lack of competitiveness of industry in general. If you want manufacturing industry to grow, more investments to be made, and the contribution of manufacturing to go up from the 14-16% to 25%, you need to make manufacturing as a whole much more competitive. The PLI doesn't remove the obstacles to competitive manufacturing.
Okay. One last question, sir. And this is asking you whether you would think that Maruti can invest, it's an obvious question, in Eastern India and particularly West Bengal, whether it would ever think about that right now. Why it will and why it will not?
At the moment, we are not looking at any site anywhere because we have enough capacity. The market for cars is growing very slowly. In the last 5 years, and I'm excluding the COVID years, last year and this year, the growth of the compound annual growth of car sales in India was 1.3%. Now, if industry is growing at that rate, why would somebody create large capacities anyway? We are looking at the existing Gurgaon plant has to shift because this has become in the center of habitation. So that will lead to a new site where we'll make investments. But that has to be close by because of labor and other considerations, the suppliers and labor. And we have spare land in Gujarat at the moment. So unless growth in India picks up sharply, the question of investing in other parts of India just doesn't arise at this point of time.
What about India participating in auto components as part of value chains internationally?
The auto component industry actually has done quite well. Today, the exports of auto components are about $12 billion. And many of them are supplying to international companies. But it is still a small fraction of the international trade in auto components. And the same issues come up here of quality and cost.
Very good, sir. I think we've run out of time. Those were extremely important and good insights. And there are a lot of things that we can take from this session. Again, thank you on behalf of Bengal Chamber and all of us. Thank you very much, sir. And
Thank you all very much for patiently listening to what I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. With this, we are concluding the session. We are honored for the presence of Mr. R.C. Bhargava, IAS Chairman, Maruti Suzuki India Limited. And the next session will be starting a panel discussion on industry and trade, growth trajectory of Bengal. We have very eminent speakers with us, and we will start it exactly at 4:20 p.m. Till then, stay tuned. We will come back again at 4:20 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back. The Bengal Economic E-Conclave session on industry and trade, growth trajectory of Bengal. We have very eminent speakers with us. Srimati Anindita Sengupta, Additional DGFT, Minister of Commerce and Industry. Dr. Nagesh Kumar, Director, Institute for Studies in Industrial Development. Mr. Ranjan Kaur, President HR, Exide Industries Limited. The session will be moderated by Mr. Ambarish Dasgupta, past President, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Senior Partner, Inturi Consulting LLP. With this, I will request Mr. Dasgupta take the session forward. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, all members, audience, and all my panelist speakers.
Good afternoon.
The name of the session, as given by Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries, is the trajectory of growth, and expectation is that we will be analyzing the Bengal's growth around industry and trade, and therefore we can get into some qualitative discussion on how the trajectory should look like. Now, of course, to introduce the topic, I was thinking how to set the context to this. Now, about the Bengal's economic growth, there always have been some checkered opinion and feedback. I mean, some feel that Bengal has really not done up to the potential and expectations. Some feel that Bengal, being the sixth largest economy, going at 12.62% state GDP, having around 14.4 trillion rupees in the GDP, is quite decently placed. And some people also feel that no, it's not. Bengal should have done. So, not going into whether Bengal has done well or poorly. We also see in the 2021 budget, the state has also allocated quite a lot of money for industry and industry-related improvements. Now that we have a government in place for the next 5 years, so we can consider that there is some degrees of political stability now for the next 5 years. In context to that, and in context to the entire changes that the world economy is now going through, we just want to think whether there is a chance for re-strategizing the Bengal's industry and the trade plan in context to whatever world is now going through, in context to the Bengal's present stability, stable political stability, whether we should take a relook at the strategy. Now, in one of the recent Bloomberg papers and also in the last concluded World Economic Forum, we have heard, and all of us know, that there is so much of disruptive forces now. The pandemic has played a little bit of giving a level playing field again, because some people who are very advanced may not be very advanced now. Some countries who are very advanced may not be very advanced now in the economical growth so much. New countries who have not been heard of, they are also coming up right now. The new disruptive forces have set many new identified areas of growth also. Areas that we have not earlier thought of or heard of. There were new areas also now coming up. Considering all these things, we are thinking that even if Bengal has not done well, but considering the global scenario mapping into the state situation right now, whether we can now be hopeful once more in the present disruptive situation, whether we can take an advantage of the situation and therefore can recalibrate our industrial strategy, and not possibly exactly going in a way that we have done so far, but can think of in a different way, where the smart investments will be, what kind of innovation should we be bringing in, what kind of rapid modernization should we be bringing in, should we focus more on the trading than on industry, should logistics be considering our position, should be some of the identified areas, should we also focus more on different types of skill development, how we are state which has always been very open to trade and also has so far been very quite populist in terms of inviting the industrialists here. Should they take a relook at their policies, because everything they have done has given their positive indications, positive intentions, but with all those positive intentions that they have, should there be a tactical or a strategic shift in the way they have so far moved in seeking industry and getting trade opportunities to the country? Considering all these things, Bengal Chamber also possibly is now will be sitting with the government to create a plan, the industrialization plan for them for the next 5 years. And therefore, in that context, they felt that it would be good to hear from people from industry, from the various areas and also related areas, to get their views from the lessons learned from the past and their recommendations, observations, and suggestions. So we have here Mrs. Anindita Sengupta from the Director General of the Foreign Trade Office, who has been so much involved with the foreign trade that where Bengal is, we would love to hear from her as our first speaker on that. And then we will move to Mr. Nagesh Kumar, who also has done a lot of work in the regional trade, in the ASEAN market, analyzing the trade agreements, the RCEP and all that, and therefore Bengal being so geographically advantageously placed for the ASEAN trade, how Mr. Nagesh Kumar's theories and policies and whatever he has researched can help Bengal pick up some lessons from there. And then we will move to Mr. Ranjan Sarkar, because Exide is one of the biggest investor in this state, and they are continuously expanding also. And therefore, having been one of the biggest investor in the state, what kind of experience did they have? Bad, good, not getting into bad, good, but what are the lessons they have learned? What are the things from their experience that we should be more focusing on or can even improve? That is how we have structured, and then there will be question and answer deliberation. So with this backdrop, I'm now going to Mr. Sengupta to start the discussion with our talk on from BGF.
Thank you, Mr. Dasgupta.
Administration, admin, can you make everyone apart from the speaker muted, please? Because there is too much of noise. She can't be heard well. Or no, when the admin people, can you mute also all else? Okay, Mr. Sengupta, start please.
Good afternoon, everybody, once again. And thank you, Mr. Dasgupta, for setting the, what should I say, tone to the discussion that we expect to have in the coming an hour or 40 minutes, whatever. I would, instead of, since I really, I mean, not only from the industry perspective, but my, what I would like to discuss here would be the general, the environment that West Bengal is in at the moment in terms of trade, and the prospects, the issues that ail West Bengal, so to say, despite doing well, and the practical things that we get to see on a day-to-day basis while being in DGFT. Because I think that is something that probably doesn't come out so much as the rest, the academic outputs that come into the domain. I will again take a few things from what Mr. Dasgupta has said about West Bengal being financially doing well economically, being the 6th largest state, and then we talk of 12.62% GSDP growth rate between 2015-16 and 2021, and then having the largest number of MSMEs in the country, employing the largest number of people in the MSMEs. And you must also remember that our export is MSME driven actually. The large quantum of our exports come through MSMEs. So that is a very strong point when it comes to capacities. Then it has the installed power capacity, which is again an indicator of how at least the expectation that one can have from the state in terms of doing well. It has a reasonable power generation capacity. Then the IT exports has also taken off, given the fact that it was way back, sometime maybe a decade or so, we were nowhere in the picture, but West Bengal is seemingly doing very well at the moment and has a very ambitious target of contributing 25% of the exports from the IT and IT enabled services. This is just the backdrop, so to say. Now let us take a look at the products. What is it that compose the first 10 or first 8 or most important things that we export from West Bengal? It is still, if somebody has been following over a period, you would realize that the basket hasn't greatly changed. We are still having, I mean, we still have iron, steel, leather, gold, and petroleum products, tea, plastic raw material, human hair, and things like that, which has been there for the last, say, for example, would be a decade or so. I mean, there hasn't been great shift. If we are talking of enhancement, there has to be a shift in gears. We cannot just expect an incremental growth in the products that already we are exporting and expect for it to be a game changer for us in West Bengal. Now, coming next to what West Bengal is in terms of, what should I say, what goes in favor of West Bengal, how well we are placed. There was a study by Niti Aayog saying about the state's preparedness. While we feature somewhere around 9th or 10th in the list of states doing in order of exports, the value of exports, but we feature as 22. West Bengal is the 22nd state in in terms of preparedness. So there is some gap in, despite the fact that there are a large number of positives. I will just run you through the positives, and then we will talk about actually how DGFT in a sense fits in as an organization under Ministry of Commerce, and how trade facilitation for the state can happen with DGFT being one of the hand-holding organizations. When I was doing the, I was just going through the general, because once you get used to your regular, the trade activities that we deal with, we don't have an overview of what the state actually is capable of. Now, what are the pluses? As I just discussed, that economically it is doing well. Second plus is human skill. We have a reasonable pool of educated manpower, English-speaking manpower. That is also an important contributor in terms of, we will come to how when I say this, how. Then the most important factor is the strategic location of West Bengal. West Bengal is, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh. We cater to these countries. When we are the source, we are anybody who goes to these countries goes through us. So this West Bengal, the state of West Bengal is strategically located in that sense. And as Mr. Dasgupta says, and Mr. Nagesh Kumar will take up the infrastructural part of it, and how the connectivity will make an impact. But we are at the state of West Bengal is definitely placed geographically very conveniently, especially catering to the ASEAN countries and all apart from the SAARC countries. Then natural resources. We have abundant water. Agricultural output is, I think vegetable output is the highest in the country. So there also we are, we feature as a state. West Bengal features somewhere. Then it comes to the fact that what policies the state government has taken towards apart from the ones that the central government keeps doing time to time, but the state government also is seen to be taking a lot of proactive steps in order to improve the, facilitation process, I would say. In any industry you would need there are backward linkages, there are forward linkages. Whether the linkages are working and what sort of improvement is required, there are some policy statements that the government has been making, and I understand that an effort has also been made. Yet, now let us come to this. Yet, having said that, West Bengal has so much and has been able to progress. Yet, what we see is over the last 3 years, West Bengal's share in our total exports is somewhat stagnant. It's 3.05, 3.03, 3.07. So it doesn't really take off in a sense. Even though in totality maybe the exports have gone up, but the share of exports of the total of India's exports, we still remain in a very stagnant position. Then also very interestingly, the fact that we are, as a state, West Bengal is the largest producer of vegetables. It is nowhere in terms of exports of vegetables. The state does not feature greatly in terms of exports of vegetables. So there are gaps in the capabilities, possibilities, and actual execution and actually delivery. These gaps need to be plugged. Now, what is also understood that while we are talking of gaps, and the main issues that come to fore are the ones that we have the number of agencies which are engaged in export promotion, both from the central government as well as the concerned state government. Now, when you have multiple agencies doing the same thing, there is a lot of overlap. So, and the overlap, as much as there is overlap, there is also much of sharing of responsibility. And with sharing of responsibility also comes the fact that we cannot hold any particular entity responsible. There is no one point redressal of issues. So that is one major issue that we come across, and why as DGFT we come across, I will come to that. Now what has happened is DGFT in the last year, the Ministry of Commerce has initiated, this is the Prime Minister's scheme, so to say, the idea of developing every district as a export hub. Now we have data. I mean, I don't want to go into data because data can, when you don't have a visual impact, just listening to data doesn't really help. But we have, the first time, Ministry of Commerce has been able to sort of fetch us some district-wise data. Now, district-wise export data helps us in identifying the important products in each district. We yet don't know what are the potential products. So when it comes to the question of potential products, then we need the state government, then we need the district machinery, and then comes the what should I say, this plan of having districts as export hubs. What has happened is two committees and I know that generally the industry is very skeptic of committees because we have a large number of committees all over the place, and it ends with reports and then there is nothing further. But this is intended to be a continuous process where you have a committee at the state level and committees at district levels. The idea of and the DGFT will be representing the Ministry of Commerce in these committees. The idea is that to help the districts to identify the products which have a possibility, the councils, we have the trade promotion councils which also will form a part of this. This will be another layer where they will help these to identify, not only identify the products, identify the markets, then the finances involved, and then the facilitation, because there are a lot of costs, hidden costs and other costs that the exporters have to incur, and as a result of which quite often we have seen that there is a little bit of, I won't say little bit, there is a lot of hesitation in the small exporters because the margins are so thin that they don't find it worthwhile to go that extra mile. And also we must remember that whatever we produce, there is a huge consumption demand in the country itself. So, to overcome that and to have that surplus to be able to export is also another challenge that every state would face, including West Bengal. Then comes the MSME. I mean, this is all part of the district export plan. We also do, the DGFT as an organization does a lot of handholding with MSMEs. Now, MSMEs are given importance for this only reason that they not only that they contribute 45% of the exports, but they have a potential to go deep down, deep back. We do not, as government is looking towards developing each district, that would mean that we want to go deep, go back, go beyond, so that the benefits also accrue and people. I mean, I will share a very interesting story. I mean, it's interesting tale when we have this something called quality complaints. Now, quality complaints, during a quality complaint meeting, we came to know about, I think I shared this with somebody else also, that how a small farmer came in contact with somebody who encouraged him to export pan, betel leaves actually, and is doing very well. Now, that is a very small, what I'm trying to say is that instead of large scale, when we talk of industry, we are always talking of scale. We are talking of investment, we are talking of manufacturing, we are talking of as much as that is required, because that is that fetches you more in terms of earnings, foreign exchange. But given a country like ours, we still have a lot of potential in agriculture, agro-based products, food processing, horticulture, also handicrafts. There is huge potential. And then West Bengal has tea. So every district would have something or the other. If not every district, at least 50% of the districts can surely be developed. While doing this, another concept paper has been, I won't say concept paper, concept has been floated of having hearts, export hearts. Now that is not new. We have these border hearts. We have these fairs, annual fairs, where the exporters do go abroad to show off their wares. But this export heart is for a different purpose altogether. This export heart would be in each state, where the other states would also come to exhibit their wares, whatever be it products. And then we would have the buyers, the industry, as well as, I mean, it could be the industry and the exporters could be suppliers. It's a value chain. And finally, we would have buyers as well from abroad to come. This is at a very, very nascent stage. Now, when I say that we have multiple agencies doing it, what should I say? It doesn't really yield in terms of results is the fact that we would have these efforts in a very small scale at every level. The MSME would also be organizing something. I'm sure there is a West Bengal. I think they have a I am forgetting the name of the body. West Bengal Export Promotion. There is a society which promotes exports in West Bengal. Now I don't know. I have been here for 3 years, but I have never interacted with them. Now that makes it difficult because they would be having an activity at their end, while all of us are working in silos will be having. So for the way forward in case of West Bengal, according to what what should I say, from the end of DGFT would be, that we would let us first identify the products district wise. Let us look at the infrastructure requirements. Let us look at the funding requirements, and let us draw up a plan. When we have a plan, so we have a district wise plan and we work towards it. We set milestones and work towards it. So that we may not this may not lead to success in case of all districts, but something surely will come up, and some what should I say, unrealized potential in certain districts would come up. Now the other thing, the final, I wouldn't take up too much time, but I would like to talk of service exports. I don't think in West Bengal the potential is realized. West Bengal has a large number of educational institutions, and there are neighboring countries, and the educational institutions are good. So if we are able to have foreign students, that would be one. Two would be medical tourism. Medical tourism, I think many hospitals down in Calcutta do have patients from Bangladesh, just to begin with. But if we go to places like Tamil Nadu, one would realize that they're all over the world. I mean, you have patients from Africa, you have patients from Southeast Asia. So we have to be able to improve our, what should I say, infrastructure to make it worthwhile for patients to come to Bengal and particularly to Calcutta, because we have not been able to develop the other side. Then comes the ITES. As it's a very ambitious plan, and so far West Bengal has definitely improved a lot. But we must remember that all potential in terms of educated manpower in IT is traveling down south. So there we have to provide, the government will need to work out a mechanism whereby they are able to provide that platform where we are able to retain that kind of manpower, because there lies again another potential as far as West Bengal is concerned. These are largely my thoughts, and the other things that we have come across while we interact with exporters and interact with the other stakeholders is the fact that certain infrastructure is badly missing. Say, for example, the vegetable exporters complain about cold storage is not being available. Then the sanitary and phytosanitary requirements that are there, the lack of knowledge sometimes causes huge losses because the consignments are returned. So these small things, they may appear very small, but they have a huge impact in terms of goodwill, quality. Reputation is there to stay. I mean, as if a reputation is built for a certain product from a certain space, it stays. So the government needs to work towards quality, needs to work towards branding. We have, as a country also, we have not been able to brand a lot. I mean, our products go abroad, they use their brands and sell it. So there is something that we may look into as far as West Bengal is concerned, particularly for tea. And this is by and large all. I think I would wait to hear Mr. Kumar on the infrastructure part of it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sengupta. I have a lot of questions, but I'll come back to you after the speakers have finished their talking. So we will go to now Mr. Nagesh Kumar, who will be giving us an idea about the regional cooperation and the regional trade.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First of all, it's a pleasure to join you all in this Bengal economic conclave after the recent elections. And I think it's very timely, I can see, for strategizing how Bengal can emerge as an economic hub of the country and take advantage of the opportunities that are available. And I think the strategic location of West Bengal, as Ms. Anindita Sen Gupta already referred to, that this is a state which is on the crossroads of India, Bhutan, India, Nepal, and India, Bangladesh, of course. And, so there are many opportunities arising from this very unique geographical location. I don't think there is any other state of India which is on the crossroads of number of countries. And if you consider maritime boundaries, you will find yourself connected a dozen of the countries possibly. So taking advantage of what is called as economics of neighborhood, economics of geography, I think there are some real opportunities for West Bengal to capture and exploit and become a hub and a gateway of India for regional economic cooperation, especially as a part of India's Look East, Act East policy. And of course, even the Southern Asia, the Eastern South Asia, for instance, the BBIN region, which covers all the three neighboring countries with which West Bengal shares borders, the land borders, and besides the maritime boundaries. So what I was drawing your attention to is this economics of neighborhood. I think most interesting example, which is very vivid in my memory, is the way European Union, before making this single European market plan, exploited these economies of neighborhood. I think when the single market plan was put into motion in 1992, 1992, the discussion was that European countries were small markets split, and none could be competitive. The way Mr. Bhargava was talking about competitiveness. So none of them could achieve economies of scale and be competitive. So we benefit from becoming one single market. We lift all the border controls and allow efficient transport, logistics across the countries, and that would enable what is called as efficiency-seeking restructuring of industry to become more competitive. Just to give you one very simple example, IBM, before the single European market plan was put into motion, operated in each of these European countries, small nationally oriented operation, which will cover their, mainframe business, which will cover their, the personal computer business, their telecommunication business, their all other activities. After this single market plan, what they did was to specialize economies of specialization and economies of scale by efficiency-seeking industrial restructuring. So what they did, personal computers plant, all of them were located in England. The communication business was located in Italy. Mainframes went to Germany for entire Europe. So PCs in England for entire Europe. Mainframes in Germany for entire Europe. The communications business served from Italy for entire Europe. So this is a different way of working or different way of organizing your businesses. That earlier every unit was doing everything. Now every unit is doing only one thing for entire market, entire regional market. So this is possible if you have low trade barriers and efficient logistics. Now, for West Bengal, I mean, to benefit from this economics of neighborhood, I think the most important thing is to have a very efficient movement of goods across the borders. And in that context, I want to share a concept of what we did at UNS. I mean, before just taking over this position, I used to be a director in UNSCAP, which is an UN's regional arm for Asia and the Pacific, based in Bangkok. And we were doing a lot of work on regional connectivity issues. And there were Asian Highway Network project, there was a Trans-Asian Railway project, and there was a third project on linking the dry ports all across Asia. And in South Asia, so we built a proposal or a kind of blueprint of a container train movement running all across the width of Asian southern part of the region. So we called it ITI-DKDY. ITI is Istanbul, Tehran, Islamabad, Delhi, Kolkata, Dhaka, and Yangon. But if you consider this part from Delhi, Kolkata, Dhaka, Yangon, which is, the part we are looking at today, I think if it is connected through a very efficient, seamless container train corridor, with new technology, RFID chips put on the containers, so no need to open them up at the borders. Containers move on back and forth. This could help in bringing down the cost of trade, by 55%, and the time even more. So time of delivery. So this is the kind of efficiency gains which can occur and become available to trade, making it more efficient. Now, in that context, let me also share with you, we did some estimations of cost of doing trade within South Asia and South Asia's trade with distant regions like Europe and North America. And we found, to our horror and shock, that cost of doing business or cost of doing trade within South Asia was higher than cost of doing trade with North America or Europe. Meaning a container going between one of the two locations in South Asia costs more than sending that container to North America or Europe. Now, how on earth we can expect to exploit the economics of neighborhood when we are sitting next door to each other and cost of trade is as high or higher than doing trade with North America or Europe? So I think we need to find ways to exploit our economics of neighborhood by developing more efficient, seamless ways of transporting, shipping our goods across the borders, and using new technology to have these movements seamlessly. And wherever it has been implemented, it has shown results. 2 years ago, we worked with the Container Corporation of India I'm talking of my time at UNSCAP. We worked with Container Corporation of India and its counterpart in Bangladesh to have a demo run of a container train between Kolkata and parts of Bangladesh. And after that, there was so much of interest generated that there are some container movements happening, and that has facilitated, trade in a very big manner. There was a news 5 days or 4 days ago in Economic Times that Bangladesh now occupies 5th largest destination, place among India's export destinations. So this has happened because we tried to improve the logistics. We tried to improve the facilitation at the borders of trade. But this is only scratching a surface. We have a lot of potential of improving the logistics and trade facilitation at our borders. And there is no reason why it cannot be done, because this geography was actually not having any borders just only 70 years ago. So we were, having seamless movements between these countries. India and Bangladesh and West Bengal and Bangladesh are parts of the same larger province. So these barriers were erected by us, and we can also bring them down, use new technology that has become available, and bring down the cost of doing trade. And I think West Bengal not only can emerge as a hub of industry and trade, but it can also actually become a hub of India's look-east policy. It should become. It should lead by example. I mean, rest of the India states, are not able to understand and recognize the benefits that regional cooperation, regional economic integration can bring. And so West Bengal has this opportunity, has this capacity because of its unique geographical and strategic location that it should exploit. And I think if it starts doing that, the benefits to the state's economy would be huge. I mean, if all of India's trade to Bangladesh, to Myanmar, and rest of Southeast Asia, once these larger corridors, larger regional corridors become operational, and all of these containers start moving across the borders on this regional corridor, the revenue, the transit revenue that will accrue to the Bengal economy could be very substantial. And then wherever these trade corridors, transport corridors pass through, they generate economic activity around them. This is a very well-known fact. And so once West Bengal finds itself on a major trade, route of Asia, connecting, India with the eastern, neighbors, Southeast Asia and beyond. And there are many, proposals on the table of that sort. So all of that is possible because railway lines are there. We need to only connect some of the gaps and provide an efficient trade facilitation mechanism to exploit this physical connectivity that is there. And once it is done and the huge movements of trade begin to take place through Bengal, it would be a major game changer for this state's economy. And it would become a state which will, drive India's integration with not only the immediate neighbors, but also the larger eastern neighborhood. I see the hand raised by the moderator. Perhaps my time is up. So I'll stop here, but I can come back to some of these points in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, Mr. Kumar. We will come back to you with some questions, but since we already have exhausted the time given to us by the organizer, 40 minutes, so I don't know how much time we'll be getting for question answer session. But with this, I now move to Mr. Sarkar from Exide. As I mentioned, they have already done a lot of investments in Bengal, so lessons learned from that.
Looking at, okay, good evening actually everybody. Good evening Mrs. Sengupta, Mr. Kumar. I think on this subject after they have spoken, my talking will be very less because I am just part of one industry and Mrs. Sengupta and Mr. Kumar is actually handling bureaucratic positions of handling the entire trade and this thing. But so I will like to just keep it very brief to Exide experience as a industry person. So as you rightly said, Mr. Amrish, that Exide 40% of our investments in manufacturing is in West Bengal. And as we talk, we are also investing in one more factory of which is going to be a metal extraction factory that will, and slowly in years time, I think 50% of our manufacturing will be in West Bengal. While and let me share a couple of things which I see as a glass half full and not half empty for West Bengal. Well, so-called there are a lot of industrial states which has actually attracted a lot of investments, but still, why did Exide choose to invest most here? First is, while the entire world is getting competitive on cost, our West Bengal factories are the lowest cost compared to all other factories. The labor is a big, labor availability and labor cost. These are the two very important factors for any manufacturing or for that matter, even service sector. I think Bengal has this advantage, which is, as Mrs. Sengupta said, maybe marketing is required of this state a lot. I have myself, on a personal level, worked for 20 years in Maharashtra. I have only returned to Kolkata in last 5th year. So I can, so that's why I'm saying I can clearly see that there is so many positive things that this state has. While Exide has invested, but this is my personal opinion. There's so many things that this state has which needs to be really marketed. We talked about, educated, cheap labor. Not cheap is a wrong word. I would say optimum cost. This thing, we have power surplus. So resources are all there. Water is, some of the states have not even half the water that West Bengal has. Industrial water, we have that. Our water bills are better. So that way, I think it has got a lot of positives, and we would like to, and I'd like to really emphasize on this. That's one point. Second is in industry. One is we're talking about manufacturing, but there is also another part about white collar employees, which are now which are largely city based. Having lived in many cities myself, I feel that the quality of life is better in Kolkata. And so, Exide as a company while many companies have shifted base and changed, Exide has never felt the need, because people who even from other states who have come here and worked with us have stayed with us. Exide has a very low attrition, very low churn rate. People almost 1% or something like that. So which means that culturally adopting to people and actually making other community people comfortable here is something very much there in this state. So that's why we have always felt very when we had multicultural talent from different states coming to us, they have stayed with us. So these are a couple of things which I just wanted to add, where I feel that it has made us a good journey, and anywhere from the government side, which we have always got the support, and I think we had a very good experience working in this state and continue to invest in this state. This is an industry view. I can just share.
Thank you, Mr. Sharkar. Thank you. That's really very very heartening to hear from you on the positives of the Bengal, like the skilled workforce, the cost being lesser compared to others, and everything is conducive as it looks like to do proper business in Bengal. That's very nice.
Just one point before I end. Somebody mentioned about the exports. I think very few cities like Gujarat has one, Chennai would have one, Kolkata. So some few metropolitan cities have got a port attached. I think the potential of Bengal's trade can go multiple times up if the port opportunity is exploited much more. If that becomes much bigger, the kind of shipping and kind of things that happens at Kandla and other ports, if that is one factor, I think, where you can do much more, because that will boost our exports. Thank you. Thank you. I
We will
just
go
kept
back
it
to
short.
Mr. Sengupta, Thank you, Mr. Sharkar. We'll go back to Mr. Sengupta with few questions. Thank you for explaining to us very clearly the DGFT's role and the good things that DGFT is now working on. Considering, as you yourself mentioned, and you all know, that West Bengal being primarily dominated by the MSME, and MSME means they're small, scattered, even there are very micro enterprises. Now, if we are focusing very much on export and trade, outbound trade, how would all these scattered MSMEs be getting to be aware of all the initiatives that DGFT is taking, and how will they actually avail an outreach program? Because they would not be knowing, even when Mr. Nagesh Kumar is giving us the positive indications of trading with an ASEAN country from Bengal, but like a farmer in Birbhum or a very small manufacturer in Bankura, what is the mechanism by which you are making these things more percolated down?
Yeah, that is a very pertinent question, Mr. Dasgupta, actually, because as I said that Bengal is rich in MSMEs and that is to be exploited. I also understand that the government of West Bengal has formed clusters. So it is, in a sense, unorganized, in a sense, organized. You know, you can sort of have compartments of MSMEs. Now, when it comes to outreach or when it comes to information dissemination is the biggest challenge. There is no debate about it. While, before COVID times, we would have outreach programs deep into the states also. I mean, as say, for example, we go to a place in Siliguri, from there to some other place close by. But having said that, the mechanism of district export hubs, I am hoping, when you have a proper, plan in place, you have the district authorities on board, you have the GMDICs, the district industry centers on board, and you have the MSMEs on board and DGFT together, it is then that you can actually meaningfully inform them. Because for them the FTAs they are not able to register. It doesn't go to their, you have to give them a business proposition. Okay, you do this and we will get this sold to somebody for you to earn this much. I'm talking of right at the bottom when we're talking of this. Now this information and this hand-holding can happen only when we actually activate this proposal of district export hubs, which is already on. I mean, it's not as though I'm saying something new. We have been working on it for the last 1 year. It's only because of the pandemic that, the work has been a little scattered. But we hope that, in the coming months, we can give it a little more structure for it to be more effective.
Okay, right. Yeah, right. And so far, I mean, my second question to you is that from compared to all the states, in terms of interacting with the DGFT from the local state bodies, which you just now mentioned, there are so many export bodies that every state has. I mean, how active have you seen Bengal? I mean, does the center-state equation play a role in that, or even if you do not want to get into that, but generally, how active have you seen Bengal in that?
See, I do not think there is any, what should I say, we are not viewed as somebody representing center. You're just an organization which is familiar with the licensing work. However, trade facilitation is a what should I say? It was a peripheral activity earlier. You would do it as a matter of plus. You do the licensing work and as an addition. But now trade facilitation has gained a lot of importance. There's a lot of focus. Now, I have not seen any, what should I say, lack of interest in the state government authorities as far as promotion of exports go. We've had meetings. It is sometimes you must also understand that their priorities earlier was in terms of industrial development, agricultural development did not really relate to exports as such. It is only in last 1 year or maybe the last 2 years that the focus has shifted to export-led activity, something that you focus with exports in mind. So this has happened only in the last 1 or 2 years. I have not seen any lack of interest at all. In fact, there was a time when there was extreme interest, and we've had a lot of activity with WBIDC and in consultation with them, having outreach programs which we do on a regular basis. Even now we do conduct our outreach programs, but it is on a virtual medium, and on a virtual medium it is very difficult to what should I say, communicate well with the last mile. We found it extremely difficult.
Yeah, but even then the disappointing factor is, as you mentioned, that in spite of all those, as of now, the Bengal share in the overall national export is much lesser, and much needs to be done on that. So anyway, going back to Mr. Nagesh Kumar, thanks Mr. Kumar for a very good treatment on how the regional equations do play a role. But in terms of all the non-tariff barrier or the tariff barrier or the trade agreements which we have, between India has with ASEAN countries, you mentioned those things. But considering us as a state, I mean, do we really have anything to influence those kinds of activities just from a state perspective? Is there anything that a state can do in terms of creating any such agreements, even in the development of an infrastructure through the ASEAN countries? Do you see any role that a state can play in that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a very important question. You see, trade policy of a country is, of course, in negotiations level, is done at national level, of course. But implementation, when it comes to implementation, I think it is the specific state which is at the crossroads that can play a very important role in implementation, as I was saying, through providing efficient logistics. So if we are not able to move goods across the borders efficiently, then these free trade agreements that might be there are of no use. So free trade agreements are useful only as much as we can exploit them and work them. So the real trade happens through borders, whether land borders or maritime borders. And there, I think the states concerned, and in this case, Bengal being a very strategic state in terms of its geographical location, connecting India with 3 neighboring countries, and through these neighboring countries, if we give effect to that regional corridor through Myanmar to rest of ASEAN and East Asia. So we are talking of a huge geography and the emerging center of gravity of the world economy. So this state, if it begins to exploit the opportunities available to it through efficient infrastructure, efficient logistics, it can really drive India's integration and trade with the rest of East Asia. So I suppose negotiation is only a small part of regional economic integration. Implementation is the real thing, and there, I suppose, the state like Bengal can do a lot. I stop here.
With a point from you, I'll again once again go back to Mr. Sengupta, particularly from a question from the DGFT perspective. Now, since the Ministry of the Commerce as well as possibly Ministry of External Affairs, they're all going through the creation of such trade agreements between the various countries, and the clauses being kept as conducive as possible for the country to export with those countries. And also there are so much of infrastructural investments being made by government or by the multilateral agencies, which also are conducive factors, enabling factors to the country-to-country exports. Now, does DGFT take into consideration all these things which are happening and therefore analyze a state's relative strength, weakness, on which countries they should be going to get advantage of these agreements that Mr. Nagesh Kumar is talking about? Do they create such analysis, thereafter advise that Bengal, look, these are your enabling trade agreement clauses, and therefore you should be more utilizing these from these products, these countries, these trade paths, these routes. So does DGFT play a role in that?
Yes, it is something that it's good that it came up. We did have, again, as I said, it is all before the difficult times, where the FTA outreach was also happening. What was it? The FTA outreach was designed to be this way, that we had somebody who was handling the FTA division in Ministry of Commerce, who would come and, in a sense, make it simple, understandable, because it may not be possible for everybody to sort of interpret the FTAs to their needs and benefits thereof. So FTA outreach programs also conducted through DGFT. We provide a platform for that. That is something that doesn't happen as often as it ought to. And I totally appreciate your point that it is very important for us to have an understanding of FTAs, at least at the level of policy making for the state, if not anything, that they should know what it entails, and they should accordingly tailor their policies and plan accordingly to get maximum benefit out of the FTAs. That is a suggestion. Probably I will also take it up with my headquarters to have a meeting with the state governments, concerned state governments, on FTAs. Maybe that will be helpful.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, we have been discussing very much on the trade and the movement of the goods from the country to the other countries. Let's come to Mr. Sarkar, more to the industry part, not on the trade part, because he has really invested in Bengal. And now, Mr. Sarkar, you handle, you are the president HR in Exide, so therefore you will be very much into the industrial relations, and you will be possibly handling the IR, the labor force, the skill, and everything. Now, we also know that there are a lot of Bengal. I'm not tracking it on a day-to-day basis, but at some point in time, the ease of doing business in Bengal, in that scoring, Bengal was very high. Bengal actually went up to a very high position. In fact, they actually reached the topmost position, and then I don't know exactly where they are now, but maybe moving in the very top places only. Now, labor policy played an important role, and now also the labor codes which have come, the new labor rules which are coming out, the 4 labor codes, these are getting implemented. Now, did you find in Bengal, from the various factors, labor being one, really very positive, conducive, very enabling, particularly more emphasis on the labor, if you can give and tell us that what was your experience with that?
Okay, this is a very
Hello?
sensitive topic. So, yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, so labor is always been a very sensitive topic. So basically, I can say that, every state goes through a cycle of high economic highs and lows, and even on the labor front, certain less industrialized states become more industrialized state, and again, somebody else beats. So my experience has been, as I told you, I worked a considerable years of my life in some of the on paper more industrial states of this country. So obviously when I came to West Bengal back, I had some apprehensions. But what I realized that it is not so, because a lot of grievance redressal processes are there, and it depends also on the company and its background with the industry and its labor. At least in case of Exide, not only on less cost, but we are having the most peaceful industrial relations here. Maybe there have been some incidents maybe in the 90s or something that has pushed away many industries from West Bengal, but I think there is a cycle change happening, because when I go to other states which are more industrialized, whether, and let's say Maharashtra or Gujarat, the cycle of power is coming in, and there are more. It is not publicized so much, but there are more difficulties in labor handling that. Maybe they're more organized, but labor relations are not so easy there as well. Exide has factories in north, in the Manesar belt and where all the auto hubs are. It has this in south. We have factories in Maharashtra, Gujarat, and West Bengal. Largest hub being West Bengal. We chose to stay in this way because we find the redressal process and the IR is actually now more so far conducive. And we never had any strikes or any big ticket kind of difficulties that are here. So maybe the cycle is turning because the newer generation is coming into labor and they are interested in productive discussions. They're interested in so maybe those 80s and 90s labor movements are going through a cycle of change, and newer generation is bringing in a more pragmatic approach in the labor community. So that is touched. Our experience so far has been very good, and that's why we are investing here.
Thank you. I really want the message that you are giving goes out to all the big industrialists in the country, so that sometimes a wrongly placed perception possibly can start changing. I mean, this is so wonderful to hear.
Yeah, and just to add to that one thing, you talked about message going out to all. See, if you see some of the states, some of the cities, they have rode on a wave of a particular decade. Every decade, a particular industry becomes a boom. For example, perhaps in the automotive boom when it happened in early 2000, maybe Delhi side and Tamil Nadu side, there have been a lot of somebody rode that wave. Then the IT boom came in. Then the places like Pune, Bangalore actually took off that. So I think so every cycle, every decade, a certain industries become a boom. So I think if West Bengal has to, since this program is about West Bengal's trade future, maybe one has to now look at that. What is the next boom that West Bengal should ride that wave? One is definitely, since we are in the energy sector, we see that energy is a big sector coming up. Green energy, renewable energy. So we have to look at those sectors which are bringing the next 10 decades, and that's how certain states have really caught those waves and have gone up. Just to add on.
No, this is a very good point. In fact, when I started, I mentioned that now, since the world has gone through so much of changes over the last 1.5 years, so even if some state or country which has been not possibly doing so well, I'm not naming anywhere, Bengal or anybody. So the Bloomberg has also mentioned that maybe the newer disruptive forces is creating a level playing field.
Yes.
So many new things to think about, so that those countries can also now come up. So thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, you were to add something, Mr. Chopra? Where you plan?
No, I just said yes because sectors which are already matured, like automobile, Bengal will play only a catching up game. But if you can find out those sectors which are disruptive in the next 10 years, then you are a pioneer. Then that's what I'm saying is the opportunity.
Now, I'll go back to Mr. Nagesh Kumar with one last question, but I really wish that this discussion could have gone on for long, but now we've already overshot our time by 20 minutes. So I'll go back with the last question to Mr. Nagesh Kumar. Mr. Kumar, of course, the one important part is cost of doing trade, and which you mentioned, which you touched cost of doing trade should be an important determinant in terms of the country. Now, had there been any analysis done by your institute or even by DGFT or the ministry or the cost of doing trade state-wise, like in that where the Bengal features compared to other states, like apart from the standard tariff barrier where possibly the states cannot play a role, but there are so many non-tariff barriers which kick in and which contribute to the cost of trade also. Many intangible costs also do keep on kicking in. So have there been any state-wise analysis that how Bengal features in terms of cost of doing trade?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, actually, there are a number of reports which compare states, and there was one I was looking at on, issued by the Niti Aayog recently on competitiveness indicators across states and innovation indicators across states. But cost of doing trade across states, I haven't come across, and certainly UNSCAP or ISID, with which I have been associated with have not done that. But this is something which is very much desirable to be done, and so that the governments of states can take steps to improve and quality of infrastructure, quality of logistics movements between states and the other neighboring countries. So this is something very useful where I'm sure someone will try to look into this. Thank you.
Thank you. So, gentlemen and lady, Mr. Shengupta and ma'am, we have to come to the end, and it was wonderful, really. But this is not a subject that could be treated within the confines of 45-50 minutes, which I will surely be interacting with you personally on this subject. But two good action items came up. And maybe as one action item that Mr. Shengupta mentioned, that the GFT can get into more of an analytic role with the trade agreements and the various infrastructural developments coming up, and therefore get into more strategically positioning the states that how they can better leverage some of these clauses and see which one will play to whose strengths. And by that, they can sharpen their strategic outreach to the states and help in the process, the states as well. The other action item that came up, and as Mr. Kumar also felt, that will be good to do if we can really work out the cost of doing trade with the states. And now that since the global value chain is an in thing, everybody's talking about GVC after World Bank has floated this, and therefore what effective role the states can play by decreasing their cost of trade in the entire GVC. So these are the two very strong action items that came up. And thanks, Mr. Kumar. Thanks, Mr. Shengupta, for your for giving us such a good understanding on the trade side. And Mr. Sharkar, thanks very much for really feeling us very excited and confident about the state's scenario in terms of the labor skills, the cost, and policies also. Thank you. Thanks to Bengal Chamber, and thanks to all the speakers.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your time, and thank you all of the panelists for joining us today. Mr. Ambarish Dasgupta, Ms. Srimati Anindita Sengupta, Dr. Nagesh Kumar, and Mr. Ranjan Sarkar. We thank wholeheartedly all of you for your time and your very insightful discourse for today's session. With this, we come to the end of today's proceedings. This was the day one of our Bengal Economic Conclave. We would come back on 30th of June with the day two of this conclave. We will be having the august presence of the Honorable Minister in charge, Dr. Partha Chatterjee, with us, and our office bearers will be in discussion with him. That session will be at 12:30. The registration details and everything will be given separately to you over the next few days. So thank you for staying with us. And before I conclude today's proceedings, it would be incomplete if I don't name the sponsors without whose support today's session couldn't have been, formulated. So we would like to thank our gold sponsor, Tata Metallics Limited, silver sponsors, Exide Industries Limited, CESC Limited, and Indorama India Private Limited. Our associate sponsors, Synergist Energy Private Limited, International Combustion India Limited, JIS Group, and Tata Steel Downstream Products Limited. We have industry support from BSE Limited, Swachh Environment Private Limited, Haldia Water Services Private Limited, and Tax Connect Advisory Services LLP. Thank you so much for your time. See you on 30th. Have a nice day. Bye.